following is a presentation of the Magnitude Sports Network. It's game time. Let's head up to the broadcast booth for the pregame show right now on Magnitude Sports.
All right, welcome. We're live here at Young Field at the Essential Health Baseball Complex in West Fargo for this doubleheader conference matchup between the West Fargo Patriots and the Mandan Chiefs. My name is Mike Mason, joined alongside once again with Dale Olson. Dale, how you doing today?
I'm doing great.
That's awesome to hear. I've been doing so much prep on this game that I almost forgot the win-loss records, and it's a good thing I wrote them down. Mandan coming into this game, 7 wins, 9 losses, and the West Fargo Patriots coming into this game, 11 wins and 4 losses. Mandan kind of had Dickinson in the back of their minds. They split with Minot today. They won the game 1 of that doubleheader, 9-7. That game was at 12 noon today. Minot would come back and win 11-2 over Dickinson in game 2. Dickinson had a 2-0 lead after 4 innings of play. Minot would come back in the top of the 5th, score 4, and then put up a 7 spot in the top of the 6th to take a commanding lead, and they would not let it go. They would go on to win that game 11-2. So that makes Minot 5-13. That makes Dickinson 8-10. So what that means for Mandan is they need to win one of these 2 games to lock in the 4 seed in the state tournament. Should West Fargo sweep Mandan tonight, then Mandan would end up being the 5th seed in the state tournament. Looks like we have the national anthem, so we're going to take a commercial break. We'll come back and tell you more about the seedings right after this. Looking for a new home? Make home happen by getting pre-qualified for free with Sean Carlson at Town & Country Credit Union. He'll help you find the best mortgage options for you and keep the process running smoothly from beginning to end. With a 97% satisfaction rate, awesome rewards, low fees, and great rates, it's clear why members love Town & Country Credit Union. Stop in or visit townandcountry.org to find out how you can become a Town & Country member today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender. Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Buffalo Wild Wings win-win value lineup gives you and your friends more for less. With buy one, get one half off traditional wings every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free boneless wings every Thursday. And $3 tolls every day. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
All right, welcome back to Young Field here in West Fargo. Let's quickly go over the standings and where things sit at the moment. Right now, Bismarck in post 2, the 1-2 spots, they're up in the air. West Fargo's locked in 3. 4 and 5 is up in the air with Mandan and Dickinson. Right now, Mandan at the 4, Dickinson at the 5. That could change depending on the outcome of this doubleheader. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are all locked in. Post 400 Stars at 6, Jamestown at 7, Williston at 8, Grand Forks at 9, Minot at 10. That means Jamestown and Minot will play in a play-in game. Williston and Grand Forks will play in a play-in game. And depending on what happens between Post 2 and Williston tonight, Grand Forks may elect or may not elect to play their makeup game against West Fargo, depending on the outcome of Bismarck or Post 2 and Mandan, Post 2 and Williston. And right now in the top of the third, Post 2 and Williston are tied 0-0 with Post 2 batting in the says top of the third, but Williston's actually batting. The orange looked like a red to me, so that's why I got it mixed up. So Mandan needs to win one of these two in order to lock in the 4 seed. If West Fargo sweeps, Mandan will lock in the 5 seed. Dickinson will lock in the 4 seed. But regardless of the outcome of this doubleheader, Mandan and Dickinson are going to play each other in the first game of the state tournament. The only thing we don't know is Mandan going to be the 4 seed against Dickinson, or is Dickinson going to be the 4 seed against Mandan? That's the answer we're going to get if in either 2 hours or 4 hours, depending on who wins this first game of the doubleheader. So any thoughts on this one, Dale, before we get started here, as it looks like Avery Bogner is going to walk up to the plate.
First thing, Mike, I'd like to say hello to my son, Mark, who's down in Phoenix, and he's going to get to listen to us two guys, and he's going to critique us. He's a former UND player, and that's also on my bucket list. And of course, my grandson, Casey, is on the mound on the first pitch.
And that first pitch comes in at 5:31 p.m. And it comes in for strike one.
Dave Klent behind the umpire behind the base. He's only worked about 3,000 games in his years. And
swing and a miss, no
fun
ball
to see.
there, right?
He's a fun guy to see, and he loves baseball as much as we do.
So Mandan in the gray with green numbers and green helmets. West Fargo in their white with green lettering outlined in orange and orange numbers outlined in green. Did I get that all right?
Yep, and Mr. Clemenson threw a high 0-2 fastball and got Bogner swinging at it. First out, first strikeout.
Buffalo Wild Wings strikeout there for Casey Clemenson. We'll go around the bases here for West Fargo in just a moment. That one comes in for ball one to Isaac Hutto as the batter.
Casey likes heat. He likes hot days. He loosens that left arm up. Pretty natural for a pitcher.
Swing and a miss for a strike. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Probably around 85, 86 mile an hour. He's got a 4-seamer and a 2-seamer. And for some reason, a left-hander's ball moves.
Isaac Hutto, 1 for 5 lifetime on Magnitude Sports. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that one just missed, ball 2.
Hey, we're going to have to drop a contract with you too, by the way, on all these statistics. So when you do the games, I want you on my side.
I would gladly take you on my side for every game you're able to make it to. So that one's fouled away for 2 balls and 2 strikes. Around the bases here for the West Fargo Patriots, Casey Clemenson, as mentioned, on the mound. Peyton Jancy catching. And they got Connor Entz at first, Seth Wigestrand at second, Brennan Hammond at shortstop, Evan Berg at third. Trey Stocker is in center field, Caleb Deere to right field, and Carter O'Lean in left. 2-2, wind up in the delivery. Swing and a miss for another Buffalo Wild Wings strikeout.
You know, when I used to watch my son play at UND, a typical game would be 42 degrees with a 27 mile an hour northwest wind and one little heater in the whole ballpark, and it was in the men's bathroom, and so many games there. And actually, I'm happy with the heat today.
Sunny and 84 to be more specific on that heat. As a strike comes into McCoy Keller, the batter. Braden Bunnell, I believe is how it's said. I'll have to wait and see what our PA announcer says on that one. Swing and a miss. We may even have to wait a little bit longer here if Clemenson can deliver one more strike here on McKellar.
High fastball. There are a lot of hitters that want to hit with power, like that high fastball. They like to fish.
2, and he swings and misses. He gets all 3 batters. It's a 1-2-3 inning on 3 Buffalo Wild Wings strikeouts. He takes care of Mandan on 11 pitches here in the first inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And the Patriots coming up to bat with Brennan Hammond, Trey Stocker, and Seth Wigestrand. When we return after the break here on Magnitude Sports, we'll be right back.
Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
All right, there's a look at Seth Arens. He will be starting on the mound here for the Mandan Chiefs. An update from Jack Williams Stadium. They are in the bottom of the third, and Post 2 has gotten 3 runs in the bottom of the third. They now lead 3-0 over Williston in game 1 of that doubleheader. We'll keep you up to date on that game as well. Seth Arens on the mound, Isaac Huddle behind the plate. Those two will exchange the pitches for the balls and the strikes, and then around the bases, you got Braden Bunnell at first, Stetson Kuntz at second, Lucas Burgum, the shortstop, and Avery Bogner at third. In outfield, Anthony Johnson in center, McCoy Keller in right field, and Reagan Schlosser. I always have trouble saying that one. Reagan Schlosser, there we go, in left field for the Mandan Chiefs, and that's how they'll line up. They'll send Brennan Hammond, Trey Stocker, and Seth Wiggestrand to the plate here to face Seth Arens in the bottom half of the first.
Mike, I mentioned to you the other day that when I played ball in the 60s, Mandan was the team.
Yeah.
And they've always had great baseball tradition, and of course they've really fixed up their ballpark. They have a great facility now. Mandan is, you never can take them lightly.
Definitely agree with that. I've been to the Mandan facility several times over the last 3 years, including the state tournament last year, and absolutely zero complaints about that. It's a wonderful facility there. 1 ball, no strike here to Brendan Hammond. Now make it 1-1.
Likes the curve. Looks like he's going to be an off-speed type of guy, and we talk about patience as a hitter, and you probably haven't seen him all year, and you gotta look him over.
1-1 pitch, just a little bit high for ball number 2.
Everybody has tendencies, and what's he going to throw on a 2-0? What's he going to throw on a 3-1? You got to study that.
I can attack the inside here on 2-1. He went right up the middle, and a nice back down by Arens. He's going to be able to throw him out, and that's not an easy play to make there. Nice play by Arens, and that's 1 down here for the Patriots.
That ball smelled base hit all the way, and pitcher Arens got his leg in the way there, and Brennan Hammond has really been hitting the ball. He had 4 hits against Grand Forks the other night, and he's a good hitter. A tough decision going to college. I think he can play some shortstop or infield and hit.
Trey Stocker, the batter now, and he sends it right up the middle on the first pitch. That's a base hit, and that puts a runner on here for the West Fargo Patriots. Brings up Seth Wiggestrand.
Seth Wiggestrand in the 3rd hole tonight. Casey Clemenson's the first for him this year. He has never batted when he has pitched, and he's left fielder Schlosser covered that. Yeah, Casey batted in that cleanup spot and pitching. I guess that's something you wanted to do when you were a bigger. I'll pitch and I'll bat cleanup. And tonight he gets to try it.
Having some difficulty with our sound. I'm working on it as we speak here. 2 outs. Runner on first is Trey Stocker. Seth Wiggestrand. Casey Clemenson, because Wiggestrand got the 2nd out. Is the batter.
Another base hit.
I'll put 2 runners on, first and second with 2 outs.
Good hitting. When you talk hitting, And my son Mark and I have talked a lot about hitting. You get 1 or 2 strikes on you, and sometimes you almost have to hunt that changeup. And I got to look for that changeup, and that's exactly what he threw him, was a changeup curve, and just went with it up the middle, base hit. Can't ask for more.
There we go. Now we got our audio fixed. So apologize for that. Just had to unplug the cord and plug it back in.
Isn't that the way it works?
Yeah,
huh?
right?
That's about what I know about computers.
Evan Berg is the batter.
I just know my wife doesn't want to. She turns me off a lot with the sound.
And that's a low strike that caught the inside edge of the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. We're 10 minutes into the ball game now. Seth Arend's on 8 pitches, 3 balls and 5 strikes here for the Mandan Chiefs. He'll stare back at Stocker on second, and he'll set and deliver. And Berg will reach for it and foul it off.
When Berg is, he's a streaky hitter, and when he gets into a positive streak, he usually waits for his pitch. He has some patience, and sometimes when you see him swinging and being out and ahead, he can be impatient.
1 ball and 2 strikes, and now the throw back to second, and sliding back in time is Stocker.
I forgot to look down in the dugout at Mandan. They've had a coach named Lenny Stanley there forever, and I think he's helping out this summer, and I'd like to see him before the night's over, but I don't see him.
Well, you can go, I'll send you down to get lineups for game
Next
2.
game 2. I'd love to see him.
And then you might have that opportunity if he's down there.
He's almost as old as I, and we played against he's one of those lifers, you know, a life baseball guy.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. It's a 2s across the board here for Evan Berg. And now they fire it back to second. Kuntz will see Stocker slide in head first before he could make a play on that.
Base running, I've mentioned the other day, has not been one of our strengths, and I know coach is trying to make a point of that.
That one comes in a little bit low for ball 3. Full count now here to Evan Berg. Go ahead.
Had to watch the All-Star game the other night, and Otani's on first base, and he had to be looking at the birds flying over, and he can run, and Kershaw picked him off.
I missed that game because I was doing another baseball game on Magnitude.
And they were all laughing. They were all laughing.
That one hit down the third base line, and it drifts foul, and he'll earn himself another pitch on that one.
It's almost a change-up curve. They're probably 65 miles an hour, and Berg was on that, just on top of it a little bit. Berg has pretty good power. He can pop one out of here if he catches it.
Play-in games for the state tournament are tomorrow. Jamestown will play Minot. Williston will play Grand Forks. And that one's hit into left center field. Rounding third is Trey Stocker and the West Fargo Patriots strike first. And they'll strike second as they'll play 2 runs on a 2-run RBI double for Evan Berg into left center field. And that will score both Stocker and Clemenson.
Just the way you want to start a game. The Pats have been somewhat of a slow starting team. They found themselves a lot of games. They get behind the first 2 or 3 innings, but to jump on a starter right away and it diminishes that pitcher's confidence. The more he can go, the tougher they get sometimes. So this is a positive for the Pats.
2-0 deficit for Mandan. Once again, Mandan has to win at least one of these 2 games to lock in the 4 seed. That one will just miss outside for a ball. And the reason for that is Dickinson and Minot split today. Dickinson won game 1 by the final score of 9-7 over the Minot Vistas, and Minot won game 2 by the score of 11-2 thanks to a 7-run 6th inning for Minot.
Wow.
Dickinson had a 2-0 lead after 4 innings of play. Minot would come in plate 4 in the top of the 5th and 7 in the top of the 6th. 1-1 to count here to Caleb Deere, and now he gets hit by a pitch.
He's trying to come inside on his fist there, and it got away from him.
By pitch will bring up first baseman, number 32, Connor Ants.
It is still 3-0 in the bottom of the fourth from Jack Williams Stadium in favor of Post 2 over Williston. We'll be keeping our eyes on that game throughout the duration of our broadcast here.
Connor Entz is coming off 2 really good games, one as a pitcher and as a hitter, and I see him as a more confident player right now.
Strike 1 to Connor Entz.
Wasn't his pitch. Patience is a virtue, and he's struggled with patience at times. He's got a nice swing, and he gets his pitch, he can drive the ball.
No balls and a strike as Renz looks back at Berg on second, and that one's hit foul. And wow, if that would have stayed fair.
Yeah, he's got power, and he definitely turns on the ball. Now when he's got 2 strikes now, he has a tendency again to fish on changeups, and let's see what Ahrens gives him.
Entz, an equal opportunity outfield hitter, according to his spray chart. He's put it all over the place. He's going to put this one to right field, but it's going to drift foul.
That was a good swing, fastball on the outside corner, and just went with it.
No balls and 2 strikes. Once again, the runners on base for West Fargo. Evan Berg on second, Caleb Deere on first, and Ahrens is about to deliver his 20th pitch of the ball game. Entz fouled one off to left, fouled one off to right, and it's going to be a drop third strike. He will get tossed out, and they'll leave 2 stranded on base, and that will end the first inning of play. For Mandan, coming up here in the top of the second, Braden Bunnell, Lucas Bergam, Owen Gress. Middle of the order, 4, 5, and 6. Casey Clemenson with pitch 12 when we return from the break here on Magnitude. Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more. All right, welcome back. 2-0 in favor of the West Fargo Patriots here on Magnitude Sports over the Mandan Chiefs in Game 1 of a conference doubleheader here between the Patriots and Chiefs. Braden Bunnell, I've been saying Bunnell, and I asked during the commercial break, and it's Bunnell. So I apologize for my mispronunciations in the first inning. But he'll lead it off here in the top of the second for Mandan. He is 3 for 6 lifetime on Magnitude Sports, and all of his hits have gone to center field. He's had 2 pop-outs to second and 1 ground out to second here on Magnitude Sports. We'll see if he can get another hit, another pop-out, or another ground out here. He takes the first pitch for a ball. It's 1-0 to Braden Bunnell. Lucas Bergam, Owen Gress. The batters we'll see for sure here in the top of the second. Clemenson on 11 pitches delivered 3 Buffalo Wild Wings strikeouts in the top of the first to send Mandan down 1-2-3. And now it's 1 ball, 1 strike here to Braden Bunnell. And the 1-1 pitch. That's fouled off.
Ooh, that is wicked.
Ooh.
You're in that dugout and you got a duck.
Good thing that little fence protector's there in the front.
Oh,
otherwise, I'm not sure who that is. Number 4 or 14 would have got that one right in his stomach. Wow. That was a laser right over towards that Mandan dugout. 1-2. That one hit hard towards first. Picked up there by Connor Entz, and Entz will flip it back to Clemenson for the 3-1 ground out, and that's out number 1.
I got, in Pee Wee League ball, I got hit in the head with a line drive like that. It was my first real bad experience, and I can still remember that to this day.
Yeah?
A line drive to the right side.
I was doing a softball game outside, calling it off the first base line, and there were some trees right above me, and a pitch got fouled away, and I didn't see the ball. It snuck through the trees and hit me in the head. So that's the reason why I make an occasional error on our broadcast.
No, I was going to say that's the reason why you're a broadcaster.
Yeah. Swing and a miss for a strike. I think there was a pitch before that one, but I was babbling about the softball incident, and there was a pitch before that one.
it was a strike.
So it's 0-2 now. And
Casey likes to work in a fairly fast motion. He knows it's about rhythm, and he can't get ahead of himself. And
did he check his swing? I don't think it mattered if he checked his swing. He'll go down looking on Casey Clemenson's 4th Buffalo Wild Wings strikeout, and now he'll face batter number 6 in the lineup, Owen Gress.
One of the pitches Casey has worked on a lot is that circle change, which I described the other day. And he's got long fingers and has the ability to have the same motion with that changeup as he has with a fastball. First pitch down the middle, I'd say about 86 miles an hour. Nice rhythm so far. This is what he wants. This is what he works for.
It's 5 batters up and 5 down. 4 strikeouts, 1 ground out so far here for the West Fargo Patriots. As Owen Gress will see strike number 2. 20 minutes into the ball game, Clemenson on pitch 22. That one's popped straight up, fouled away, and that will earn himself another pitch at an 0-2 count.
Another thing, at his age now and experience on an 0-2, he has learned that good hitters are going to swing at anything close, and you can't feed him that fastball right down the middle when you're 0-2.
We'll see where he sends this one here, and that one will drop in for a ball.
Changeup, kind of a non-competitive pitch there. Casey wasn't happy with that. But with his slider, he likes to come inside to a right-handed hitter and come into their fists or their knees.
Here's the 1-2. That one hit hard to center field. And that one will bounce all the way to the grass, and it's a I thought he put his hands up for a ground rule double, but
he momentarily did, and I think the ball was right in front of him. I think it stuck in the grass for a little bit at that 370 mark, and boy, that was a laser to right field and stand-up double. Casey came in fairly fat there on that 0-2 pitch, and I know he's not happy when he does something like that.
First hit of the game for Mandan comes at the 21-minute mark off the bat of Owen Gress. Now bring up Stetson Kuntz now with a runner on second in scoring position for Mandan. And they would love to get that run across here and cut that deficit into half.
Mike, you would have liked this all-star game. I saw something I've never seen before. John Smoltz was wired to the pitcher. And right before the pitcher would pitch, he would talk to him. And I've never seen that. Of course, it was an all-star game. Was that ever interesting?
That one popped up, and that will be fouled off to the first base side for strike number 1.
You can see Mandan is coached to go after that first strike. Kuntz definitely was geared to swing right away. They figured that might be their best shot against him.
Stetson Kuntz 1 for 4 lifetime on Magnitude Sports, has a lone hit to right center. Takes a strike there.
There's that slider. That's probably 4 or 5 miles an hour slower than his fastball. His changeup is probably 10, 12 miles an hour slower than his fastball.
No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Owen Gress on second. That one hit to center field. Trey Stalker is there. He makes the catch, and that takes care of Mandan here in the top of the second. They leave Gress stranded on second with the fly out to center. And that will bring up for the Patriots 8-9-1. Peyton Jancy, Carter O'Lean, and Brennan Hammond when we return from the break here on Magnitude Sports. Be back in a moment.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo, Moorhead, and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
All right, welcome back. It's a 2-0 lead here in favor of the West Fargo Patriots. And one thing I forgot to mention at the start of the broadcast, which is probably a good thing because now more people are tuned in. Welcome to broadcast 2000 here on Magnitude Sports. And Dale's second broadcast on Magnitude Sports. So
and I did 2000 basketball game, 2000th game with Larry Lubin of West Fargo, well, who Mike knows.
Yeah, we all have a connection now, and it seems like you pair up with whoever's nearing their 2000th game. So.
We tried to get that on ESPN. We sent a little copy of it, and we did an intro to Larry, and ESPN never put it on, though, but I thought it was newsworthy.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. Larry's a good guy.
And he does it as just a hobby. I think you're the type of guy that would do this for your hobby too, but you're into the profession, and we need more people like you.
It was a hobby back in 2017 when it was kind of rough going at that point. So, but yeah, I was looking at our website. We did our 1500th game just 1 year ago. I want to hit deep to left field, excuse me. And a nice catch there by Reagan Schlosser for the out.
Pretty deep, not far from the vines out there in left center. And I got a feeling we're going to see a home run or two tonight. I just have that feeling.
I do kind of get that sense myself there, Dale. We'll see if it happens or not. Here's Carter O'Lean. 1 for 8 lifetime on Magnitude. And the pitch is
I said the other day, Carter O'Lean has been an interesting study since spring ball, and he is, anytime he's gotten some time, he's made the most of it, and has gotten himself into a position to be a very versatile player.
His lone hit went out to left field on his 8 plate appearances on Magnitude. This is his 9th now. Brendan Hammond is on deck with 1 out. We'll see O'Lean and Hammond for sure. We'll see if we get deeper into the lineup or not. West Fargo, 2 runs on 3 hits. Mandan, no one on 1 hits. West Fargo's left 2 on base. Mandan's left 1 on base. And 2 of those 3 runners have been left in scoring position. Swing and a miss there for a drop third strike, and he'll be tossed out. It's a Buffalo Wild Wings strikeout for Seth Arends, his first of the game.
Brendan Hammond coming to the plate now. We've been very happy getting his arm back this last month. Of course, he hasn't thrown much, a little bit afraid of possible Tommy John, and he's getting stronger, and he's going to be a big addition for the state.
Yeah, got some gainful warm-up tosses, if that's a phrase, in last week against Watertown, I believe it was.
And he's been hitting the ball. He's probably been our top hitter this last 3-4 weeks.
Hammond grounded out on a very hard hit right back to Seth Arends. That was batted down by his leg and his glove, and he would get thrown out on a 1-3 last time he was at the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike now here to Hammond. And the 1-1 delivery from Arends. That one hit out towards center field. And on the run, nice catch and grab on the run there for Anthony Johnson out in center field. And that is a quick 1-2-3 inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base as Hammond flies out to center. That'll bring up for Mandan batters 8-9-1. Reagan Slosher, Anthony Johnson, Avery Bogner, Casey Clemenson with pitch 28 when we return after the break.
You may already know that at Clothes Mentor, you can shop great designer brands without the full designer price, and that you can bring your gently used items into Clothes Mentor and sell them for cash on the spot. Here's something else you should know. Buying and selling at Clothes Mentor aids in water preservation, reduces chemical pollution, decreases landfill waste, boosts your local community. That's right, it's resale, and it's better than retail. Be green and kind to the environment by selling your clothing and buying sustainable fashion for yourself.
Do you have a teen ready for driving lessons? Don't know what they need to do or when things need to be done? If busyness keeps you from driving with them, then Gotta Go Driving School is the place to call. Jeff Weber at Gotta Go Driving School has been teaching driving lessons to all age groups since 1991. Call Jeff at Gotta Go Driving, 238-0236. Jeff will tell you to start planning ahead now. Don't wait. Got a new driver? Then it's Gotta Go Driving School. Talk to Jeff or go online at gottagodrivingschool.com.
All right, Regan Slosher will step up to the plate here for Mandan. Casey Clemenson got a haircut today, and if he gets 4 out of 7 batters struck out, he should maybe consider getting a haircut before every game he pitches, right?
Say, you guys that went to Shiloh Christian, did you have to have haircuts?
No, I don't think haircuts were any part of the requirements or routine when I played baseball for the Skyhawks. So.
Well, in my day, we had to have our haircut. There was no ands, ifs, buts. Just like the Yankees now, you can have a mustache. You can have a mustache.
1 ball, 1 strike. That one fouled back for strike 2. Once again, Anthony Johnson, Avery Bogner will be the other 2 batters we see this inning. We're 30 minutes into the game. Clemenson, 6 balls, 24 strikes on 30 pitches. Here's pitch 31 on the 1-2 to Slosher. Update from Jack Williams. They're in the bottom of the 5th. Post 2 leads 5-0 over Williston. That's game 1 of the doubleheader, as that pitch will come across for a ball to even up the count at 2-2.
Again, when you see Casey effective, that slider has to be sharp. And there's a good pitch on the inside corner.
And that is strikeout number 5 for Casey Clemenson. Buffalo Wild Wings strikeout, 1 shy of a Buffalo Wild Wings snack pack. And now he'll try and get that snack pack against Anthony Johnson, who's 2 for 3 lifetime on Magnitude Sports. Reached on a bunt single down the third base line, had a hit out into center field and a fly out to left field on his at-bats here on Magnitude. Here's the pitch. Now it's just missed for a ball.
I can't believe how many hits you bring to these players when Magnitude works. You must have been some kind of a hitter when you were playing.
Well, it helps when you went. Well, I mean, there's obviously more dashes on the spray charts for teams like West Fargo, post 2, post 400. We don't get the West teams as frequently, but we've done the West teams enough to have some stats on them. 2-1 here to Anthony Johnson.
Again, a key to getting ahead of a hitter. You get behind, and advantage goes right back to that hitter.
2-1, fouled away, and now it's even at 2-2.
Mandan is not afraid to swing the bat. It's Casey's got he's probably averages a little bit less than 1 walk a game, which is what you want with the starting pitcher, and I think these hitters know that. I might as well be swinging.
So far, no walks. With that pitch there, he just finally reached the double-digit count in balls. 10 balls, 27 strikes on 37 pitches.
He's not happy with that pitch. That was a non-competitive. I think he slipped a little bit as he was coming off the rubber.
Yeah, it
kind of lost his balance.
It did kind of look like that was the case. Payoff pitch here, and we'll see where Clemenson puts it. And it's in for strike 3. Buffalo Wild Wings strikeout number 6.
Went to that slider
Clemenson
on a full count and really caught the hitter off balance. I think he was geared for a fastball, and it fooled him. And again, you've heard me talk about, I come from that school, that old school. You got 2 strikes on you. To me, you got to shorten up. You look for anything close and just get a short swing on it.
Clemenson winds up against Avery Bogner.
I would have caught that one.
Yeah,
I would have helped you out, Mike.
Actually, I think I would have caught it.
I would have helped you, though, because you're working.
That's true. You would have saved it from hitting my head his second time in my career.
The way you multitask here is beyond me.
And the 0-1.
There's that curve again. He's getting it over. When he's struggled this year, when he doesn't get that curve over, good hitters know that, and they gear themselves for that fastball. You know, Mike, Major League Baseball, there's so many pitchers that are around 100 miles an hour, and you say, how in the world can anybody hit that? Good hitters hit 100 miles an hour. It's unfathomable in a sense.
1-2. And that one's fouled off. Probably a good 80-mile-per-hour plus pitch there by Clemenson.
Took a little off it. I wonder how hot it is in Phoenix. I have to ask Mark to text us here between games or during the game.
We could Google it. You know, we've had Google a part of our broadcast every time you've been a part of it. So that's out number 3. It's his 7th Buffalo Wild Wings strikeout. And that'll bring up batters 2, 3, and 4. Trey Stocker, Seth Wickestrand, Casey Clemenson due up. Stocker will face pitch 30 from Seth Lorenz when we return from the break here on Magnitude Sports. We'll be back in just a moment. The Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota is the place for you and your friends to come and enjoy cold drinks, great food, and sports all under a friendly and fun atmosphere. Whether it's the Vikings, Twins, Wild, NDSU Bison, or one of your favorite teams, watch all the games at the Knickerbocker. Open Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., and Sunday, 12 noon to 2 a.m. You can find the Knickerbocker at 412 Main Avenue in Hickson, just a 10-minute drive south of Fargo. Take University Drive, head south until you arrive.
Signorama of Fargo is the trusted, preferred signage vendor of NDSU athletics. The global leader in the sign and graphic industry, Signorama is the way to grow your business. Competitive prices, free consultations and estimates, signage solutions that fit your budget. Signorama is locally owned and committed to community support. Trusted by the Bison, be a championship business with Signorama. Call or go online at sarvalley.com.
You didn't like the call? Please remember the officials on the court and the field have the best view of the action as it happens. More officials are needed. People like you. Stay connected to the game you love. Contact the NDHSAA, MSHSL, or your local high school to find out how to become an official. This message courtesy of Magnitude Sports.
All right, we're moving now to the bottom of the 3rd. Mike Mesa alongside Dale Olson here on Magnitude Sports. It's the Mandan Chiefs and the West Fargo Patriots. And the Patriots have a 2-0 advantage right now here as they bring up Trey Stocker to the plate. Update from Jack Williams, still in the bottom of the 5th. And it's still 5-0. They have 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Stocker 1 for 1. He singled right up the middle last time he was at the plate. Now he takes second pitch for second ball, and it's 2-0 here to Stocker. Seth Wickestrand on deck. Casey Clemenson to follow. Lorenz on pitch 32. Now once hit up.
It's gone under that a little.
And a nice job there by Stenson Coots, the second baseman, to make the grab. And that's out number 1, and that'll bring up Seth Wickestrand.
Pitcher Aarons from Mandan seems to be becoming more comfortable. He got through the first inning, and now he's settling in, and you can see he's got more command of his pitches, and he can be tough. You can see it.
Well, West Fargo's definitely going to need to take, or I'm sorry, Mandan's definitely going to need to take advantage of that. They're certainly going to battle here the best they can to try and take at least one of these 2 games from West Fargo. They will need that to lock in the 4 seed. That one fouled off down the third base side. Now, win, lose, or a split, Mandan Dickinson will play regardless in the first game of the state tournament. Actually, it's the 3rd game of the state tournament, but the first game in the round. And the only thing that will be decided is if Mandan will be 4 or if Dickinson will be 4. And if Mandan gets swept here by West Fargo, Dickinson will be 4. If Mandan wins one of the 2 or both of them, then they'll lock in the 4 seed.
Inside
And
corner.
there's a strike.
4 and 5 will be with number 1, which looks like it's going to be post 2, and whatever. I think any coach will say. I just want to have my team playing better as the season's ending, and I'll tell you, you put a good pitcher on the mound with any of these teams, and and anything can happen, no question.
Well, we saw the 7 seed in last year's state tournament
Yes.
make it to the state championship game. So, and they would lose to West Fargo in that state championship game, and they would go on to win the Central Plains Regional and head over to North Carolina for
one of the all-time major upsets, I'd say, in
Yeah.
athletics in North Dakota.
Yep, I would
if you'd have
agree
seen
with
them in
that.
July, which you did,
Yep,
it
I
was,
did. Yep.
and we did beat them in the state championship game, and we had to fight tooth and nail to do it, and it's a credit to their program.
I think the final score was like
2-0.
Was it 2-0?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His pitcher's definitely settling in now. He feels a lot more confident. He's going to try to work that corner, I think, on Casey.
You sure it wasn't like 5-3? I think 2-0 was the first game that those
Hit
two
that
played.
one.
That
Oh,
one
he
hits
got her
the
up on the
fence.
fence. If Mark is listening right now, he almost had his first home run. I can remember when my son Mark playing at UND got his first home run. It's a thrill. This is on my bucket list too, Mike, tonight, doing this. You're probably wondering what, I have a lot of things on my bucket list.
I'm just glad that I could be a part, be helpful to check 2 of those things off your list.
Yeah,
so.
this is a treat. You get to be a senior citizen, some things that you can't put a price tag on.
Evan Berg, the batter. Lorenz will step off. Clemenson will touch up on second. Berg doubled to left field last time he was at the plate. I believe that was the double that scored the 2 runs to make the score 2-0. Here's the pitch. I want a little bit inside, and it's a ball, and it's at least 1-0.
Again, Evan Berg is a way better hitter when he shows some patience with looking for his pitch.
Lorenz gives a double look at Clemenson on second,
There's a
delivers the
good
pitch,
swing.
and there's another hit to left, and that will bounce. And rounding third is Clemenson, and the throw will not be in time. It's an RBI single for Berg as Lucas Burgum quickly turned to second to make sure that Berg didn't go to second. So that makes it 3-0 now as Berg with a 2-run RBI double to left and now an RBI single to left. Just needs an RBI triple and a home run for the RBI cycle. Caleb Deere hit by a pitch last time he was at the plate. With 2 away, and he'll hit this one. Finds the gap in between 5-6, and that puts 2 runners on base here for West Fargo, bringing up Connor Entz.
You know, it's funny, I was saying hitting is between your ears. I just finished a book by Paul O'Neill, one of my favorite ex-Yankees, and it's just amazing when you get into those grooves where it just seems like the ball looks like a volleyball coming to home plate, and it's hard to believe that you can find a slump. There's
That
another
one's hit to left center. That'll find another gap. Rounding third is Evan Berg. He will come in and score. Now the throw to third, not in time, and sliding in and keeping his hand on the bag is Caleb Deere. Connor Entz won with an RBI double.
Connor has really been hitting the ball lately, and he's got a comfortable swing, and he's seeing the ball, and it's got to give him confidence. He's been real big the last 2 or 3 weeks. You love to see that in a player when he's improving and starting to believe that I can play this game.
4 runs on 7 hits, and another base hit could really crack this one open. Peyton Jancy's the batter. Takes the first pitch low for a strike. Jancy flew out to Schlosser in left field last time he was at the plate. He's got Caleb Deere on third and Connor Entz on second. And a base hit could make it a 6-0 game if Jancy can connect. And you got to start thinking here that if West Fargo gets another hit, there might be a visit to the mound. And that one's going to be hit hard to Burgum. He mishandles it, throws it over to first, the stretch, and he got him. And that will prevent the run from scoring. They will leave 2 stranded on base. That was a tough play for Pregame, maybe even a tougher play for Benell at first, but they got it. 6-3 ground out for Chansey, and that will bring up for Mandan here in the top half of the 4th. Batters 2, 3, and 4. Huddle, Keller, and Benell when we return after this here on Magnitude Sports. Back in a moment.
Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
All right, update from Jack Williams Stadium. Post 2 up now 7-0 in the top of the 6th inning there at Jack Williams Stadium. And here it's 4-0 in favor of the West Fargo Patriots over the Mandan Chiefs. As we turn down the copyrighted music, that will generate some emails in my email inbox. State tournament coming up here at West Fargo on July 26th will be the first 4 games. July 27th will be the second 4 games. July 28th we have 3 games. July 29th we'll have 2 games. July 30th we'll have 1 game for sure and 2 games if needed. And the state champion will move on to the Central Plains Regional Tournament, which was held in Rapid City, South Dakota this year.
And they have a new stadium. They've put a lot of money into their area. That's quite a baseball town.
They have a really nice press box off the first base line. I've been to that stadium 2 times this year. I don't know if I shared this story last time we were on together, Dale, or not, but no balls and a strike here to Isaac Huddle, by the way, and now you can make it 1 ball, 1 strike. But the first time I was there, I got 2 innings of baseball in before a thunderstorm canceled the game. And then game 2 was supposed to be the next day, and that one got canceled because of a blizzard.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so
wow.
A severe thunderstorm canceled game 1 after 2 innings of play.
That's a trek down to Rapid City.
And then a blizzard canceled the second game before it even got started.
No.
That's the first time in my career where I've had a game canceled due to 2 extremely different weather events. I've had game canceled because of both, but never on back-to-back days. So
they had a great coach named Dave Plouffe that must have won like 25 state championships that was there forever.
That name sounds familiar. Like, I don't know if one of the fields are named after him,
They should be. He was
yeah.
he was a legend, and he passed away not long ago, and he used to come up to Minot with, really, they were like Billings back in the heyday, just great teams.
I think the field is named. It's Dave Plouffe Field at Black Hills Energy Stadium or something to that effect.
He was a good one, boy.
Yeah.
Baseball is very important in Rapid City.
2 balls and 2 strikes here to Isaac Huddle. He struck out swinging last time. He gets hit by a pitch this time.
Casey not happy with that. He was trying to go inside on Huddle and just got away with him, away from him a little bit. And his 2-seamer has a tendency to tail.
And I want to say hi to Jeff, as he gave me a confirmation that I got it exactly right.
Right.
So West Fargo scheduled to play post 400 in a 9-inning game here tomorrow at Young Field. That game is actually pending. That game will be decided upon Grand Forks. If they want to play West Fargo in the makeup game, and if Grand Forks decides to forfeit that game, if a forfeit would benefit them in playing either a home or a road game in the play-in game, then West Fargo would play post 400. So we'll keep you up to date, and that will be determined, I'm guessing, after the conclusion of this
game.
That was a run down between first and second, and he's safe. The throw was a little bit high, and he got down with that head first slide and was able to get into second base with no problem. The pitch came across for a strike. Go ahead.
Connor Ends trying to be too quick to make that throw. Brennan Hammond didn't go over to cover second base real quick, so Connor kind of hesitated, and he dropped the ball while he was hesitating, and it cost him a base there.
Nothing in one here to McCoy Keller. He struck out swinging last time he was at the plate, too.
I got it.
Fouled back. I was paying attention that time, so I think we got one each now.
That should have been an error posted on the scoreboard. It wasn't. You can't give him a stolen base on that by any means. He was picked off.
And now time is called. Well, if it makes you feel better, I'd rather have you here on the broadcast than over on the scoreboard. So.
These guys over there working there, they're checking us out too. I think they're kind of envious of what we're doing.
I think they're kind of sad because they put up this nice little barrier here, and now you can't look over and make fun of them. So,
there you go. That's it.
I think that's what it is.
Todd Roll did that on purpose.
I actually like this. Kind of gives us like our little own room. Like we can say whatever we want, and if anyone looks at us, we don't know about it. And it's a 7-0 lead for Post 2 over Williston. They are in the bottom of the 6th right now with Post 2 batting. So keep you up to date on that one. That one, foul territory, and right behind the post, making the catch is it still Connor Ents?
Connor Ents, yeah, he stayed with that. The ball was fading on him a little bit. Definitely a high pop-up. They could be mean sometimes, but there's really no wind tonight, and you don't have to deal with that high sky. We're not too far away from putting the lights on. The other day, when we did a game in the afternoon, that sky was mean. We saw a couple pop-ups, definitely misjudged. 1 out.
Braden Bunnell, the batter, and the pitch. High for a ball, 1-0. Bunnell grounded out to first on a 3-1 as the first baseman Connor Ents tossed it back to Clemenson for the out at first. And this one fouled away, right field and out of play.
Mandan swinging the bat, and rightfully so. The pitcher has decent control, and you know he's coming to you. You don't want to have 2 strikes on you.
Yeah. The West Fargo and Post 400 game, if it is played, and I'm guessing it will be, but we'll see what Grand Forks has to say, will be live on Magnitude if it's played tomorrow here. Eric Tianson will have that play-by-play on that game for us. It'll be his final game before he goes back to college down in Athens, Georgia.
Wow, yeah. Athens, Georgia.
Just a few miles north of Atlanta. Bunnell will ground out again.
Seems like there was a great football player that was from Athens. Who's the guy running for Congress out of Georgia now?
I honestly don't know.
The great running back that the Vikings traded about 6 players for.
Herschel Walker?
Herschel Walker,
okay, yeah.
I think might be from Athens, Georgia.
Mandan,
not far from where the movie Deliverance, I think, was made too.
Mandan gets on the board there with that last play, an RBI ground out. And it's now 4-1. And
I come up with these tidbits of information. I said Grand Sombrero the other day to you.
Yeah.
Sombrero means 3. You being a hockey player, that comes from a hat trick.
Yeah.
A hat.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
And but I was wrong with the grand. It's not grand. It's just sombrero for 3.
Oh, okay. I always call it a turkey in bowling, but 2 balls and 2 strikes here to Lucas Berg.
Yeah, turkey. I've been called worse.
Owen Grass is on deck if Bergum can reach base, and now it's a full count at 3-2. Bergum one of 6 victims, or one of 5 victims, excuse me, of Buffalo Wild Wings strikeout by Casey Clemenson. And he was almost victim number 6 there. He fouls it away, and he'll earn himself another pitch. Clemenson on 61 pitches now, 19 balls and 42 strikes. So today is this game, this doubleheader. Tomorrow is West Fargo versus either Post 400 or Grand Forks. That one hit down the left field line and foul. And then on the 23rd, which is what? Is that Saturday? I can't think. I'm not even sure what day of the week we're on right now. But on the 23rd, we were trying to get both play-in games on Magnitude, but I think we're going to be short-staffed. I think we might be able to get one of them on, and depending on who plays who and where, will determine which one we get on. So, and then we'll have a couple days off. We'll come back for round 1 of the state tournament here. Myself, Brad Anderson. I think Dale said that you're going to join us on a couple of those broadcasts.
Love to.
Riley Swenson will be on the play-by-play for those games. And then Chris will be here working the camera. And maybe for the championship game, and maybe for a couple of the other highlight games, we might have a 3-person crew on board. Brought an extra microphone here so we can get the opportunity to bring in some guest speakers occasionally if they want to come in and join us. So, Owen Grass, 1 ball, no strikes. On base is Lucas Burgum. And the pitch fouled away, 1 ball, 1 strike.
I can see how Mandan has scored a lot of runs this year. You said their record was 7-9. I'm not sure what their overall record is, but they've got a lot of hitters that are swinging the bat.
Well, Mandan has outscored their opponents 74-72 coming into this game, and now they've been outscored 76-75 with the current score of 4-1 here. So I can tell you that much for sure.
They're dangerous.
1-2. That one, nice grab at first by Connor Entz. And that is out number 3, and they strand a runner on base. That had base hit written all over it, but Connor Entz able to stretch out and make the grab. And that will do it here for the top of the 4th. Gress with a line drive fly out to first. That brings up Carter O'Lean, Brennan Hammond, Trey Stocker. Batters 9, 1, and 2. Seth Lorenz with pitch 45. When we return after the break here on Magnitude.
Buffalo Wild Wings win-win value lineup gives you and your friends more for less. With buy one, get one half off traditional wings every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free boneless wings every Thursday. And $3 tolls every day. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
E5, even though somebody else might give him a hit, I wouldn't.
Shortstop number 5, Hammond.
Brennan Hammond comes to the plate. Fly to center and grounded out to the pitcher. His first 2 at bats. Olean on first.
Okay, so I was fixing our audio. What happened there to get Olean on first?
Yeah, Olean hit a hard ground ball to the third baseman, and he wasn't really down on it. It went under his glove. I would give him an error.
Okay.
Even though
how we'll score
some
it
people
then.
would give him a hit.
Well, then it looks like they did give him an error on the scoreboard. So.
Yeah.
All right, so Olean on first as a result of the error, and it's 1 ball, no strike now to Brennan Hammond. 0 for 2, a ground out to the pitcher and a fly out to Anthony Johnson in center on his 2 trips to the plate so far. Fargo post 2 has 1. And this is a pop up here to Lucas Burgum, and he'll make the catch for out number 1. So Hammond 0 for 3 now. Post 2 won in 6 innings, 10-0. They are getting set for game number 2. That moves post 2 to 15-2 on the year. Puts them a game back behind Bismarck. Post 2 does have the tiebreaker, the head-to-head tiebreaker with Bismarck. So Post 2 wins game 2 against Williston. Post 2 will officially lock in the number 1 seed. If Williston wins that game, then I think Bismarck would be 1, but I think there might be some sort of tiebreaker there as well. I have to double check double check all my sources where I get my information from to be 100% on that, but.
6-4 force at second base. Shortstop made a good play on that, and Olean came in hard at second base. And Wiggy on with fielder's choice. My son texts from Phoenix. It's 110, and he's listening to us.
Nice.
And he hasn't said anything negative about us, so must be going okay.
You must be doing a good job.
Because he'll let you know if you're not. I miss golfing with him. When we go down to Phoenix, we try to play a lot of golf. Just kick foul. Not a good swing by Wiggy there. He was not sure. It was one of those should I or shouldn't I swings. It can make a hitter angry at himself for being that way. You got to have hit with conviction. You got to make up your mind quickly. What do you got? Less than about 45 hundredths of a second to make up your mind as to whether or not you're going to swing or not. Tough thing to do.
Arenz will look over on the runner on second, deliver the pitch, and now a snap throw back up to first, and I think I said second earlier. I meant to say first. The batter is Seth Wigestrand. On deck is Casey Clemenson.
Seth is really improving this year as a young infielder. He's been put in a lot of different positions and finds himself batting in that third slot. There goes the runner. Got a great jump.
And he's safe.
A lot of catchers, especially on artificial turf, like to throw that one hopper, which actually can get to second quicker sometimes than that regular throw. Good stolen base by Stalker. Got a good jump. Base running is a lot of what kind of jump can you get?
Wigestrand popped out to the second baseman Stenson Kuntz last time he was at the plate.
Pitcher Ahrens, he loves to go with that curveball on the outside corner, and it's just a little bit outside, and he definitely knows what he's doing. He's got some pitching savvy, and he wants you to fish.
And that one's sent to right field.
Could be trouble. And it was.
And it'll drop for a hit. Actually, no, it won't. It'll be a sac fly.
No, I thought it dropped for a hit there from where I'm sitting.
Oh, yeah, it was a single. I guess I was confused with that because the runner, well, I guess that was Wigestrand who rounded first, and I thought he was at second coming back, so I got totally turned around on that one there.
You're multitasking, and you're doing a good job. Seth just fought that off and just went with it, and he got rewarded with a Texas leaguer.
So one runner on base. That's Seth Wiggestrand at first. This is Casey Clemenson. Sees the first pitch come across for a strike, and it's 0-1. Clemenson 2 for 2 with a RBI single and an RBI double. No, check that. A single and a double.
And an RBI.
And an RBI, yep.
There's another single.
That one's a nice hit up the middle. That would move Wiggestrand up into second, and Clemenson now 3 for 3. And man, that haircut's done him well. He's done good at bat. He's done good on the mound.
And I got to send a message to my son. If he was, and I hope he's watching this, but Casey has really improved his hitting. I think by waiting more, keeping your hands back, and looking for your pitch. Kind of, I would like to say you're hunting that pitch, and right now he's in a good groove.
5 runs on 9 hits and 1 error for West Fargo. And we are in the bottom of the 4th with 2 outs. We're an hour and 5 minutes into the ball game now. Once again, Post 2 has won their first game against Williston, 10-0 in 6 innings. That one hit up high left field.
Didn't quite get it all. Almost, though.
And
just missed that Berge.
Slosher.
I was going to say, and if his dad was here, that I was going to call that next pitch a home run, and he just missed it.
Fly out to left brings up batters 7, 8, 9 for Mandan. Stetson Coots, Reagan Slosher, and Anthony Johnson. Or Regan Slosher, as I learned last time through the batting lineup. When we return after this, Clemenson with pitch 67 when we return from the break here on Magnitude Sports.
Signorama of Fargo is the trusted, preferred signage vendor of NDSU athletics. The global leader in the sign and graphic industry, Signorama is the way to grow your business. Competitive prices, free consultations and estimates, signage solutions that fit your budget. Signorama is locally owned and committed to community support. Trusted by the Bison, be a championship business with Signorama. Call or go online at sarvalley.com.
Buffalo Wild Wings win-win value lineup gives you and your friends more for less. With buy one, get one half off traditional wings every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free boneless wings every Thursday. And $3 tall every day. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
All right, so a change at pitcher here for West Fargo. They're going to bring Nolan Dodds onto the mound. They'll put Easton Heisler behind the plate catching. That's the only 2 defensive changes that I could catch there. Clemenson's day comes to an end with 21 balls, 45 strikes, and 66 pitches. Nolan Dodds will come onto the mound to face Stetson Kuntz here. And Kuntz will deliver the first pitch there from Dodds into right field for a base hit and a runner on here for Mandan. Regan Slosher stepping up to the plate now here for the Chiefs.
I think Coach Roll had it in his mind starting the game with Casey. He wanted to get 67, 75 pitches out of him, no more.
Yeah.
And I think that's smart.
That one fouled away for a strike, and it's 0-1 here to Regan Schlosser.
Nolan Dodds has been a very effective pitcher for us, especially recently, and you don't see that 85-mile-an-hour fastball, but what you see is an off-speed pitch that can be very effective, and when he's on, his control is on.
They'll fire over to first. Kuntz slides back in time on the pickoff attempt. And that one is popped up to right field.
Keeper out there on right, and just foul by about 2 feet, and he made the catch.
That's out number 1. Slosher fouls out to right field. Anthony Johnson, the batter now here for Mandan.
The whole thing's just gonna come off.
And a little blooper right back up to first, and he fires it into center field, and that'll be an error. I think Johnson will reach with a hit, and then Kuntz will reach second on an error.
I don't know.
Actually, no, fielder's choice.
Yeah, it has to be a fielder's choice. Dodds did something that I can be critical about. I've talked with Casey a lot about that, and my son. You try to field that bunt, and boom, I want to throw it as quickly as I can, and you end up flipping the ball sidearm. And a sidearm, when you're trying to be quick with it, more times than not will fade. That's exactly what happened there, and cost him an error. Get the sure out. Don't be thinking about a double there. Just get the out. Easier said than done.
So Johnson reaches on a fielder's choice. Kuntz advances a second on the error. And Avery Bogner, the batter now. 1 ball, no strike, and now moving over to third is Kuntz. Moving up to second is Johnson. And that's ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes to Avery Bogner, who has been up to the plate twice, and he's been a victim of 2 strikeouts from Casey Clemenson, and now this is his first at bat against Nolan Dodds. They have now started the second game between, oh wait, no, they have not. That's a different game, so I'm going to hold off on that comment right now. But Post 2 won the first game 10-0, as that one's fouled away for a strike, and it's 2-1. And that pitch comes in a little bit low for ball 3.
Yes, sometimes we can get ahead of ourselves. The importance of an out is important. You might have to give up a run in situations like that, but you get ahead of yourself and create an error situation. Mandan is threatening right now. All of a sudden, this game is far from over.
To the best of our knowledge, they have not started that second game between Post 2 and Williston. Up to second? No, he's going to go over to first. It looked like he was going to second, but then he changed it to go to first, and that will score a run for Mandan. They'll bring in Stenson Coots from third.
Evan Berg at third there, I think did the right thing. It would have been a close play at second, and I doubt very much if they could have gotten a double play on that. So get the sure out.
Stenson Coots scores. Anthony Johnson stays on second.
Number 10, Hudel, just got under that. He hit it hard, hit it far.
That one's going to center field, and it bounces right in front of the grass again. And another run will score, and now Mandan's in business here, trailing 5-3.
Heidel has looked, he got hit by a pitch last time up, and this time he looks very comfortable at the plate. Looks like he could be their best hitter, and he just about hit a home run at the 370 mark.
So Huddle and Johnson will flip-flop second and home. It's 5-3 now, as Mandan scored 3 in the last 2 innings, 2 of those 3 in this inning. And that pitch comes across for a ball to McCoy Keller, who's 0 for 2. Struck out swinging, and he popped out to foul territory to Connor Entz right behind the post. At least as far as our camera is concerned, it was behind the post. And it's 1-1 now here to Keller on the strike, tossed by Nolan Dodds. So now 3 balls and 7 strikes on 10 pitches for Nolan Dodds, and this will be pitch number 11. And that one comes off the handle of the bat. Hammond will pick it up, fired over to first. The pick by Entz is good for out number 3. So they will strand one on base as we go now to the bottom of the 5th. 6-3 ground out to end the inning. It'd be Caleb Deere, Connor Entz, 6-7, and a possible change at the 8 spot when we return after this here on Magnitude Sports. Be right back. Looking for a new home? Make home happen by getting pre-qualified for free with Sean Carlson at Town & Country Credit Union. He'll help you find the best mortgage options for you and keep the process running smoothly from beginning to end. With a 97% satisfaction rate, awesome rewards, low fees, and great rates, it's clear why members love Town & Country Credit Union. Stop in or visit townandcountry.org to find out how you can become a Town & Country member today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
You didn't like the call? Please remember the officials on the court and the field have the best view of the action as it happens. More officials are needed. People like you. Stay connected to the game you love. Contact the NDHSAA, MSHSL, or your local high school to find out how to become an official. This message courtesy of Magnitude Sports.
All right, welcome back. Jamming out to a little Michael Jackson's Billie Jean as walking up to the plate is Caleb Deere, the right fielder. Caleb Deere, Connor Entz, Peyton Jantsey is scheduled at 8. He might be replaced by Easton Heisler. We'll see when we get to the 8 spot. But we'll see Caleb Deere and Connor Entz for sure this inning. We'll see who pops into the number 8 when we get there. We're an hour and 15 minutes into the ball game. Caleb Deere 1 for 1, hit by a pitch and a single to left. Pitch is low and out for a ball, 1-0.
I mentioned Caleb Deere is playing his first game in right field. He's played about 4 different positions. There's a nice swing to center and a routine fly ball.
And the catch is made there by Anthony Johnson, so he'll put another put out into his stat book. And now Connor Entz will try his luck here against Seth Arends.
I'd look for Connor Entz to drive one here. He's seen errands, seen his off speed. And Connor's coming off a nice play at first there where he picked it on the shortstop play.
And he hits another one to left. I was just about to say he had a double to left field. Now he has a single to left field.
Very comfortable at the plate. He gets that about what they used to say in the old days, 1/16 of an inch up a little bit. She's a home run.
Yeah, right. All those launch angles. That's another thing I plan to add to our station in about
launch
15
angles.
years.
Wow.
There's a lot of things I want to add. But
spin rates.
I don't know if I have the money to buy the technology required to make it happen. So
I still think you should get a copyright on your invention.
I do have a copyright.
And you do have a copyright.
Well, on the broadcast, not necessarily the invention, I guess, but.
You guys out of Shiloh have creative minds.
My high school classmates would not have said that back in the late 90s. So it is indeed Easton Heisler who steps into the number 8 spot. Although my classmates who still know me from back then would probably agree with you now, but 20 years ago, they probably would not have agreed with me.
A lot of times the guy they vote for most successful isn't the most successful.
Yeah,
it
right?
is that guy that... Here's another good hit by Heisler.
Heisler and the rest of the West Fargo Patriots seem to love left field today.
That was, he waited on that curve and nice swing, got rewarded.
Puts 2 runners on, and that brings up Carter Oline.
Left fielder number 6, Carter Oline.
We'll let you know when they start that second game between Post 2 and Williston. At the moment, it has not started yet, but Arends looks back at second, delivers the pitch low and out for a ball. It's 1-0 to Oline, who's 0 for 2 with a drop third strike throw out and reached on an error. Charged to the third baseman last time he was
Oline
at the plate.
squared like he was a sacrifice situation with 1 out. I don't buy it. See what he does here.
And he will square up, and then he pulls it back as the pitch comes outside for ball 2.
He's definitely got the corners coming in, and he's in a position now where you look between first and second. There's a hole there, and
absolutely,
I just as soon see him swinging the bat, and he's going to see a good pitch. That's my old school thinking.
And he pulls it back and blasts it away. Going out towards center.
He lost it.
And he could not make the catch.
Uh-oh, we got trouble here. We got trouble.
Coming home, head first slide, and he scores. So you charge that as an error to the center fielder.
I don't know. He definitely could have had it.
It was kind of over his head. They just called it an RBI double. It was over the head. When a fly ball's over the head, it goes in the books as a hit.
He had a beat on it, and then all of a sudden he just kind of lost the beat. And I thought it was catchable, but boy, that ball really floated. I didn't think it would go that far when Carter swung, but he gets an RBI double.
So it scores Connor Entz. Easton Heisler moves up to third. Carter O'Lean up to second. Brendan Hammond now 0 for 3. He's due for a hit, and he will not get it. Well, they'll go to home, and it's going to be a rundown between home and third, and now up to second. Brendan Hammond reaches on a fielder's choice up to second base.
Heisler going there on third base is okay. The runners did move up to second and third, and he did a good job of staying in the hot box. They almost got themselves in trouble on O'Lean's double. O'Lean was coming to second, and the runner was waiting on second base. And if the shortstop would have held the ball on the relay throw there, I think they would have gotten one of the 2 outs, but didn't happen. He tried to get the runner coming in from third on a fairly close play.
So that makes the score. It says 7 to 3 on our scoreboard. It should be 6 to 3. And a strike is tossed. Trey Stocker, the batter, 1 for 3. Singled to center. Popped out to the second baseman. Reached on a fielder's choice. 0-1 the count here. Zarenz will get the signal. He'll look back at second. Give a second look. Wind and deliver. That one right into the glove of Stenson Goots at second. And that will strand 2 runners in scoring position for West Fargo. And the Patriots have now doubled up here on Mandan. After 5 innings of play, it's 6-3 in our score. On a line drive out to second base. That'll bring up for Mandan batters 4, 5, and 6. Bennell, Pregame, and Grass when they return from the break here on Magnitude. Be right back.
Runnings is celebrating 75 years in business with an incredible 2022 Ford truck giveaway. Just imagine you hitting the road in a brand new, fully loaded Runnings Red Super Crew 4x4 truck. Don't imagine it. Make it happen by entering to win now through August 10th. To register, grab a prize card from your local Runnings store or visit runnings.com/2022 Ford Truck Giveaway. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older to enter. Enter to win today. And thank you for shopping at Runnings, your home, farm, and outdoor store. Alongside Dale Olson here at Young Field in West Fargo at the Essentia Health Baseball Complex. Braden Bennell 0 for 2, pair of groundouts. One on a 3-1 throw out at first, and then he grounded out to the pitcher on a 1-3. I checked that. Second on a 4-3, my apologies. Nice hit into left center over the head of Brendan Hammond, and that'll put the first runner on base with the first pitch of the top of the top of the 6th, excuse me. He'll slide in for a double.
Good swing he put on that. You know, I can't help but think, with Dodds coming in relief, and you get into a state tournament double elimination process that you've watched a lot in the last few years, I'll tell you, it's a real art to handling your pitching staff.
Absolutely it is. It's one of the keys to making it to and winning that state championship game, and then you got to do it all over again when you go to the regional tournament.
The pitch count and who knowing who could come in and relief for a couple innings, and there's so many decisions that go into that.
Time is called here as Lucas Pregame is the batter at the plate. Struck out swinging. Last time he was at, he drew a walk. Now he's 1 ball, 1 strike with his teammate Braden Bennell on second base. Dodds sets, delivers, and outside, ball 2.
I've been impressed with Mandan's hitting. Their approach is, I'm going to go after you, and I'm not afraid to swing the bat. And they've been getting some good hacks here in the last couple of innings.
2-0 from Dodds. In for a strike, 2-1.
Like I said, Dodds has savvy. He's been in a lot of big games. He's been around the block, and he doesn't have that real good fastball, but his ball does move a little bit. Deceptive speed, I should say.
Pair of balls followed by a pair of strikes to make it the 2-2 count here to Pregame. Owen Gress, the batter on deck here for Mandan in a 6-3 ball game. Swing and taps it foul, earned himself another pitch. West Fargo strikes first with 2 in the bottom of the second. They would hold on to that, or 2 in the bottom of the first, excuse me. They would hold on to that lead until the bottom of the third when they'd tack on 2 more to take a 4-0 lead. And then Mandan would respond with a run in the top of the 4th to trim the lead to 4-1. West Fargo would make it 5-1, and then 5-3 as Mandan scores 2 in the top of the 5th. West Fargo gets 1 more back in the bottom of the 5th to make it a 6-3 ball game. That's where we sit right now. 3 runs on 4 hits and 2 errors for West Fargo. For Mandan, and for West Fargo, 6 runs on 12 hits and 1 error for Mandan as they strike out there to Pregame, and now that brings up Owen Gress.
Pregame looked like a good hitter, and the curve on a 2-2 pitch set up that fastball that fooled him on that full count pitch. That was Dodds' highlight so far since he's been in, I thought, and pitching to a good hitter.
Owen Gress had a double that went straight off to center field, and for a split second we thought it was a ground rule double, but then it bounced right back onto the field. And then last time he would line drive out to Connor Entz to end the inning. Now there's 1 out, and he'll take the strike, and it's 0-2 here to Owen Gress. Stenson Coombs is on deck. And if no double plays happen, we might see Regan Slosher this inning as well. That's an inside edge pitch. Nice one by Dodds, and that's a Buffalo Wild Wings strikeout. 9 for West Fargo pitchers, 2 for Dodds, 7 for Clemenson. That puts out number 2 on the board, and that brings up Stenson Coombs,
who had a base hit last time. This is not a bad hitting ball club.
Yeah, he's 1 for 2. He would fly out to center field, and then he would have the hit to right center field on his last at bat. It moves Regan Slosher into the on deck circle. Nolan Dodds now on pitch 23 coming up here, and that one's fouled away for a strike. 1-1 the count. Once again, all 14 games, if necessary 15 games of the state tournament from Young Field here in West Fargo will be right here on Magnitude Sports. All the watch links for all 14 matchups are already on our YouTube channel. The only thing we're waiting on is to put the logos of the teams playing each other. Otherwise, the watch links are there. One ball and 2 strikes. That one hit hard, and nice grab by Hammond, and he throws over off the pick, and he got him.
Play.
Wow.
Oh my goodness sakes.
Wow.
Tremendous play by Hammond at short, and a nice scoop by Connor Entz at first.
That was very,
that's maybe
very close.
the number 1 or number 2, but it makes ESPN highlights. Let's put her that way. That was a great play.
Seth Wiggestrand, Casey Clements, and Evan Berg. It's batters 3, 4, and 5 due up for West Fargo. They're up 6-3, moving into the home half of the 6th when we return after this.
Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Watch you do that all night.
Welcome back. New pitcher on the mound here for Mandan. It's going to be Stenson Coots coming in from second base, and coming into the game for Mandan to take over second base is number 5, Hudson Sheldon. Seth Lorenz ended his outing with 68 pitches, 22 balls, and 46 strikes, according to my numbers unofficially. And we have a 6-3 ball game, and Stenson Coots will face off against Seth Wiggestrand, who's 1 for 2.
And Mike, I've got to say to my son in Phoenix, you missed a play at shortstop. Brennan Hammond made a backhand on a hard hit ball, and all in one motion made the long throw that our first baseman Connor Ant scooped. It was it's as good a play as I've seen all summer.
I'm tempted to look at the replay on that. I feel like the runner may have gotten there just in the nick of the time, but they called him out, and we can't change that now.
That's what really makes it a great play, when they call him out on something like that. But for the ball to get there when it did, it was a tremendous play.
Wiggestrand 1 for 2. He'd pop out to the second baseman, who at the time was Stenson Coots, and then he would single to right field on his last at bat. Now he takes 3 balls. Oh, that's a strike, really? Okay, we'll go with it. 2-1.
Yeah, he's Mr. Klunt. He's the happiest umpire I've ever seen. He absolutely loves his job, and I mean that.
Yeah. I've always thought about umpiring, but then I wanted to get the broadcast, so I
umpired a lot in my younger days, and it takes so much time. And when you got a family and you got job, and there's a lot to it.
That one fouled off to the first base.
I enjoyed umpiring, though. I really did. I did a lot of it when I was in high school, working for the recreation in Minot, and I umpired hundreds of games. And
they're just about to get things started up at Jack Williams for game 2, so we have our eyes on that game, and we'll give you updates throughout the duration of our broadcast here. Seth Wiggestrand will walk, and that'll bring up Casey Clemenson.
I think Casey will have to
Nolan Dodds
sit on this one. Dodds is in the game.
So Clemenson will end the game, or at least pause the game, 3 for 3 with a single, double, and a single. All 3 hits directly to center field. And now Nolan Dodds will step into the number 4 slot here for West Fargo. Nolan Dodds 8 for 19. And over to first, they won't get him. They'll get the lead runner at second for out number 1. And now Dodds reaches on a fielder's choice, and he's 8 for 20 lifetime.
And he is not happy with that at bat. That was one of those swings where he's a good hitter and a little over anxious, and one of those should I or shouldn't I swings, and you hit a little baby tap back to the pitcher and you're running to first and you're saying, why did I swing at that one?
Evan Berg, 2 for 3, all the hits to left field, a double, single, and a flyout. And did he get hit there? Or it was close. I guess it was going for a ball, 1-0.
Berg is swinging the bat well tonight, really turning on the ball. He's hunting that pitch that he likes, and he's the master in the box right now.
Take a big yawn there and eventually come back and tell you that he delivered a strike, Kuntz did.
Kuntz's curve was a little more biting than Aaron's is, and a little sharper.
And fouled off, and we'll see if Dodds gets credit for the steal or they send him back. They'll send him back, yep.
My grandson Casey was telling me on that argument the other day with Watertown on that fall tip, the umpire had raised his hands to call dead ball.
Okay.
And he stuck with his call. It shouldn't have been a dead ball, but that's why he stuck with his call.
Ooh, that one came in a little dangerous.
That's what you call chin music.
Yeah. Put a razor on the side of that baseball.
You teach kids how to turn. When that ball comes at your head, you want to turn to your right so your back is facing it. And there's an art to that. And a lot of kids that are kind of scared of the ball, when you find out you can turn to your right and let the ball hit your back, it hurts, but you can't be afraid of the ball.
3-2, runner goes, and he'll get the free trip to second on the walk to Evan Berg.
Coming to play, right fielder number 10, Caleb Deere.
They have started now up at Jack Williams, 0-0 in the bottom of the first between Post 2 and Williston in Game 2. So we'll keep you updated on that one. One out here, and Caleb Deere, 1 for 2, hit by a pitch, single and a flyout. Single went to left field. The flyout went to left center. Kuntz looks at Dodds on second, delivers a pitch just a little bit off the mark for ball 1.
Again, he turned around, or he actually looked like he wanted to bunt that pitch. Again, with one out. I come from the school, I don't like to sacrifice with one out, especially when Deere has been on. He had a nice solid hit last time.
And now they'll toss it up to second. That throws off the mark, and did they? Yeah, they called him out at second.
Boy, he must have just, the second baseman must have just nicked Berg's ankle or foot on that slide. That was quite a play, considering the runner from second stole third first, and they went to second base. Wasn't a particularly good throw. The second baseman just hung in there and grabbed it and kind of made a snap diving type of tag.
Pitch came across as a strike. Now that pitch comes across as a ball, and it's 2-1. 16 pitches for Kuntz, 10 balls, 6 strikes, according to my numbers. Connor Entz, the scheduled batter on deck. Here's a 2-1 to Deere, and he'll foul it off, and it'll be 2-2. Ball, strike, ball, fouled away on the out order to bring us to the 2-2 pitch. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and standing on third is number 2, Nolan Dodds.
We've mentioned the versatility of Deere. He's played 4 different positions. That's a little bit what they're trying to do with Andy Young in the Nationals program.
And he'll reach for that, foul it away, and earn himself another pitch at 2-2.
Sometimes a guy, you look at Chris Coast, the career he had, and he didn't make it to the bigs until they made a catcher out of him. And he never caught in college or anything. But I think Andy Young's chance has to come as utility man.
That one's a little low, and we have a full count at 3 balls and 2 strikes now.
See what he throws now. But a little bit wild with both pitches. I kind of see a fastball coming here.
And I think you're right on that. It'll be popped up towards right field. Charging in for it there is McCoy Keller, and he makes the grab, and that retires West Fargo here in the top of the 6th. Or in the bottom of the 6th, excuse me. Got an inning behind, half inning behind myself here. It remains a 6-3 ball game as we go to what potentially could be the final frame of game 1. And we'll be back in a moment here on the Magnitude Sports Network. All right, now we can unmute that once the music's done playing. I want to say hi to Jim, and congratulations, Magnitude, on an incredible 2000th broadcast. You are all the best. Thanks, Jim. I didn't say that. If you don't believe me, you can go to our YouTube channel and read it for yourself. I didn't say that. I just read what was said. No balls and 2 strikes.
Boy, this Jim is a steady listener, isn't he?
Yeah, he says his bucket list is to get a trip to Fargo. So
yeah,
I want to hit high towards left center.
It's in the gap. It'll be a double.
And it will be a double for sure, and that's where he'll have to put on the brakes.
This Mandan team swings the bat. This game is not over, by the way.
Mandan will need 3 to force the bottom half of the 7th, and now they got 1 runner in scoring position. Jim also asked if I feel better that I'm behind home plate and not in center field. Absolutely, Jim. Oh my goodness, it's like a day and night difference. For those who don't know, and Dale, I'm assuming you don't know, I did the B Legion tournament game between Kindred and Gardner yesterday up in Hatton, North Dakota. And they had to set up in a little crow's nest out in center field. And I got my second base and shortstop mixed up. I got my first and third baseman mixed up. I got my left and right fields. The only thing I had right was home plate in that game.
Who's on first?
Yeah. Well, I'd say, and that's a hit over to third. Oh, no, that's a hit over to first, actually. Or that's a hit to left field. Actually, no, it's to my left. It's right field. And 2-1 is smacked away foul to make it 2 balls and 2 strikes to Regan Slosher. 0 for 2. Struck out swinging, and then he popped out into foul territory to Caleb Deere in right field last time he was at the plate.
2-2 count. Infield is back. They want an out.
And they're probably going to get that out there. Mishandled, but not by Hammond. And the run will score. And now that'll be a base hit. It'll be an infield RBI hit. Because even though Evan Berg mishandled it, it's Brendan Hammond scooped it up with no problem, and he just couldn't quite get the throw over there in time.
Berg
so that's
tried to
go
make
into
the
books
whole
as a
A
base
scoop
hit.
there. He kind of waved his glove. It would have been a real tough play to make. Tell you, it's a 6-4 ball game. This game is far from over.
Absolutely. They need 2 more runs now as they plate 1. They get the strike there. It's Anthony Johnson, the batter. 0 for 2, struck out swinging, reached on a fielder's choice on a force-out play at second last time he was at the plate. 4 runs on 6 hits so far here for Mandan, and Anthony Johnson represents the tying run. He hits a 2-run homer, and this game's all tied up. And now it's not going to be a 2-run homer, and it'll drop foul. Nice job there by Nolan Dodds to let that one roll foul.
Heisler absolutely did not see that pop-up. It was about 10 feet to his right. And that's, again, where communication comes in. Somebody in that infield, whether it's Dodds or first baseman, third baseman, you got to let him know, pop-up to your right. You know, let him know right away, and I think he could have figured out where it was.
That's a good.
So then Dodds he made a smart decision on letting it roll, so it was a foul ball.
It's a good thing I wasn't playing pitcher. I would have said pop out to your left.
Yeah. I got you.
And a nice catch there by Hammond.
You're not dyslexic.
I'm not, unless I'm in center field looking the other way. Then I am. But
yeah. I used to know a joke about the word dyslexics, but I don't think I can remember. And I'm not sure if I could repeat it on the air. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, if you remember it, say it to me off air, and I'll give you the thumbs up or thumbs down to say it on air. So, but I think you're on the right track. Maybe it would be a good idea to leave that subject alone. That and politics and religion.
Isn't that the truth?
That's the 3 things that we can talk about only by its first name. Anything deeper, and it's a no.
It's like what did Tom Hanks say? There is no crying in baseball. There's no crying. There's got to be a few set rules.
Avery Bogner, the batter, by the way. He's 0 for 3, struck out swinging twice. And he grounded out to the shortstop Hammond last time he was at the plate. Check that. This is actually Isaac Huddle. I'm a batter behind. But those were the correct stats for Bogner. Now on sit out towards Hammond. 2 second, 2 first. No, not at time in first, but they do get the lead runner out at second for out number 2.
Hammond made a good backhand, had to throw that off his back foot, and made a good throw to second. There again, you just want an out. You know you're not going to get a double play, and you don't want to get ahead of yourself trying to make 2 when you know it's practically impossible.
2 outs now, and the first pitch is low for a ball. McCoy Keller, the batter here for Mandan, and once again, he represents the tying run. They need 2 runs, and West Fargo needs 1 out. Here we're at 1 hour and 47 minutes, time of the ball game. That pitch will miss for ball 2.
They're 2, 3, 4 hitters. Look like they have that word conviction. They're hunting pitches, and they mean business. They swing the bat. They're going to be a dangerous ball club to play in that state tournament next week.
3-0. And the pitch in for a strike. It's a low strike right below the waist and just high enough for a strike, and it's 3-1. Runner on first for Mandan. McCoy Keller batter, Braden Bonnell on deck if Keller can reach base. Outside, and he will reach base, and that's 2 runners on now. For Braden Bonnell, 1 for 3, a pair of groundouts, and a double to left field last time he was at the plate. Now the tying run is on first, and they're going to have a courtesy runner.
Yeah, a courtesy runner. Can't see the number.
Yeah, no, it's... Thank you, PA announcer. I don't have to move my camera now. Kleinknecht is how you say it. I know that because I think I talked to somebody in his family last time I was in Mandan. So Ben Kleinknecht will be on first base here for Mandan.
You probably are familiar with some Bismarck Mandan names, going to school there.
Oh yeah, yeah. I do. I pride myself in trying to get the names right 99% of the time. So
it can be a tough job.
It can be, yes. First pitch in for a strike to Bunnell.
Sometimes that last out is the hardest one to get. Yogi said it's not over till it's over.
And the 0-1. And that hits the corner for strike 2. That's a mean strike there to Bunnell.
Yeah, it was a tough one there. And Dave will call, he doesn't have a tight zone by any means. You got to be swinging with him with 2 strikes.
Couple glares back at second and the delivery, and he will pop that one up foul, and he'll run out of room as that one will fall out of play.
That was a good fight by Bunnell there. That pitch was close again on the corner. That was a curveball, and he fought it off. Good hitting.
Top of the second from Jack Williams, post 2 with a 1-0 lead over Williston. There's a hit out into right field. Rounding third is... And scoring is number, because I had the wrong person on base, number 10. Who do you got for number 10 on your list there? Anybody?
Number 10, number 10, number 10.
Well, it's Isaac Huddle scoring.
Huddle
there we go.
10.
There we go.
Now we got a time, and Coach Roll's coming out for the Pats, and it's an interesting game. Just about when you think you almost got it made, you could very easily lose this ball game.
So I didn't see where Kleinknecht went on that play. I don't know if he stopped at second or went ahead to third. But we'll find out momentarily.
Yep.
It looks like he's on third, so.
I think so. Yeah, there's a timeout like that. And of course, the Mandan coach wants to talk to his players that are on the bases, remind them of the situation, remind them to be focused.
So Tucker Horner will come in and take over the running responsibilities on first for Braden Bunnell. So runners on the corners, first and third. It's a 6-5 ball game. Get it right eventually.
Shortstop, Pregame. Ooh, he hit him.
And he hit him, and that loads the bases.
My goodness. My goodness.
And now a base hit could be devastating here for Mandan, and Lucas Pregame goes to first via hit by a pitch. And that brings up Owen Gress, 1 for 3. A double that was almost a home run. A fly out to the first baseman, and then he struck out swinging last time. And now instead of Owen Gress, it's, let me look here. Hudson Sheldon, number 5, into the number 6 spot. 1 ball, no strike here to Sheldon as we're all caught up.
He came in to play second base.
And that one's hit into the gap in the left field, and if that's caught, it's game over. And if it's not caught, and it is caught by Carter O'Lean. They strand 3 on base. They came that close to snipping this one away from West Fargo, but that'll be the final score by a score of 6-5 in favor of the West Fargo Patriots, as we will not play the bottom of the 7th. Senior night coming up. We will be on the air for that here in about 15 minutes or so. And then game number 2 just ahead here on Magnitude Sports. So don't go anywhere. We'll get things reset for game 2. And before we reset anything, any final thoughts on this one, Dale?
Yes, this turned out to be a barn burner. Again, the Pats have been involved in some barn burners in the last couple of weeks. I think starter Casey Clemenson, they got the 60-70 pitches out of him. He was sharp gave up one hit, and they looked like they had a commanding lead. Dodds came in relief and struggled a little bit. He wasn't sharp like he was the other night, but just hung on enough to get that bases loaded fly out to left field. Mandan, I was impressed with tonight. If you're in number 4 or 5 seed, whatever, they got to split in order to be number 4, I guess. But it's a team you want to avoid, I think, in the state tournament coming up. And he's definitely going to be an added dimension going into the state tournament. Hammond, being back now as a pitcher, he made the play of the summer as far as I was concerned. And the hole at shortstop, just a tremendous play. Defensively, and then Evan Berg, I thought, hit the ball well today. I thought the hitting was fine. And you want to be hitting the ball going into the state tournament.
Yep.
So all in all, it was a good game to watch. There's some drama at the end, and you want to continue that momentum going into the state. And if they have to play 400 tomorrow or Grand Forks, whatever, you just don't want your team to get lazy and lackadaisical and let yourself get into one of those holes where you can't get out. You want to be playing your best ball here at the end of the year. So overall, it was a good game, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely it was. And I would suspect the next game is going to be just as good as this one was here. And right now, West Fargo moves to 12-4 in conference play with the win here today. Mandan falls to 7-10. So right now, Dickinson has the 4 seed. If Mandan can come back and win this next game, Mandan will get the 4 seed back.
Yeah.
Yep. So right now, Dickinson's sitting in the 4 seed going into that state tournament, but they got to hope for another Mandan loss if they want to keep that 4 seed. I don't think it really matters if you're 4 or 5.
No,
I mean, you're in the state tournament, and when you get to the state tournament, your record's 0-0. As long as you win, and that's what matters. So,
absolutely.
It's always just maybe a little confidence booster or morale booster to have that higher seed. But Mandan Dickinson, about 2 weeks ago, when I was looking at the standings and looking at the games remaining and looking at the possibilities of who would win and who would lose, I kind of had that matchup kind of penciled in already, and I'm looking forward to that matchup. It doesn't matter to me who's 4 or who's 5, because that game could go either way at any time. So, yeah.
You want a cheeseburger? I'll run down and get you one.
Yes, that'd be great.
I'll go get you.
Apparently, you're liked a little bit more than I am.
That's
here,
my
so.
son-in-law.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Gotcha.
He's a good man.
All right, well, we're going to set up for game number 2. We'll wrap this one up. We'll be back in a moment here on Magnitude Sports.
Don't go anywhere. The next matchup is minutes away here on the Magnitude Sports Network. While you're waiting, subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the notification bell. If you've enjoyed this broadcast, scan the QR code with your mobile device to give a one-time donation, or visit magnitudesn.com for our mailing address. You can also consider a monthly financial gift by clicking the Join button. We are between games. Don't go anywhere. Your favorite team is playing next on Magnitude Sports. Don't go anywhere. The next matchup is minutes away here on the Magnitude Sports Network. While you're waiting, subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the notification bell. If you cast, scan the QR code with your mobile device to to give a one-time donation or visit magnitudesn.com for our mailing address. You can also consider a gift by clicking the Join button. But don't go anywhere. Your favorite team is playing next on Magnitude Sports. Don't go anywhere. The next matchup is minutes away here on the Magnitude Sports Network. While you're waiting, subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the notification bell. If you've enjoyed this broadcast, scan the QR code with your mobile device to give a one-time donation or visit magnitudesn.com for our mailing address. You can also consider a monthly financial gift by clicking the Join button. We are between games. Don't go anywhere. Your favorite team is playing next on Magnitude Sports. Don't go anywhere. The next matchup is minutes away here on the Magnitude Sports Network. While you're waiting, subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the notification bell. If you've enjoyed this broadcast, scan the QR code with your mobile device to give a one-time donation or visit magnitudesn.com for our mailing address. You can also consider a monthly financial gift by clicking the Join button. We are between games. Don't go anywhere. Your favorite team is playing next on Magnitude Sports. Don't go anywhere. The next matchup is minutes away here on the Magnitude Sports Network. While you're waiting, subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the notification bell. If you've enjoyed this broadcast, scan the QR code with your mobile device to give a one-time donation or visit magnitudesn.com for our mailing address. You can also consider a monthly financial gift by clicking the Join button. We are between games. Don't go anywhere. Your favorite team is playing next on Magnitude Sports. Don't go anywhere. The next matchup is minutes away here on the Magnitude Sports Network. While you're waiting, subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the notification bell. If you've enjoyed this broadcast, scan the QR code with your mobile device to give a one-time donation or visit magnitudesn.com for our mailing address. You can also consider a monthly financial gift by clicking the Join button. We are between games. Don't go anywhere. Your favorite team is playing next on Magnitude Sports. Don't go anywhere. The next matchup is minutes away here on the Magnitude Sports Network. While you're waiting, subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the notification bell. If you've enjoyed this broadcast, scan the QR code with your mobile device to give a one-time donation or visit magnitudesn.com for our mailing address. You can also consider a monthly financial gift by clicking the Join button. We are between games. Don't go anywhere. Your favorite team is playing next on Magnitude Sports. Don't go anywhere. The next matchup is minutes away here on the Magnitude Sports Network. While you're waiting, subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the notification bell. If you've enjoyed this broadcast, scan the QR code with your mobile device to give a one-time donation or visit magnitudesn.com for our mailing address. You can also consider a monthly financial gift by clicking the Join button. We are between games. Don't go anywhere. Your favorite team is playing next on Magnitude Sports. Don't go anywhere. The next matchup is minutes away here on the Magnitude Sports Network. While you're waiting, subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the notification bell. If you've enjoyed this broadcast, scan the QR code with your mobile device to give a one-time donation or visit magnitudesn.com for our mailing address. You can also consider a monthly financial gift by clicking the Join button. We are between games. Don't go anywhere. Your favorite team is playing next on Magnitude Sports.
Magnitude Sports would like to remind you that whether you're watching from home or watching from the stands, to please respect officials. Without high school officials, games are canceled and players lose playing time. Contact your local high school to find out how you can become an official and stay connected to the game you love.
Good sportsmanship. It will carry you further in life than sports. Growing up in North Dakota, I learned to respect my opponents, the coaches, and the officials. The values of fairness and teamwork carried me to the highest level in my sport and allowed me to live my dream of playing football in the NFL. It doesn't matter if you're on the stage, the playing field, or in the stands. We are all better when we show respect for others and practice good sportsmanship. Carry yourself with dignity. Being gracious makes the losses easier and the victories that much sweeter. So when the lights on the playing field, the stage, or the gym floor dim, you'll always have pride in yourself.
Looking for a new home? Make home happen by getting pre-qualified for free with Sean Carlson at Town & Country Credit Union. He'll help you find the best mortgage options for you and keep the process running smoothly from beginning to end. With a 97% satisfaction rate, awesome rewards, low fees, and great rates, it's clear why members love Town & Country Credit Union. Stop in or visit townandcountry.org to find out how you can become a Town & Country member today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
Don't go anywhere. The next matchup is minutes away here on the Magnitude Sports Network. While you're waiting, subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the notification bell. If you've enjoyed this broadcast, scan the QR code with your mobile device to give a one-time donation or visit magnitudesn.com for our mailing address. You can also consider a monthly financial gift by clicking the Join button. We are between games. Don't go anywhere. Your favorite team is playing next on Magnitude Sports. Don't go anywhere. The next matchup is minutes away here on the Magnitude Sports Network. While you're waiting, subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate-controlled hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full-swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Runnings is celebrating 75 years in business with an incredible 2022 Ford truck giveaway. Just imagine you hitting the road in a brand new fully loaded Runnings Red Super Crew 4x4 truck. Don't imagine it. Make it happen by entering to win now through August 10th. To register, grab a prize card from your local running store or visit runnings.com/2022 Ford Truck Giveaway. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older to enter. Enter to win today. And thank you for shopping at Runnings, your home, farm, and outdoor store.
Buffalo Wild Wings win-win value lineup gives you and your friends more for less. With buy one, get one half off traditional wings every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free boneless wings every Thursday. And $3 tolls every day. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
All right, welcome back. Senior night is going to get underway here, and we're going to send it over to our PA announcer for senior night while we get our lineup centered that we just received here moments ago. So senior night coming up right now. We'll turn it over to our PA. And I guess he's going to need about 1 more minute, so we're going to turn off the music and we'll just chit-chat for a little bit
still
here.
raining?
Yeah. Yeah. That's supposed to, I was told that door is always locked, but apparently it's not locked today. I don't know why. It's all good. Once again, senior night, there's going to be six kids represented here who will be, playing their last regular season home game here at Young Field, and they'll have at least, at minimum, 2 more home games here in the state tournament at Young Field, and probably more than that. But as soon as we get word that they're ready to go, we'll turn it over to our PA announcer here for that presentation. Starting lineups: West Fargo, batting 1, 2, and 3, Brendan Hammond, Seth Wiggestrand, Skylar Horde, batting 4, 5, and 6, Evan Berg, Matt Heupel, Caleb Deere, Peyton Jancy, Borkart, and Dodds, 7, 8, and 9. And now here's our PA announcer.
For all those out there, we do recognize tonight 6 seniors that will be playing their final game in regards to postseason play, league play in the AA state tournament coming up here at West Fargo, which will take place here starting on Tuesday. We also possibly might have 1 game here tomorrow pending the outcome of a few other games. But at this point, we'd like to take this time to recognize West Fargo Legion baseball players Senior Night 2022. We're going to start out with pitcher and center fielder number 2, Nolan Dodds. Nolan is the son of Eric and Betsy. Nolan's plan for next year is to attend North Dakota State University, majoring in finance. Nolan's favorite baseball memory is winning state Class AA tournament last year with the Patriots in Mandan, North Dakota. Number 2, Nolan Dodds. Next up, we have shortstop and pitcher number 5, Brendan Hammond. Brendan is the son of Kelly and Troy. Brendan's plans for next year are to attend Des Moines Area Community College to play baseball and study business. Brendan's favorite baseball memory is going to 2 World Series during his younger days of playing baseball for West Fargo. Thank you for everything, number 5, Brendan Hammond. Our next senior is outfielder number 8, Cooper Borkart. Cooper is the son of Brian and Amy. Cooper plans for next year are to attend Concordia St. Paul and major in accounting with a minor in finance, while also playing baseball at Concordia St. Paul. Cooper's favorite baseball memory is all the state championships he's been a part of over the years of playing for West Fargo baseball. Ladies and gentlemen, number 8, Cooper Borkart. Next up, we have pitcher and first base coach, number 11, Skylar Horde. He's the son of John and Lisa. Skylar's plans for next year is to attend North Dakota State College of Science for Business, and Skylar's favorite baseball memory is winning the Gopher Classic with all his teammates, friends, and as he called it, with the boys. Round of applause for number 11, Skylar Horde. Our next senior is outfielder and catcher number 12, Peyton Janzy. Peyton is the son of Darren and Shannon. Peyton's plans for next year is to attend Valley City State University and study business. He also plans on playing football and baseball at Valley City State University. Peyton's favorite baseball memory is playing the Babe World Series held in Texas during his days with the West Fargo baseball teams. Number 12, Peyton Janzy. Next up, we have pitcher and outfielder, number 24, Matthew Heupel. Matt is the son of Wendy and Brenda. Matt's plans for next year is to attend Bismarck State College, and his favorite baseball memories are winning a lot in travel baseball, playing with his teammates. Once again, number 24, Matt Eipel. On behalf of West Fargo Baseball, we want to thank these 6 seniors and almost as importantly, their family who has been instrumental in helping our program what it is. We want to thank them for their dedication to the West Fargo Baseball program. We will miss you and wish you all the best in your future endeavors and look forward to seeing you guys coming back and visiting us here at Young Field. Once again, let's have a round of applause for the 6 seniors.
All right, and that will conclude senior night. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back with those starting lineups and the rest of your pregame show right after this. Looking for a new home? Make home happen by getting pre-qualified for free with Sean Carlson at Town & Country Credit Union. He'll help you find the best mortgage options for you and keep the process running smoothly from beginning to end. With a 97% satisfaction rate, awesome rewards, low fees, and great rates, it's clear why members love Town & Country Credit Union. Stop in or visit townandcountry.org to find out how you can become a Town & Country member today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender. Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
All right, welcome back. We're live here at Young Field at the Essential Health Baseball Complex, home to the 2022 State AA Legion Baseball Tournament. Tonight, it's home to the West Fargo Patriots and the Mandan Chiefs, and the Patriots sneaking away, holding off a Mandan rally in the top of the 7th. They had the bases loaded, and they just needed the runner on third to come in and tie and force the bottom of the 7th, but West Fargo would hold off as Mandans would fly out to left field, and that would end the game, and they would win the game by the score of 6-5. So West Fargo moves to 12-4 on the season now. And Mandan falls to 7-10. Well, that's not necessarily on the season. That's in conference play. That's the wins and losses that matter for the state tournament seeding. So if Mandan wins this game, they are the 4 seed. If Mandan loses this game, they are the 5 seed, and Dickinson becomes the 4 seed. It's as simple as that. Mandan controls their own destiny as far as if they're the 4 or 5 seed. And Dickinson is pulling for West Fargo tonight, so we got some extra fans from out east, all right?
We got fans all over the country. A couple, Mr. Jancy's grandparents were driving from Denver to the Fargo area, and they listened to us in the game with Watertown. We got a nice compliment from them, by the way. They said that was the fastest part of the trip.
Yeah, right.
And, but they liked it, and they're here to see their grandson being honored tonight. And it's a senior night. It's a memorable night, and we're playing baseball.
So the first pitch is fouled away at 7:57 p.m. for strike one to the batter, Avery Bogner, leading things off. Brendan Hammond on the mound pitching for West Fargo. We saw him pitch about just under a week ago against Watertown, and that was the first time that he had pitched in quite some time, if I understand it right, Dale?
And this is big tonight, too, just watching him. He's coming off, he's been hitting the ball, and he just made a fabulous play at shortstop in the first game. As good a play as I've seen all summer, and this is big watching him pitch now, because we've talked about the importance of a pitching staff going into the state tournament, and he's been one of those main cogs for us for the last couple of years, and his arm looks loose. He's probably around 83, 84 miles an hour right now, and this is the importance of this game tonight, importance of a game tomorrow, and you want to be, the engine's got to be rubbed up going into that tournament, is the way I look at it.
Exactly. Win or lose, West Fargo locks up the number 3 spot, win or lose. The only thing that is really, I'm not sure how I wanted to word this, but Mandan's playing for either a 4 seed or a 5 seed. If they win the game, they're the 4 seed. If they lose the game, they're the 5 seed, and Dickinson becomes the 4 seed if Mandan loses. So now, go ahead.
Mike, what I was going to say, what I've seen of Mandan that first game, I don't know if I want to play a team like Mandan right out the bat.
Yeah.
If they get some decent pitching, they look all the way from 1 through 9 that they're up there to swing the bat, and they very easily could have come away with a victory in that first game.
6 pitches and 6 fouled away. 6 pitches, 5 fouled away, and 1 strike for Brendan Hammond so far. Check that. I forget there was a ball mixed in there too, because the current counts 1-1. That one hit up high, center field. And it's actually going to left field. I lost track of the ball. My apologies. So Matt Heupel playing out in left field for West Fargo will be good for out number 2. Then Huddle will fly out, brings up McCoy Keller now here for Mandan. Around the bases here for West Fargo, Brendan Hammond on the mound, Peyton Jancy catching. Skylar Horde at first, Caleb Deere at second, Seth Wiggestrand at shortstop, Evan Berg at third. That one fouled away off to the first base side for a strike. In the outfield for West Fargo, Nolan Dodds in center, Matt Heupel in left, and Cooper Borkhardt in right. Here's the windup in the 0-1 from Hammond. That one hits him.
Got him right in that shoulder.
So McCoy Keller will reach base via hit by a pitch and brings up Braden Bunnell now.
The pitcher, number 7, Braden Bunnell.
Update from Jack Williams Stadium. It's 1-0 in the bottom of the 4th in favor of Post 2. So Williston keeping that second game tight up to this point. And I know Bismarck is polling for Williston to win that 1-0 game that they're trailing in right now. Because if Post 2 loses, Bismarck will lock in the number 1 seed. If Post 2 wins, then Post 2 will lock in the number 1 seed and Bismarck will slip to number 2. Braden Bunnell. I've only gotten his name wrong in the first inning of each game, so is the batter 0 for 1. And that one smacked to right field. And that is a base hit. And that puts 2 runners on base now here for Mandan.
Number 9, Lucas Burgum.
And that one, that'll bring up Lucas Burgum now. So McCoy Keller up to second, Braden Bunnell on first, Lucas Burgum the batter with Hudson Sheldon in the on-deck circle. Burgum and Sheldon representing batters 5 and 6 in the lineup here for Mandan. Once again, 2 outs and 2 runners on. As Hammond looks back at Keller on first, delivers the pitch in for a strike, 0-1. Time of game number 1, 1 hour and 57 minutes, according to my clock. We're at 5 minutes into game number 2 here. Neal 1. That one's just a little bit low for a ball. 1-1 the count. After this game, we'll have the 4 and 5 seed locked in for the state tournament. We're in the top of the first. Post 2 and Williston's in the bottom of the 4th. So I'm guessing before our broadcast concludes here that we'll have all 10 seeds locked in for the state tournament. And if that's the case, in our post-game show, we'll give you a glimpse of what the matchups will look like here at the state tournament coming up on July 26. There's a strike. Two
Good
balls and
pitch
2
on the
strikes.
inside corner. When a player hasn't pitched in over a month, he pitched a little bit against Watertown, you expect a little bit of wildness, and he's got more pop tonight than he did have against Watertown the other day. See what he throws here on this 2-2 pitch. Oh, yeah. Got him in the shoulder.
And now load the bases.
Now both of those pitches that hit the batter came with 2 strikes, and I think he tried to over-goose it a little bit, and it just got away from him. And
now Coach Roll will come out and have some words with Hammond.
Brennan just can't get frustrated with that kind of wildness. That's part of the game.
Yeah.
And when you've watched him as much as I have the last couple of years, normally his control is pretty good. You've been away from the game as a pitcher, and just hang with it, and that rhythm will come. And when you try to overdo something, you just try to do something extra. It just seems like in every sport, it gets you in trouble. You can't lose your cools. And Brennan's he's been through a lot here at West Fargo, and I think he'll be all right.
Hudson Sheldon has a big opportunity here, and he's going to cash in on that opportunity with a hit to left field. Keller will score. Brunel will round third, and the throw comes in. Now the throw back up to third. Oh, and it hits Evan Berg on the way up to third as shortstop Wiggestrand is coming over to cover third base, and hopefully Berg is okay.
Hit him right in the back, and of course he was the relay man with the throw coming from Heupel in left field, and the throw was off to the left. Jancy got a one-hopper and was going to try to get the runner going to third base, and he let her fly and accidentally nailed Evan Berg right in the back.
Yeah, that one, it looked painful, and apparently it is, with bending over, trying to walk it out, stretch it out with his arms there, and
he was just Johnny at the bad spot there. I should say at the wrong spot.
Yeah, and I don't mean to laugh, but you're exactly right.
It's just if you're going to get hit anywhere, and it's not fun to get hit, but in the back sometimes, and it might have caught a little bit of his left arm too. I don't know if Coach Roll is going to take him out. I think he is.
Yeah, it looks like Berg is walking to the dugout here, so that means we'll likely have a new third baseman. Let's see here, first, second, short, and third. Is it? Oh wait, no, they were mixed up there.
I see number 7 still walking around in the dugout. He's definitely in pain. And
it looks like Connor Entz will come to take out the third base, or he'll actually go to first, and then they'll probably shift somebody else over to third.
They had a Horde at first. I think he's going to play. Connor will play third base.
Oh yeah, he will play third. He didn't. Yeah. He kind of deceived me there with where he was running onto the field at.
He played some third the other night against Watertown, and
so short delay in the action there. It turns into a 2-run RBI double for Hudson Sheldon, and Evan Berg gets hit with some friendly fire there, and Connor Entz will come in and take over in relief on third base.
You know, it's funny how you can tell a baseball player, stay healthy. You know, you're having a good year, stay healthy. And some of the different ways that you can get hurt in this game. It can be kind of mind-boggling sometimes.
2 runs on 2 hits as Mandan takes advantage of a bases loaded, 2 out, double to left, and now they'll pop this one up to left field as well.
Heupel's got a beat on that.
And Heupel makes the catch right at the foul line, and that will retire Mandan. They get 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and they leave 2 on base here in the top of the first. They take a 2-0 lead early here against West Fargo. So the fly out by Machiavelli will bring up batters 1, 2, and 3 for West Fargo. Brendan Hammond, Seth Wigestrand, Skylar Horde. And we'll be back in about 30 seconds here with the bottom of the first. Actually 60 seconds here in a moment.
Good sportsmanship. It will carry you further in life than sports. Growing up in North Dakota, I learned to respect my opponents, the coaches, and the officials. The values of fairness and teamwork carried me to the highest level in my sport and allowed me to live my dream of playing football in the NFL. It doesn't matter if you're on the stage, the playing field, or in the stands. We are all better when we show respect for others and practice good sportsmanship. Carry yourself with dignity. Being gracious makes the losses easier and the victories that much sweeter. So when the lights on the playing field, the stage, or the gym floor dim, you'll always have pride in yourself.
You didn't like the call? Please remember the officials on the court and the field have the best view of the action as it happens. More officials are needed. People like you. Stay connected to the game you love. Contact the NDHSAA, MSHSL, or your local high school to find out how to become an official. This message courtesy of Magnitude Sports.
All right, Braden Bennell is taking his final warm-up tosses on the mound, and now stepping up to the plate is Brennan Hammond.
The pitcher number 5, Brendan Hammond.
Brennan Hammond, 7 for 17 lifetime on Magnitude Sports. And he'll take the first pitch for a strike. 0-1 to Brennan Hammond, who had a not the greatest day at the plate in game 1 of this doubleheader, and we'll see if he can shake that off and get a base hit here in game 2. But the first 2 pitches come across for strikes, and it's 0-2 now here to Brennan Hammond.
He had a 4-hit night against Grand Forks earlier in the week, and he had a couple hits against Watertown too, I believe.
And now he's going to ground out to short, more than likely. Pregame picks it up, fires it over, and got him, 6-3.
Shortstop for Mandan can pick it.
Yeah, he's Lucas Pregame. That's his normal spot. It has been for the past couple seasons here for Mandan, and he certainly had his highlight reel plays here on Magnitude Sports over the last couple of years. So
he's a prospect.
It's in the bottom of the 5th, and Post 2 is still hanging on to a 1-0 lead. The top of the 5th just ended. Now they're in between innings right now at Jack Williams Stadium. So once again, Post 2 1, Williston 0 in game 2. As that pitch ricochets off the right shin pad of Isaac Huddle for ball 1, and that makes it a ball and a strike. Once again, Braden Bennell on the mound. Isaac Huddle behind the plate catching. You got Preston McIlvaney at first. Hudson Shelton at second. Lucas Pregame, the shortstop. Avery Bogner at third. And there is, was that a hit by a pitch?
No, just inside pitch, ball 4.
Oh, that was ball 4. So apparently both me and the outfield scoreboard were a pitch behind. And Seth Wigestrand moves to first. That brings up Skylar Horde. Avery Bogner at third, and then the outfield for Mandan, you got Seth Arends in center, McCoy Keller in right, and Anthony Johnson in left. New batter, Skylar Horde, sees that pitch drop in for a ball. It's 1-0. So for the state play-in games, as the count moves to 1-1, It would potentially be Grand Forks versus Williston and Jamestown versus Minot. The Minot-Jamestown game would be played in Jamestown. The Williston game, the Williston Grand Forks game, would be played in Williston if Williston can beat Post 2. If Post 2 wins, then Williston would travel to Grand Forks to play that land game. I think I got that right anyway.
Boy, that is a lot of stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like I said, as a coach, I always just worried about how good a ball we're playing going into a tournament. And the great John Wooden, who I got a chance to sit down with for about 2 hours, told me he never went out and scouted.
Really?
He said, I didn't care about the teams we played. I only cared about my own team.
Interesting.
He was 96 years old when he told me that.
And there's strike 3. Bunnell gets a Buffalo Wild Wings strikeout here on West Fargo's Skylar Horde. And now Connor Entz will step into the number 4 spot as he replaces Evan Berg, who, if you're just tuning in, got hit with some friendly fire on a throw from home to third in the back, and he would try and walk it off and stretch it off, but Coach Roll would eventually take him out. Now, I think did that one bounce off the helmet of Huddle? I'm not sure.
It was definitely a wild pitch, and he barely got his glove on it, and it popped up, hit his helmet, and ricocheted off to the right, but it was definitely wild. That had to be about 3 or 4 feet outside. It wasn't just a non-competitive pitch, it was a wild pitch. What did Wild Thing do in the movie? Just a little bit outside.
1 ball, no strikes is on the wild pitch. Wiggestrand advances off to second. And the delivery, and that one's skied up. Second baseman might have a play on this one, and he does. And Hudson Sheldon will leave that runner stranded on base as we end the first inning of play. And it's a 2-0 lead for Mandan. Mandan looking to secure that number 4 spot with a win over West Fargo. And Dickinson cheering on West Fargo, hoping that they can get that 4 spot. More when we return after this here on Magnitude.
Runnings is celebrating 75 years in business with an incredible 2022 Ford truck giveaway. Just imagine you hitting the road in a brand new fully loaded Runnings Red Super Crew 4x4 truck. Don't imagine it. Make it happen by entering to win now through August 10th. To register, grab a prize card from your local Runnings store or visit runnings.com/2022 Ford truck giveaway. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older to enter. Enter to win today. And thank you for shopping at Runnings, your home, farm, and outdoor store.
While the scoreboard reveals the winner of an athletic contest, the real winners are the players, coaches, and fans who show good sportsmanship. Those who treat the game as a competition, show concern for an injured player, and accept all decisions from game officials. Please remember to be a good sport when attending a high school game. This message courtesy of Magnitude Sports.
All right, welcome back. Seth Aarons will lead it off here for Mandan. It's batters 8, 9, and 1 for the Chiefs here in the top of the second. And they're up 2-0 with 2 runs in the top of the first. Here's pitch number 20 from Hammond, and that pitch 20 is blasted off foul right towards the Mandan dugout for strike 1. Aarons 1 for 4 lifetime on Magnitude Sports. Had a lone hit to right field. Now he chops this one foul to the West Fargo dugout. 1 to the Mandan dugout, 1 to the West Fargo dugout, and no balls, 2 strikes as a result. Hammond pops it up.
Casey's playing first.
Oh, and I think it came off the overhang of that building there when Casey Clemenson reached up to grab it.
He was had a beat on it,
yeah,
and looked like he had his glove up, ready to possibly catch it, and ricocheted off the Off the little roof.
Yeah, if they would have constructed that building back another 6 inches, that would have been out number 1.
Well, lucky he didn't skim off his head after it hit the roof.
Yeah, definitely, yep. This one hit up the middle, and they'll sneak into center field for a base hit.
These guys swing the bat for Mandan. Every hitter coming up here, boy, they're going right after it.
Well, it's paid dividends for Mandan so far, as they got 2 runs on 3 hits, or 2 runs on 2 hits, excuse me, in that first inning. And now Anthony Johnson has a teammate on first, and he'll come up to the plate to face pitch 24 from Brennan Hammond. That one will skip through the legs of Jancy, and Aarons will take off for second. Ball 1.
That's a pass ball.
Yep.
Now, one of the things that catchers learn is when you're moving laterally, you kind of let the ball come up. You don't put your glove down to try to trap it from a vertical stance. You got to let the ball come up, and you use your body, you use your chest protector to block it. It's tough work.
1 ball and 2 strikes as Hammond looks back at Arenz and delivers the pitch high and out for ball 2. That'll even the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I said the other day that Jancy's going to try to play baseball at Valley City. I'm glad. He's a late bloomer, and he's got some potential. He's improved a lot this summer, and I'm glad that he's going to give baseball a shot at Valley City. I think he can play college ball.
2-2, nobody out, and a runner on second, fouled away, and it'll remain 2-2. That runner on second is Seth Arenz for Mandan. So they lead 2-0 here on the Sean Carlson Town and Country Credit Union scoreboard.
How many pitches does Hammond, has he thrown?
This will be pitch 29 coming up here, according to my numbers. And that one hits the corner for strikeout. I thought he had 2 strikes. I had him down for 2 strikes.
He had a foul ball, I know that. See what he throws here on a 2-2 count. He's been using that curve a little more than he did against Watertown.
I don't know, maybe the count was 2-1 prior to that pitch.
That
I had it as 2-2 prior to that pitch, so I had it on 2-2 on 3 different sources here. So we'll go with 2-2 now, though. That one's
good
fouled
pitch,
off.
and that was a good fall off there. These hitters from Mandan have impressed me tonight. This is not a walkover team by any means.
Absolutely. Yeah, coming into the not only this game but the state tournament this year, maybe with a little bit of a chip on their shoulders. They were the ace seed via hosting the tournament last year, and now they've earned their spot in the tournament this year. And they, like you mentioned on a couple of occasions, they're not a team that you want to take lightly, especially in that first round. Strikeout there for Hammond. It's his second.
Well, that was a Brennan. That was the old Brennan Hammond fastball right there. And, against a decent hitter, that was an effective pitch. 1 out.
1 away. Avery Bogner, the batter now. He'll face pitch 31 from Hammond. 7 balls and 23 strikes and 23 minutes on 30 pitches.
I
for
think
Hammond.
they only won about 30, 40 pitches out of him this game. They might let him go a little longer depending on how he feels.
Well, you were spot on with your analysis on Hammond during that Watertown game, so let's see if you go 2 for 2 or not.
Good pitch.
Yeah, you said he'd pitch only 2 innings versus Watertown, and that's exactly what happened.
And you know, I'm watching him now. This is big because he is such an integral part of this team, and he going into the state tournament with some confidence as a pitcher, his arm feeling good. That's really a boost to your team.
That pitch will just miss
curve
to the inside. 1-1 the count now. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 runner on. You got ones across the board here in a 2-0 ball game at Young Field in West Fargo. Hammond will look back at Arenz, wind and deal. And that one's off the handle of the bat. 1 hop picked up there by Caleb Deere, and he fires it over to Horde for the 4-3 ground out, and Lorenz advances to third, and that puts 2 outs on the board.
Casey Clemenson at first almost attempted to get over and try to catch that ball, and he made a good decision there. He stopped, put the brakes on, hustled back to first, and they got the 4-3 put out.
This is Isaac Huddle for one. Popped out to Evan Berg, who was playing third base at the time, last time he was at the plate, and that one may have gotten away from Hammond. It's a nice stretch out by Jancy to his left side for ball 1. Had that not been in the glove of Jancy, it might be a 3-0 ball game right now. And it might be a 3-0 ball game either way. Oh, no, I forgot. There was 2 outs on the board, so there'll be no sac fly. It'll just be a straight fly out to center, and that will do it. They'll strand 1 on base, and we'll go to the middle of the second here and do up in the bottom of the second. Matt Heupel, Caleb Deere, Peyton Jancy. It's batters 5, 6, and 7. Bunnell with pitch 16 when we return after the break here on Magnitude Sports. Be right back.
I kind of wonder where to even begin about what I love about Touchmark. It's everything. It's the time with the residents. It's my team. I work with wonderful individuals every single day. I love the people, and my job is to connect with them. And that's a pretty great job to have, that you get to make genuine, real connections with our residents and our team members. It's just the overall community. That is Touchmark. That's what I love.
Your full life happens here at Touchmark.
Life is busy, and we all get distracted from time to time. But at Starion, they work hard to keep what's important to me in focus. They are continually upgrading their technology, so I can spend more time playing and less time banking. And although I can do almost all of my banking away from the branch, visiting my banker in person puts a smile on my face and reminds me they're always there for me, ready to help.
Magnitude Sports would like to remind you that whether you're watching from home or watching from the stands, to please respect officials. Without high school officials, games are canceled and players lose playing time. Contact your local high school to find out how you can become an official and stay connected to the game you love.
All right, welcome back. 2-0. West Fargo's down here on their home field. Update from Jack Williams Stadium. They're in the bottom of the 6th. Nobody out. Post 2 still leading 1-0. Matt Heupel, the batter here. He's 7 for 18 lifetime on Magnitude Sports. Most of his hits to left field and a handful to center. Every time he's gone to right, which has only been one time, he flew out to the right fielder. Able to soak in all that information.
Well, what I'm trying to figure out is, they must know that before the game that Magnitude Sports is coming to do the play-by-play. They're going to be on television.
Yeah.
So I got to put on a show. So that could be one reason why they're trying to show you that, I can play this game.
Well,
some people like the camera.
Back in 2017, when we only did radio broadcasts, they hit pretty well as well. So maybe their hits have improved since we've added a camera. I don't know, but
I got to play a baseball game for a state championship in 1965. It was televised by KXMC, and they replayed it the next day. They replayed it, and we get to watch ourselves on television.
Nice.
And we won the game 2-1 in extra innings. Full house, and I'll never forget that. But the thrill of watching yourself on TV was phenomenal in those days. Kids grow up around cameras all the time now. I don't think it's as big of a deal to them.
They're not as gun shy as they probably were back then.
They're very articulate, a lot of them. When they get, I was scared stiff of a microphone. I was scared of girls then too. I was scared of everything, I guess, when I was growing up.
Full count here to Matt Heupel. On deck is Caleb Deere with Peyton Jancy to follow. Nobody out. And the 3-2 is low, and Heupel will walk.
Good eye there. That was a close pitch.
The walk to Heupel brings up second baseman number 10, Caleb Deere.
Caleb Deere 1 for 2 when he goes to right field, lifetime on Magnitude. 2 for 4 when he goes to left field, lifetime on Magnitude.
These people from Denver were amazed at your stats.
And a strike for strike one to Caleb Deere. Once again, Matt Heupel, the runner on first. We're 30 minutes into the ball game now. And we'll maybe have a game for you tomorrow. It all really, it really comes down to if Williston can pull off that upset against Post 2. Right now they're in the bottom of the 6th. Post 2 is batting. They have a 1-0 lead with a runner on first and nobody out. Here, there's a runner on first with nobody out and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. So almost identical stats with the exception of what inning we're in right now. Here's the 1-1. That's outside, ball 2. Somebody cruising down 13th Avenue there.
I heard that too.
And that pitch is outside for 3 balls and a strike. Now, I recently bought a scooter. You've probably seen it, the one sitting right here. Max speed, 20 miles per hour.
Get about 87 miles a gallon.
A week later, I found a scooter online that was 40 miles per hour.
Right.
And now I want to sell this one and buy that one because I can get somewhere faster. So.
Well, it's better than paying $5 a gallon gas. I'll tell
Absolutely.
You
know, I get about infinity miles to the gallon on this scooter. So. So another walk here to Caleb Deere will bring up Peyton Jancy. Put runners on first and second for West Fargo.
Squares the bunt. Jordan Rowe likes small ball, and his team is getting better at laying it down. I've talked many times about keeping that bat level and let the ball hit the bat. Don't poke at it, and they're getting better at it. See if he tries to bunt again.
And he'll bunt it down the first base line, and there is the second baseman to cover at first. And the bunt serves its purpose. It moves Heupel to third and Deere to second. And there's one out.
Love that. I love that. It's called small ball, and you don't see it much in the big leagues anymore, but a lot of the great players from the past or announcers, when you get to playoff time and World Series, they want more small ball. Is Cooper? Yes.
Yep, Cooper Borkart is at the plate. Thought I said that, but maybe I didn't. Base hit could get West Fargo right back into this game. And that one will pounce away. Heupel will stay put on third. 2 balls and no strikes now here to Cooper Borkart.
It's a good hitter's pitch right now. You want to hunt this pitch. Cooper keeps his weight on his back foot a lot of times. I like to sometimes see him, step stance a little bit, locate that front foot a little bit with your stride.
And there's a strike, 2-1. On deck is Nolan Dodds. Borkart and Dodds representing batters 8 and 9 in the lineup. And with one away, we'll see Dodds if no double plays happen. That one's outside. 3-1. Go ahead.
No, again, we look at this 3-1 count. As a hitter, I want to hunt this pitch. I think he's going to throw me a fastball. I get that fastball. I want to drive it up the middle. I have to have that conviction that I can do it. It's an outside pitch. Wasn't really his pitch. Okay, he took it. Now I got to be a different hitter. Choke up a little bit, a little more of a short swing, just to make contact. I want to make contact. I got a runner on third.
And the payoff. And he makes contact, and it's a one-hopper to short. Burgum fires it over to McAvaney. And that's out number 2, and it's an RBI ground out to score Matt Heupel. And West Fargo's on the board. So Caleb Deere moves over to third. That leaves first and second base open with Heupel scoring. And brings up Nolan Dodds with 2 away. Nolan Dodd's an equal opportunity field hitter. He'll hit it to the outfield. He probably has the most infield hits of any batter on Magnitude Sports. That's not 100% official. It's like 70% official. That one is out of play.
He doesn't strike out much. He is a contact hitter and very versatile type player. You can put him in practically any place in the lineup. And of course, we've seen his versatility as a pitcher, second baseman, right fielder, center fielder. He put a lot of time into the program, and he's been a successful player.
1-1, and then that pitch will come across for ball 2. So 2 balls and a strike now here to Nolan Dodds. Brendan Hammond on deck. Well, return us to the top of the order if Dodds can reach base. Once again, on third is Caleb Deere. It's a 2-1 ball game here. And that one is hit high to left field. And our zoom's not working.
But the left fielder hung in there and he made the catch.
And he made the catch. Anthony Johnson with the catch, and they leave one stranded on base, but they get one across on a couple of hits. And one across on no hits, actually. And we'll be back in a moment here on the Magnitude Sports Network. Looking for a new home? Make home happen by getting pre-qualified for free with Sean Carlson at Town & Country Credit Union. He'll help you find the best mortgage options for you and keep the process running smoothly from beginning to end. With a 97% satisfaction rate, awesome rewards, low fees, and great rates, it's clear why members love Town & Country Credit Union. Stop in or visit townandcountry.org to find out how you can become a Town & Country member today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender. All right, McCoy Keller will step up to the plate. He was hit by a pitch last time he was at the plate. Update from Jack Williams. Post 2 has runners on second and third. They're still leading 1-0 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Here it's a 2-1 ball game. And a swing and a miss there for a strike. And
it's the best curve Hammond has thrown in his 2 1/3 innings. That was an off-speed curve, and that just makes your fastball better. You don't want to do that. See how upset he is now. It's 3 times he's done that. That's not his, by any means, his normal control. That's coming because of his layoff. He's feeling his Wheaties right now. He's feeling pretty good. He's feeling frisky, but he knows that command is what he's got to have. And this outing is really to find some of that command.
Braden Bunnell is the batter, 1 for 1 with a single to right field over the head of Caleb Deere, the second baseman last time he was at the plate. Takes this pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1. The last post 2 batter was walked. They have the bases loaded with 2 outs now on the bottom of the 6th. Keep you updated on that. Once again, the runner on first is McCoy Keller for Mandan. Up 2-1 here in game 2 of this doubleheader, fallen in game 1 by the final of 6-5. Post 2 just got a base hit, and now it's a 3-0 ball game in favor of Fargo Post 2 in the bottom of the 6th. One ball and 2 strikes to Bunnell with Keller on first. That one will just miss for ball 2.
That was a good pitch. Definitely did not come down the middle with it, hoping that Mandan kid would bite. He did not. It was a good at bat so far.
Strike ball. And here's the 2-2. In for strike 3. That one may, if I had a camera from center field, I may have been able to zoom in and see if that one skipped off the turf, but kind of looked like it maybe did from this vantage point, but we'll let it go.
Their cleanup hitter, he's a good hitter, Bunnell. He was not happy.
1 out. Lucas Burgum hit by a pitch last time he was at the plate. Shows the bunt, pulls it back. Back pick to first, and ooh, that was close, but he's back safely.
Casey snapped that tag. It was a good throw by Jancy. Kind of seeing if Mandan likes the hit and run. You send that runner and see if you can find the hole.
Here's the 1-0. That one's hit well to center field. Charging in, diving for it, and did he make the catch? He did. That is out number 2. Nolan Dodds in center field, making a diving catch.
He had a great jump, and from where we're sitting, we could see that jump, and that has been one of the weaknesses of our outfielders this summer, is getting that real jump on a line drive that's hit at you. We've been a little tentative with it, and Nolan Dodds was not tentative there. That was a very fine catch.
And that one is going to come across for a strike. And it's no balls and 1 strike here to Hudson Sheldon. 1 for 1 with a double to left field last time he was at the plate. And the 0-1. And that one comes off the handle of the bat, fouled it off the right side batter's box.
What's Brennan's pitch count now?
I have him at 47 right now. This next one will be 48.
I think he wants him to finish strong right now, and he'll be pleased with his outing. That's my guess. I'm not always right. Just ask my wife.
Oh, 2. That one
Look at
chopped
that
up.
hop. Look at that hop.
Hammond, underhand throw to first. Ooh, that was close, but they got him.
Casey was a little misguided on that, where the ball was. I think he thought he had a chance to go get it.
They leave 1 on base. It's a 2-1 ball game in favor of Mandan, with the Patriots coming up to bat when we return after this here on Magnitude Sports. We'll be right back.
Buffalo Wild Wings win-win value lineup gives you and your friends more for less. With buy one, get one half off traditional wings every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free boneless wings every Thursday. And $3 tolls every day. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
While the scoreboard reveals the winner of an athletic contest, the real winners are the players, coaches, and fans who show good sportsmanship. Those who treat the game as a competition, show concern for an injured player, and accept all decisions from game officials. Please remember to be a good sport when attending a high school game. This message courtesy of Magnitude Sports.
Is that lightning?
I think that I think that was the 4 lights in front of the grandstand here. But yeah,
no, it's lightning. That was lightning.
Oh, it was lightning.
Here we go.
So
holy smokes! I heard some fans scream there. Yeah, get off the field, boys.
Well, I thought maybe because I turned the air conditioner off, and then I was gonna open the window because to resolve a camera issue, and then we dimmed the lights, and then I didn't have to open the window.
I think you started that when you opened the window.
No, I never opened the window. What happened? That lightning hit the moment I turned the air conditioner back on. So I thought maybe I flipped a switch on the breaker box or something and the lights went out, but that was not the case. So we are going under a lightning delay. 8:43, so that'd be 9:13 would be the soonest that we could return. So we're under a lightning delay until 9:13 p.m. Man, I was caught off guard by that one.
That was a shot.
Yeah. So lightning delay until 9:13. What we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with some updates here in just a moment. Update from Jack Williams, top of the 7th. And Williston needs to score 3 to force the bottom of the 7th. They are down 3-0 right now, and they have nobody on base with nobody out. So we'll keep you updated on the Post 2 Williston game. Once again, we're in a lightning delay until 9:13. And we'll be back. I think one thing I'm going to do in the break here is I'm going to go back. Oh, there's another lightning strike, so that's gonna extend it to 9. I didn't quite hear all that, but all I hear is thunder.
Mike, I got a 2-iron in my trunk out there.
Yeah.
Leak Trevino says you go out and you stand right in the middle of the field. You hold that 2-iron up because God can't even hit it.
Interesting. All right, let's take a break, and we'll be back here in a moment here on Magnitude Sports. Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more. All right, welcome back. As we are currently under a lightning delay, we can update that to 9:16. That was the last lightning flash, was at 8:46, so that was about 1 minute ago. You can hear on our field mics, the rain's coming down pretty hard right now. Post 2, up 3-0 with 2 outs in the top of the 7th, and now they're under a lightning delay as well. And so even though there's only one more out to be played in that game, they will have to wait at least 30 minutes to try and complete that one out against Williston. Since we have some extra time on our hands here, let's go ahead and take a look at the upcoming schedule and kind of give you a sneak peek at some of the state tournament. We're going to turn off Prince Purple Rain. I love the song, absolutely love the song, but YouTube absolutely hates the song, and YouTube and I never get along on what songs we like. And so, but there's a look at our upcoming schedule. So West Fargo will either play here tomorrow against Post 400, or they'll play on the road in Grand Forks tomorrow, as that'd be a makeup game from a couple days ago when Grand Forks had their second game of the doubleheader with West Fargo rained out. And then, so the 7, 8, 9, and 10 seed, check that, the 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 seeds are locked in. 6 is the Fargo Post 400 Stars. 7 is Jamestown. 8 is Williston. 9 is Grand Forks. 10 is Minot. Now, so that means the play-in games, Minot will travel to Jamestown to play in that play-in game, and then the winner of that game will be the 7 seed in the state tournament. And then the second one, if Williston can come back and defeat Post 2 with 1 out, and they need 3 runs and 1 out, then Williston would host Grand Forks. But if Post 2 hangs on to that lead, Grand Forks would host Williston in Grand Forks at Kraft Field, and then the winner of that game would be the ace seed at the state tournament. So assuming, based upon what we have on your screen right now, assuming that those were the matchups, if Jamestown defeated Minot and if Grand Forks defeated Williston, then Jamestown would likely play Bismarck, unless Williston can come back and defeat Post 2. If Williston comes back and defeats Post 2, Post 2 is going to move to that 10:30 game, and Bismarck's going to move to that 7:30 game on Tuesday, July 26. You see in green there, West Fargo and Post 400. That one's locked in. Nothing that could happen with any of the remaining games could change that matchup. West Fargo will be the 3 seed. Fargo Post 400 Stars will be the 6 seed. Those two will meet up in Game 2 at approximately 1:30 here at Young Field on July 26. Mandan and Dickinson, the matchup's locked up, but we're not sure of the seeding. Mandan will either be the 4 or 5. Dickinson will either be the 5 or 4. But either way, no matter who ends up at 4 or 5, those two will play in the 4:30 game at the state tournament on Tuesday. And then the winner of Grand Forks and Williston would play Fargo Post 2 at 7:30, or they would play Bismarck at 7:30 if Post 2 ends up losing their game to Williston here. But right now, it's looking better for Post 2. They're up 3-0 in the top of the 7th with 2 outs, and once again, they're under a 30-minute lightning delay, just like we are here at West Fargo. So that's a look at what's coming up, and then, of course, we'll have the 4 games on Wednesday, the 3 games on Tuesday, and then 1 game or 2 games on the 29th, and then 1 game for sure on the 30th, 2 if needed. And the only way the second game would be played on July 30th is if the undefeated team going into that game were to lose to the team that had 1 loss. So, because it's a double elimination tournament, so the one loss team would have to defeat the undefeated team twice to take the state championship, and then the winner of that game would advance to the Central Plains Regional Tournament. If that is West Fargo or if that is Post 400, then we'll follow that team down to Rapid City. If it's any other team, then we probably won't, depending on if that team wants us to follow us down there. So if that makes all sense. So West Fargo Post 400, if they end up being the state champion, then we'll go to Rapid City and follow that team through the regional tournament. You can kind of see here as I bring it back to our live camera, that it's coming down pretty hard right now. That's the best place where you can see it. Coming off the rooftops of the buildings here along the third base side. And the Mandan's cleverly hidden deep as possible in their dugout. And you can just kind of see, I don't know if I can get underneath the overhang or not. I can't really, and those lights shining back. But from eyeball level, there's some dark clouds, and there's no separation in the clouds. That is like one of the largest rain clouds I've seen in quite some time. I haven't looked at the radar yet, but based upon some information I was told during that last commercial break, it does appear to be a fast-moving storm. So they expect it to be rolling through here and be done with probably by about 9:10, 9:05, 9:10 is what they're estimating that this how long the storm will take to go through. And right now the lightning delay is up to 9:16 p.m. I personally haven't seen any other lightning strikes since that last one at 8:46. I don't know if somebody else has seen a lightning strike and that's been delayed even further or not. I'm not sure. But on our monitor here, you can't see it on your home screen, but on our monitor in the broadcast booth, we have the Post 2 Williston game on the left side of the live view of West Fargo and Mandan. And as soon as this game, we got that lightning strike here, and then the players ran off the field. And as soon as that happened, the Williston Post 2 game played about, and once again, that's on about a 20-second delay, too. The Williston Post 2 game played about three or four more pitches, and then they ran off the field with a big lightning strike, too. So it took about maybe 90 seconds to 2 minutes for this storm to move from Youngfield in West Fargo up to Jack Williams Stadium in North Fargo. It took about maybe 2 or 3 minutes for the storm to move from this field to their field. If you were to hop in the car and drive from here to Jack Williams Stadium, it'd be an easy 20-minute drive. So that gives you a kind of an estimation of how fast that storm is moving, and it's obviously moving to the northeast. Based upon where these two fields are located, and without looking at a radar, I would guess that this storm is moving to the northeast as it hit Youngfield first, and then about 2 to 3 minutes later, it hit Jack Williams Stadium, which is about a 20-minute drive from Youngfield here in West Fargo. So we're going to take another timeout. Once again, it's 2-1 in favor of Mandan. We are in the bottom of the third inning. Brennan Hammond is the batter when we return to action. We're 58 minutes into this ball game. That includes the weather delay. And let's see, the weather delay started at 8:13. Or no, sorry, 8:43. So that was just turned 8:56. So we're looking at 13 minutes. So we're at 45 minutes of playing time and a 13-minute weather delay at the moment. And the rain is still coming down really hard here at Youngfield in West Fargo. So we're going to take a timeout, and we'll be back in just a moment here on Magnitude Sports. We'll give you another update. Maybe we'll pull up the weather radar and give you a little bit more official of where the storm is at and where it's heading to and all that good stuff. And then hopefully we'll get back to baseball here. Probably, hopefully, fingers crossed, in about maybe 20 minutes from now. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep the stream live, and we thank you for your patience. And like I said, that was one of the more scariest lightning bolts I've seen at a baseball game in my lifetime. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment here on Magnitude Sports.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or a night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fired Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
Knickerbocker and Hicks, the place for you and your friends to come and enjoy cold drinks, great food, and sports all under a friendly and fun atmosphere. Whether it's the Vikings, Twins, Wild, NDSU Bison, or one of your favorite teams, watch all the games at the Knickerbocker. Open Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., and Sunday, 12 noon to 2 a.m. You can find the Knickerbocker at 412 Main Avenue in Hickson, just a 10-minute drive south of Fargo. Take University Drive, head south until you arrive. All right, welcome back. Once again, we're in a lightning delay until 9:13, and here's the official. This just came in on my phone. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time, which is about another 1 minute. It was issued by the National Weather Service in Grand Forks. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until, I guess it says 9:15 for southeastern Cass County. At 8:49, severe thunderstorm located over Castleton, about 17 miles west of Fargo. Moving to the southeast at 45 miles per hour. At Wheatland at 8:36 p.m., the public reported quarter-size hail 3 miles west of Wheatland. Hazards include 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Radar indicated. And they're saying that this storm could produce some small hail, so small to medium-sized hail. The storm was moving through Mapleton and includes Interstate 94 between mile markers 321 and 342. And right now, as I look at the radar, this storm here, let me pull it back up on my laptop here. That one had a little bit better view. So there's a big cell moving through Fargo right now. And at 9 o'clock, we're right on the edge of that. So if I advance this forward to 9:26. Okay, so at 9 o'clock, there's another storm developing just to the west of Fargo. And as I advance the radar over at 9:16, it'll be right on the edge of West Fargo. At 9:21, it'll be right over Fargo, West Fargo. And at 9:53, it'll be in South Fargo. So we might have a little bit more. More delay than we originally thought here. Looking at this radar right now, once again we are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15 p.m. So that would, even though the lightning delay is till 9:16, we're definitely not playing before 9:15 until that severe thunderstorm warning is allowed to expire, assuming that no other storm warnings would take its place. So we'll keep our eyes on that radar. Once again, we're under a lightning delay, and the rain is still coming down about maybe a little bit lighter than it was last time I showed that to you there. But as you can see, it's still pouring down. It's pouring down a little bit heavier. It seems like the sun's trying to peek through here, these clouds, but once again, there's just rain from all over the entire field there. And there's nothing too ominous about the clouds other than you can't really see that on your screen there. But these lights were on right before that lightning strike. And I have a remote control in here that with one button I can turn on or turn off the air conditioner. And I turned on the air conditioner right as those lights went out, and I thought maybe I tripped a breaker or something by turning on the air conditioner. And then I saw the players running off the field, and I realized what had happened right after, about a split second after that. So once again, we're at 2-1. There is, let me double check, make sure that it says no. It says one out on your board. There's actually no outs. We're in the bottom of the third, 2-1. Brendan Hammond is the batter when we return to action. Braden Bennell will be tossing pitch 40 when we return to action. And there are no runners on base. Seth Wiggestrand is on deck. Skylar Horde to follow. It's the top of the order, 1, 2, 3. And then, so everything you see on your screen there, let me check the runners on base. Yep, that's right, too. So 2 runs on 3 hits with 4 runners left on base for Mandan. 1 run on no hits and 2 left on base for West Fargo in this 2-1 ball game here, as we are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now until 9:15 p.m. That includes the city of Fargo, West Fargo, and southeastern Cass County. With a thunderstorm rolling through the Castleton, Mapleton area, which if you get from Young Field here, if you take 13th Avenue around the fairgrounds up to Main Street, make a left, then you're about maybe 10 minutes from Mapleton and about 20 minutes from Castleton. So that gives you an idea of where that storm's located at in reference to where the field is located at, for those who may not be familiar with West Fargo. And all that good stuff. So once again, rain coming down under a severe thunderstorm warning. The teams are, I think they might be in their dugouts, but as I look over to my left, I think West Fargo may have gone into the clubhouse, and I don't quite have the angle to look into the first base dugout. Oh, and just as I say that, I see somebody pop out an elbow. So Mandan is indeed in their dugout, but I think West Fargo has gone to the clubhouse for a little bit more protection here, as we've had 3 lightning flashes from 8:44 to 8:46. And to the best of my knowledge, we haven't had one since then. So once again, the lightning delay is over at 9:16. The severe thunderstorm warning that we're under right now is set to expire at 9:15. And let's take a look at that radar once again and see if we got any updates. I'll hit refresh here. I'm looking at the Weather Channel radar for West Fargo. I know a couple TV stations. I probably wish I'd look at their radar instead, but okay, so right now, 9 p.m., that storm that I was telling you about that was going to move through here by about 9:20, it's kind of shifted to the south. The most dangerous part of that storm is down by Davenport. That's kind of close to the Kindred area. So that's off to the south and west of West Fargo, and it looks like that one is moving even further south. So that one will likely not be of concern. And let's see here. Okay, so we're at 9:06 right now. So we're going to see some heavy rain. There's a storm out by Castleton. We might get clipped by the western or the eastern edge of that storm here in West Fargo at about 9:33 p.m. And then that storm will pass. Let's see. We'll be on the opposite edge by about 9:38, 9:43, and by 9:59 we'll be clear of the rain according to the current radar, which puts us just shy of an hour away. But if it's just rain and there's no thunderstorm warning in effect and there's no threat of lightning, then I would suspect that they might try and get this game maybe restarted, even if we have to take another break a little bit later. I know that I think they're allowed to take 2 lightning breaks before the game is canceled. So we'll see what the umpires, we'll see what the higher-ups have to say about continuing this game. I do believe it will be finished. It almost has to be. It's a big game, especially for Mandan. And right now they're in the lead right now, and putting Dickinson in a little bit of suspense, wondering, okay, we got to wait even an extra hour to find out if we're the 4 or the 5 seed in the state tournament. So that's the latest on the weather here in West Fargo. And once again, up at Jack Williams, they're under the same weather delay. 3-0 post 2 with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. Williston would need 3 runs on 1 out to force the bottom of the 7th. And that's where they sit. And 2-1 is where we sit here at Youngfield in West Fargo. Under a lightning delay, we'll be back in a moment here on Magnitude Sports. The Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota is the place for you and your friends to come and enjoy cold drinks, great food, and sports all under a friendly and fun atmosphere. Whether it's the Vikings, Twins, Wild, NDSU Bison, or one of your favorite teams, watch all the games at the Knickerbocker. Open Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., and Sunday, 12 noon to 2 a.m. You can find the Knickerbocker at 412 Main Avenue in Hickson, just a 10-minute drive south of Fargo. Take University Drive, head south until you arrive.
Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
All right, welcome back to Young Field here in West Fargo. So we're currently under a severe thunderstorm warning / lightning delay. Now looking in at the post 2 Williston game, they have removed the tarp from the pitcher's mound, and they have some players now removing the tarp from around the home plate area. And that storm was moving from north to south, so they're getting ready to play again. So I'd say probably in the next 5 minutes or so. Once again, lightning delay till 9:16, so 6 minutes or so, more than likely, would be the earliest that we could possibly get started playing back here. As the rain has calmed down a little bit here. We showed you this area over here where it was just pounding down, and as you can see, it's just kind of a light sprinkle now. There's not really a whole lot pounding down on the bleachers or on the roof of those buildings, so that's a good sign. And like I said during the last segment here, the sun's attempting to peek through. We got a little bit of water coming down behind home plate off the overhang over the grandstand here, but that's about the most significant part. It's become more of a drizzle / light rain. More than it has that really heavy rain that started maybe about the lightning delay went into effect at 8:43 p.m. Then we had a second lightning strike at 8:46. I think we had 2 or 3 in between 8:43 and 8:46, but to the best of my knowledge, the last lightning strike was at 8:46, so that would put the lightning delay in effect until 9:16, and then the severe thunderstorm warning expires at 9:15, assuming it's not replaced by another one, and then we should be good to play at that point here. So let me refresh the radar and see where the storm is doing right now here. So we're at 9:11 right now, and like I said, the more dangerous part of that storm is now in the Davenport, Kindred area, and even areas further south, heading down the I-29 corridor towards Abercrombie. So that's where the most dangerous part. That storm actually spreads all the way over into Minnesota. There's a part of that storm that's maybe going to clip the Barnesville area. So to give you an idea, Kindred to Barnesville, that's about a 60-mile stretch right there. maybe a 50-mile stretch, depending on which roads you take to get to the two towns. But the Fargo, West Fargo area is right on the northern edge of the storm right now. In the light greens, I would represent some light rain, and that's about it. So I would say in the next 5 to 10 minutes here, we'll see the players get out there warming up, throwing some pitches, tossing some balls around, taking some practice swings, and we'll be back to business here sooner than later. So it shouldn't be too much longer here for this delay. Once again, the delay started at 8:43, so we're officially 30 minutes into the delay now, and I don't think it's going to be much longer than that, maybe 45 at the max. So we'll keep you posted, though, when we learn more. It doesn't look like... let's see here, 9:07. Let's go ahead and advance the radar and see if they have anything else developing up on the radar here. Yeah, well, let's see here. We're in the bottom of the third at 9:13. Looks like another storm might pop up close to 9:45. So we'll get a couple innings played at least, if not the rest of the game. But we'll see. We'll see. Those storms have been not been staying on the same course. Every time I update the radar, it's taking a little bit of a different course. So I wouldn't be a bit surprised if those storms shift to the south of us again and possibly avoid the Fargo, West Fargo area. But we'll have to wait and see and play it by ear. So we'll take one more timeout and maybe two more timeouts, and we'll be back with more here in a moment on Magnitude Sports.
Looking for a new home? Make home happen by getting pre-qualified for free with Sean Carlson at Town & Country Credit Union. He'll help you find the best mortgage options for you and keep the process running smoothly from beginning to end. With a 97% satisfaction rate, awesome rewards, low fees, and great rates, it's clear why members love Town & Country Credit Union. Stop in or visit townandcountry.org to find out how you can become a Town & Country member today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
Signarama of Fargo is the trusted, preferred signage vendor of NDSU athletics. The global leader in the sign and graphic industry, Signarama is the way to grow your business. Competitive prices, free consultations and estimates, signage solutions that fit your budget. Signarama is locally owned and committed to community support. Trusted by the Bison, be a championship business with Signarama. Call or go online at sarvalley.com.
Magnitude Sports would like to remind you that whether you're watching from home or watching from the stands, to please respect officials. Without high school officials, games are canceled and players lose playing time. Contact your local high school to find out how you can become an official and stay connected to the game you love.
All right, welcome back to Young Field. During the last break there, West Fargo Coach Roll was walking around the outfield trying to check the water levels. You can see some of the clouds there. Most of the heavy stuff is right there, but as we pan as far to the north as we can, you can start to see it clear up. And right there on the upper left of the window, not your screen, but the upper left of the window open, you can see bright blue. So that's a good sign. Now, when I looked at the radar, it does say that another cell might pop up around 9:45, but I'm sure they're going to get as much baseball as they can played in before that cell would pop up. And then, like I said, they're allowed 2 lightning delays, and then if the third one would they're not necessarily 2 lightning delays, but they're allowed 2 stoppages of the game. If a third stoppage of the game were to occur, that would be the end of the game. So they would have the option to pause it one more time, as you can start to see some of the West Fargo Patriot players coming out to throw some balls around and swing some bats and get their legs and arms stretched out and warmed up once again here. While we have a moment, let's go ahead and take a look at that state tournament bracket. We'll bring Dale Olson back into the broadcast here. Before I turn it over to that state, that bracket, I know you've been walking in and out, kind of checking out some of the the storm and where it's at and what things look like. What have you seen walking around?
You look to the north, it's blue sky.
That's good. Yep.
When you said that Post 2 took their tarp off, I'm just under the impression we're going to get if there's another cell coming, it has to be 45 minutes away or so, because I see nothing but blue sky to the north. And
yeah, when I dragged the timer across on the radar, it looks like at 9:46 that next storm would be right on the outer edge, kind of like this one is now. So if I pop this back, we're looking at probably another storm right around 9:24, which is about 6 minutes from now. But I don't know. These radars are just as accurate as your local TV man, right? So I don't know. We'll see how much baseball gets played. But up at Jack Williams Stadium in Post 2, the players are on the field and the runners are back on base. It looks like Williston has a runner on first with 2 out in the top of the 7th. They're down 3-0. And so Fargo Post 2 just needs 1 more out. If they can get 1 more out before that next storm comes in, they're good. We just have to worry about our game here. And now you can see some of the Mandan players are out warming up as well, getting refocused. And this is a big game for Mandan. They want to win this one and keep that 4 seed, while Dickinson is on the edge of their seat right now, wondering just how many more minutes it's going to be before they know if they're the 4 or the 5 seed. You know, so hopefully this rain goes away, because I brought my scooter here today, so I don't really necessarily want to scooter home in a thunderstorm, but we'll see how that goes.
I often wonder, when it rains like this, you got to be careful with you out in the outfield where you have grass. It can be slippery.
Yep.
The last thing you want is a player to slip and pull a muscle, something like that. And I'm not really that much aware of how it is to play on artificial turf when it's rained a lot. Can it get slippery on that too?
It can. Well, and it's been a while since I've actually played a game. But in high school, I played a lot of soccer on a turf field at the BSC Community Bowl. If you've ever been there, because that's where our home games were at when we had our home soccer games. And yeah, when it was wet on that field, it can be slippery. But then on the bright side, soccer and baseball and even football for that, well, I guess not on turf anyway. You wouldn't want to wear cleats. But I think the outfielders are going to have maybe an easier time dealing with the wet conditions than the infielders will. And we'll see how that affects this game going forward. Fargo Post 2 and Williston, they have resumed. Williston has a batter at the plate, and they have a runner on first base, and the count is 1 ball, 1 strike to whoever number 11 is. I actually have I have these 2 rosters on my phone. We could call this game while we're waiting for our game to restart if I wanted to, but looks like base hit possibly. And now Williston has runners on first and second, so now the game tying runner steps up to the plate, and if Williston could get a swing of the bat over the fence there, that game would be tied at 3-3. Like I said, they have 2 outs and 2 runners on, so Williston trying to pull some 2-out magic. And if Williston's able to pull out that 2-out magic, Bismarck would be the 1 seed. If Fargo Post 2 hangs on to the win, then Fargo Post 2 would be the 1 seed heading into the state tournament. Once again,
I wonder if that's the Finders kid batting for Williston.
It might be.
His mother played college basketball with my daughter, and we know that family. And he's a good-looking young player. I don't know if that's him on the screen.
And
he's
number
about
8,
6'3", 6'4", and his dad is one of the coaches in the program. And they've got some young players. We went up to Williston when the Patriots played up there, and they're going to be okay looking to the future. Boy, there was a day Williston had great teams up there. I played against the great Phil Jackson. I batted when I was a 5'4" sophomore against a 6'8" octopus. That's how Jackson was, and he liked baseball better than basketball at that age.
And that batter just got thrown out on a 2-3, a little dribbler hit right in front of the pitcher and catcher. And the post 2 catcher threw it up to first base for the out. So that will be a final score. Fargo post 2 wins the game 2 of that doubleheader by the score of 3-0. They move to 16-2 on the conference win-loss record, and Williston will fall to 5-13. Now Williston and Minot are both at 5-13, but Williston has the head-to-head tiebreaker against Minot. So 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are locked in. 1 is locked in. 2 is locked in. The only 2 seeds that are not locked in are 4, 5. And assuming we don't have too many more weather delays, we should get that answer here sooner than later. Yeah. Probably in the next hour or so, probably.
You might be right about when you get to your third delay, it's you call it.
Yep. I don't know if what the official wording on that rule is, but I do believe that they're allowed to pause the game twice. If they have to pause the game a third time, the game's done. Yeah. And I don't know if they would. I know a couple scenarios where a team has played out the rest of that game, say like 2 weeks later. I don't know if that. Well, obviously they couldn't do that because the state tournament's not that far away, and they would have to play the game like right away if that was going to be the case. But it might be one of those scenarios where whoever's leading, if the game had to come to that conclusion, might end up being the winner of the game. Yeah. So. But don't quote us on that. Once again, you can see. I think that's the Roll family, Coach Roll and head of the board Roll or whatever his official title is.
He knows about every job available on in the West Fargo baseball program. The Rolls do a lot. They're what you call good baseball people, and you do have to do a little bit of everything.
So once again, Post 2 wins 10-0 in 6 innings in Game 1 over Williston, and they win 3-0 in a full 7-inning game in Game 2. So Post, let me since we still have some time here, I'll set up our matchups and I'll pull that up on screen here for us. So now this is locked in. Bismarck will be the 2 seed, and they'll play the winner of Jamestown or Minot. And Fargo Post 2 will be the 1 seed, and they'll play the winner of Grand Forks or Williston. And those 2 teams will play the play-in game. So let's go ahead and pull that up here for you so you can see it on screen. There you go. Looks like the Post 2 one hasn't quite been. I think I hit save, but looks like it's updating in delayed real time, if that makes sense. But so Bismarck will play Jamestown or Minot, and Jamestown and Minot will play tomorrow, or no, in 2 days from now, in Jamestown. And the winner of that 7 versus 10 game will be the 7 seed. So even if Minot wins that game, and let's say Grand Forks won, or let's say Williston and Minot won. Minot would be the 7th seed, even though Williston had a higher ranking than Minot. I don't know how they figure that one out, but I did confirm that. So the winner of Jamestown Minot will be the 7th seed, and the winner of Grand Forks Williston will be the 8th seed. So that means Jamestown Minot will play Bismarck. West Fargo will play the Post 400 Stars. Mandan will play Dickinson, and who's 4 or 5 in that one will be determined when this game finally comes to a conclusion. And then Fargo Post 2 will play either Grand Forks or Williston, depending on who wins that playing game. So your first day 1 lineups of the state tournament are pretty much locked in. Just need to see who wins those playoff games to officially lock them in. But that's where we sit for. And like I said, if West Fargo Post 400 ends up being the state champion, then we'll follow that team to Rapid City for the regional tournament. If I understand it correctly, normally it's 2 teams from North Dakota, 2 teams from South Dakota, 2 teams from Minnesota, and 2 teams from Wisconsin. But I read something from a very reliable source, and I won't name the source in case the source was wrong. I don't want to put them under the bus. But I read something that only the state champion of North Dakota will be there this
you're
year.
right.
I am right.
Last year, I saw something I have never seen, and I've watched a lot of ball in my day. We won the state. We defeated Post 400 2-0 in that final game. And we go to the regional in Sioux Falls, and we played the #1 team out of Minnesota, which was Osseo, and was probably the pre-tournament favorite. We defeated them, but it was 1 versus 1. All the top teams were in the one pool, and on the other side of the stick was 400. And I'm not taking nothing against 400, but the #2 team in the state, which was 400, played the #2 team out of Minnesota.
And that's because Sioux Falls was the host. They didn't even win their state tournament.
And they had a host team in there. And
that kind
I
of...
have never seen something like that in
That
my
kind
life.
of threw everything off a little bit.
And nobody could give us an explanation either. And I suppose I sound like I'm sour grapes to a certain extent, but we could have played, but we weren't playing our best ball of the year, but we did survive that state tournament, and we had to battle against 400. And earlier in the summer, 400 was a piece of cake. They weren't even close to being a playoff team.
And I don't think anybody would disagree with you on that statement either.
So Mike, getting back to where we're at right now, leading up to the state tournament, I myself as a coach now have to be happy with the effort of the Patriots this week. We've lost a couple of games. It was tough against Watertown. But I'm seeing some players step into the forefront more that can really give us a boost. And one of them, of course, is Brennan Hammond, the way he's been pitching. We can get him back to 90% at least. And Connor Ants at first base has shown us some signs as a pitcher and as a hitter of giving us that boost. And those are positives. That's what I'm thinking about more than who I'm going to play in that first game or what bracket I'm going to be in. If I'm going to win a state championship, hey, bring it on. I gotta play good ball against anybody.
Exactly. I was looking back on our final scores page. West Fargo defeated the Post 400 Stars in the state championship game by the score of 3-1.
Was it 3-1?
Yeah, I think the 2-0 win was against Bismarck.
Yes.
So I'm not throwing you under the bus. I'm just making sure that we weren't giving inaccurate.
We had to come. That was a big game, and we got some outstanding pitching down the line.
I remember. I think it was Braden Jacobson who hit like a bomb home run in that game against the Stars, and that's what gave them the lead, and they were able to hang on to it. But like you said, they had the battle. It was only a 2-run difference. And Post 400 being the 7th seed in that state tournament last year and making it to the state tournament game, they upset Fargo Post 2, and they were pumped about that because that's their rival, you know. And then they get by Minot, a team that had was wiped. Minot had wiped the Post 400 off the board when they went up to play that doubleheader at Corbett Field, and they came back and they knocked off Minot, and then they knocked off I can't remember the other team. They knocked off Minot. Let's see here. Let me look at the final scores here. Let's see here. Well, let's just go back to the start of the state tournament. Post 400 won 10-5 over Fargo Post 2, and then the next game was the Post 400 Stars versus Minot Vistas, and the Stars would win 4-3. So they would knock off the 1 seed, the 2 seed. I can't remember if Post 2 is the 1 or 2 seed last year, but they knocked them off. And then they knocked off, I think it was the 3 seed.
Yeah, Post 2 was 2.
So they knocked off the 2 seed, the 4 seed, the 5 seed. They lost to Bismarck.
Then beat us.
They beat West Fargo, I think 7-4, if I remember correctly.
Or 5. Yeah, something like that.
7-4.
Yeah.
And then they would lose to the Bismarck Governors 7-2. And then they'd come back and play West Fargo in the state championship game, and West Fargo would take the 3-1 win, and both West Fargo and Post 400 would go to the regional tournament. And then West Fargo in the regional tournament, let's pull that up here because I know I got that available too. As you mentioned, West Fargo played Osseo. They won 6-4.
Casey pitched that game.
Yeah. And then the Stars defeated Hopkins in a nerve-wracking 1-0 win. And
watch that game.
And I don't think anybody expected Hopkins to lose to the Stars, and especially in a 1-0 game. And then West Fargo would fall to the Renner Royals 2-0 in that regional tournament.
Who was the state champion in South Dakota?
Exactly. Yep. And then Post 400 would start on August 5th. Against Sioux Falls East, and that game would finish mid-afternoon on August 6th due to severe weather that would just end the game and suspend it or whatever. The Stars would end up winning that game 6-5 in 8 innings in a game that took over a day to play.
Yeah.
And then West Fargo would fall to the Hopkins Flyers 5-3 after Hopkins lost to Post 400 earlier in the tournament 1-0. And then Hopkins was starting to show signs of life. And then the Post 400 Stars would win 5-0 over Renner, a team that defeated West Fargo earlier in that round of the tournament. Post 400 would get blasted by De Pere, Wisconsin, 13-0 in 5 innings. And at that point, I was thinking, okay, yeah, they probably didn't put their best pitcher on the mound. It probably was a game that didn't mean a whole lot, but it kind of, like for me personally, broadcasting those games and just knowing how the Stars season had went all season, and to see them just get dominated by De Pere, and knowing that Hopkins was on the plate next, and we'd beat them 1-0, and that they're probably going to want revenge on that 1-0 loss. And then Andy Mock hits a grand slam, and I think in the 5th or 6th inning, and Post 400 knocks him out 11-1 in 6 innings to win it all. And I mean, what a season that was, not only for the Stars, but for the West Fargo Patriots, too. I know it wasn't quite the most, it was a rather disappointing showing at the regional tournament for West Fargo, but I mean, it's not very often that teams make that regional tournament. You got to be happy to at least get there and all that stuff. So they're still working on the field. Players are still warming up as we bring it back to our live camera here. You can see that they're working on the pitcher's mound. The Post 2 game has wrapped up. Once again, the lightning delay is over. Let's take a look at the radar one more time. We're at 9:34 right now, and let's see where these storms are sitting at. We'll hit refresh, and looking up, it looks like everything's directly off to the south of West Fargo. Looks like things are starting to clear up over the field here, and then that's the radar would reflect that. Let's see here. We're at 9:29 now. If we advance this forward, it looks like we're good. We're good. We're going to finish this game. According to the current radar, we're going to finish this game. There's not going to be any other stoppages. So as soon as this game gets restarted, we'll be in the bottom of the 3rd with nobody out. Brendan Hammond will be the batter. I don't think a pitch came across the plate prior to that lightning strike. Did it? I don't know.
All I remember was that pop.
Yeah.
It scared me.
Yeah, I think if a pitch did come across, I don't think anybody saw it. It was blinded out by that lightning strike. That reminds me, I was gonna go back on my phone and watch what happened there when I Blaine, thanks for commenting on the YouTube channel there. 8, 9, and 10 are indeed set. Because I got the official wording on that from our tournament director, so that's what I've been told. So, anyways, we'll let that one slide. Let's see here, bottom of the 1st. Where are we at? We're in the bottom of the 3rd, right? Yes, we are. So, okay, so there's the lightning delay. Let's go back. Okay, so it must have been before this break. So I'm rewinding it on my phone. Okay, so top of the 3rd. Are we in the top of the 3rd? Oh, yeah, we are in the bottom of the 3rd. So we went to the bottom of the 3rd. We took the commercial break. And then during the commercial break, I was going to open the window and all that good stuff. And then coming out of the commercial break, let's take a look at this. I'll flip it over full screen here. Okay, so no, so a pitch was thrown, but the lightning strike came right as he lifted his leg to deliver the pitch.
And then they're gone.
And then they ran off the field. And oh man, let's see here. Okay. Yeah, the lightning strike, it almost looked like it covered about halfway between home and the pitcher's mound all the way back to second base. It was like a blanket of white. Okay. And he lifted his leg, and he delivered the pitch right as the lightning strike occurred. So the pitch did come across the plate. Let's see here if I can tell if it was a ball or a strike. I don't know if the official gave a... It was either a ball or he didn't give a signal at all, because as soon as the Mandan catcher caught the pitch, the umpire took his helmet off and started walking towards the Mandan dugout. So I'm gonna say that it's no balls and no strikes to Brennan Hammond when we return here to action. But that's where we sit right now, and once again, you can see that, you can see that everybody's out on the field. I'm not even concerned about the radar anymore. I mean, I'll keep it up in the background just in case, but I don't think we're going to need it anymore. So according to the tournament director, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are locked in. As far as prior to the play-in games. So 8 and 9 will play. Right now, Williston's 8, Grand Forks is 9. The winner of that game will be the 8th seed. Jamestown is 7, Minot is 10. The winner of that game will be the 7th seed. So as far as prior to the state tournament starting, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are indeed locked in. 1, 2, and 3 are indeed locked in. The only one we're unsure of is 4 and 5, and that'll be decided on a win-loss here in this game that we're airing right now. So that is where we sit. So if we missaid that, I do apologize. I did not mean to missay it. But when I said it, I was right because I knew what I was talking about, but apparently I didn't share what I was talking about with the people listening, but I think you got it right. I don't know. You tell me if I was wrong.
All I know is if you were my instructor and you said, Dale, I want you to go home and tomorrow you have to repeat what I just described, and would you do this for me? I have no idea how I'd ever get through what you just got through.
I've had some experience going through weather delays before. Matter of fact, the last 3 weather delays have all featured West Fargo. The last one was in that game against Creighton Prep, where we went to the bottom of the first, 2 hours and 40 minutes into the game, if you remember that one.
Yeah.
That was at the Gopher Classic in Minneapolis. And and then I can't remember the one before that one, but I'm pretty sure the last 3 featured West Fargo as far as weather delays are concerned.
I have a humorous story to tell about
Okay.
that stadium that we played at Northwestern University. That one first rain delay, I went for a walk. I have no idea where I'm at. There was no lightning, but there was a rain delay. And I liked the beauty of the university. I get down by where the lake is, and I look at a sign, and it said Billy Graham. And I was a fan of Billy Graham growing up. I loved his sermons. And he was the originator of this university. And I remember a sermon that he did at the start on commitment. And it was about a young girl. She's a farm girl. She's never been married. And she's out walking at night, and there's a wise old owl up in the tree, and the owl says, "Whoo, whoo, whoo." And she says, "Anybody. I'll take anybody."
0-1 here to Brendan Hammond as a return to action. Now Hammond pops that one into left field. We'll turn off our lightning delay sign here in just a moment, and he's on with a base hit.
I had to throw that story in there. I hope I didn't throw you off.
No, you didn't throw me off. I just didn't realize that we were getting back to play, so I let you finish the story as much as I could and waited until the last second to.
But that was my last rain delay in St. Paul.
So Hammond on first base now with a single to left field. Seth Wigistry on the batter, I believe. And they haven't made any changes that I'm aware of here. Once again, Braden Bunnell is on the mound. Isaac Cuddle catching. Preston McElvaney at first. Hudson Sheldon at second. Lucas Burgum, the shortstop. Avery Bogner at third. Seth Lorenz in center. McCoy Keller in right. Anthony Johnson in left. 2-1 ball game, bottom of the third. We're 1 hour and 44 minutes into the game, or into the ball game. The delay came to an end at 9:40. So that made it a 57-minute weather delay. So do the math on 144 minus 57. That one, I think it dropped foul.
5 feet foul.
It was kind of hard to see with the glare off the, and now that the lights are on, and
I love that type of hitting by
dark out.
Wigerstrand, and it is definitely dark. Seth went with the pitch, outside fastball, and just missed getting a double down the line. That was good hitting.
That pitch is outside, and yeah, we're gonna have to open our window now.
Just a little bit.
One ball and 2 strikes. They try the pickoff attempt, and that should be good.
Strike 3 on Wigerstrand.
Okay, so out number 1. There we go. Now we don't have to open the window.
Casey is in. Casey Clemenson will be batting for Horde. He went into first base. Horde, being a senior, super senior, has got to start the game.
You said Clemenson's in for Horde?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. All right, so he'll.
Casey had a nice game in the first game. He went 3 for 3 and he had to run the bases a little bit. And this is the first time all season that he has hit in a game that he has pitched.
1 ball, no strike here to Clemenson. On the pitch, and Clemenson bangs one out to center, but I think he's going to get underneath it. No problem there for Seth Lorenz. He makes out number 2.
Got under that one just a little bit.
Number 32, Connor Ants.
So Clemenson flies out to center for out number 2, and that brings up the next batter here, and that is maybe. Oh, that's right. Evan Berg got hit, and I haven't seen him back yet. So Seth Lorenz, or wait, no, who's this? I didn't see the jersey number.
Connor Ents.
Connor Ents, okay.
Connor played first base in the first game and was part of one of the greatest plays I've seen all summer, where he had to scoop one that Hammond made a great play on. And Connor's been hitting the ball. He's last 2 weeks he's coming to the ballpark like he could be a full-time performer for the Pats.
1 ball, no strike here to Connor Ents, and now they'll try the pickoff there on Hammond at first. So once again, 8 seed Williston will play 9 seed Grand Forks. 7 seed Jamestown will play 10 seed Minot. Winner of 7-10 will be the 7 seed. Winner of 8-9 will be the 8 seed.
Change-up fools Ants. Kind of his Achilles heel is the change-ups. He gets a little anxious. It's really, sometimes you have to almost look for that change-up and keep your weight back, and can't commit those hands. Got to keep the hands back.
1 ball, 1 strike, and now it's pick back throw to first, and he is safe.
See a little bit of lightning off in the distance, but it's definitely south of here.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine as far as that's concerned. At least I sure hope so anyway.
It's going away from us anyway.
Yeah, that's always a bonus.
Yeah, I'm not a Lightning fan.
2 balls and a strike. Have you, do you have a Netflix account out of curiosity, or?
Yes, we have Netflix.
Have you seen the show Unexplained by William Shatner?
No.
I watched an episode about lightning on that last night, so kind of a coincidence, but I've seen every episode of that series. I really like it. Throw up to second, and that won't really matter because it's a ball 4. So 2 runners on now. It's Brennan Hammond on second, Connor Ents on first. And we'll see, nope, he'll stay on first. Matt Heupel is the scheduled batter, and it is Matt Heupel. He drew a walk last time he was at the plate. 52 minutes of playing time, another 57-minute delay. We're at an hour and 49 right now with the two combined. Swing and a miss for a strike there on Heupel.
I see my 93-year-old father-in-law. He made her back. He's getting his taste. He lives in Phoenix, and he's you know, you would be surprised how many downpours you get in Phoenix.
Oh yeah.
You don't think of that being in the desert.
1 ball, 1 strike count here to Heupel.
He's having a blast watching his great-grandson, both great-grandsons, and he's going to leave at the end of the month, but he's had a blast this last couple of months. He's a converted baseball man.
Yeah. 1-1 the count here to Heupel. And that one's fouled back. Runners on. Brendan Hammond second. Connor Ensign first. 2 away here in the bottom of the third in a 2-1 game. And Mandan looking to hang on to that 1-run lead and look to add to it in the top of the fourth. But first things first, you need to get 1 more strike against Heupel. And he just missed the outside corner there, and it's ball 2.
You know, I talked during the Watertown series about players getting some time, a chance to play this evening, maybe a chance to play tomorrow at Grand Forks. They're going to play tomorrow. When you've been a part-time player, you can't believe how important baseball is. A game of rhythm, and you get some reps, some at-bats, and it can really take you into next week on a positive note.
Full count here to Heupel, and the pitch is outside. They'll walk him and load the bases. Brings up Caleb Deere, who's a scheduled batter.
Now batting number 10, Caleb Deere.
Once again, myself, Brad Anderson, Riley Swenson will all be here. Dale will be here for a handful of games, and we'll bring you all 14, 15 if needed games of the state tournament right here on Magnitude Sports for the 2nd year in a row. Hopefully get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years in a row if at all possible. 1 ball, no strike here to Caleb Deere. And that pitch comes in for a strike, and was it 1-1, or did the official just say 0-2?
I think it's 1-1.
Okay. Thought I saw him put 2 fingers up on his right hand, but maybe not. Ooh. Deere had to duck down for that one.
Chin music again. Yeah, getting excited about being a part of a game like this brings back a lot of memories for me, and it sometimes you get lost as just only a spectator.
That one's hit fouled away first base side.
It's difficult for me as a grandparent sometimes just to sit in the stands, and you feel like you have, well, you can root and cheer and everything like that. But this end of the stick, and I've done enough radio and TV in the past where you just really feel like you're a part of it.
2-2, and that one's hit the right field.
Could fall.
And it will fall fair. And that will score 1 run. Brendan Hammond, it's a base hit RBI single for Caleb Deere.
Double by Deere.
Well, actually, it's got
to be a double.
It's a 2-run.
And it's a double.
Catcher number 12, Peyton Janzi.
2 RBIs. Deere has gone to right field a lot since the first game with Watertown that we've watched him. He's really gone to the pitches, and hey, nothing wrong with that. You try to pull an outside pitch, and usually it's just a pop-up or a lazy grounder to the left side.
So West Fargo takes the lead now on a 2-run double by Caleb Deere. And that pitch comes across for a strike. It's Peyton Jancy, the batter. And that pitch is low for a ball. 1-1 the count.
Jancy's grandparents drove all the way from Denver, and I saw them again. They're still down in the stands right now, and come to see him on senior night, and what a treat for them.
Now on hit hard, and a 4-bouncer right into the hands of Sheldon. Sheldon fires it over to McElvaney for the out, and that ends the inning. They strand 2 on base, and we're at the 57-minute mark of the ball game. 1:54 with the weather delay, and it's a 3-2 lead for the Patriots. Give them 1 more hit. And they leave 2 on base, and that will bring us to the top of the 4th. More baseball just ahead here on All right, welcome back. 3-2 in favor of Mandan. All right, just getting some things behind the scenes taken care of there. Preston McElvaney will be the leadoff batter here for Mandan in the top of the 4th. He'll be followed by Seth Arenz and Anthony Johnson, batters 7, 8, and 9. And a new pitcher on the mound is Matt Heupel for West Fargo. Hammond done with 48 pitches, 35 strikes, 13 balls, according to my numbers. And now Matt Heupel will take over on the mound. And let's see here. And that means we'll have a new left fielder. And let's see if I can quickly, before the batter walks up, find out who that is.
Could be Stolting. Mason Stolting.
Number 3?
Left-hander.
Yes.
No, or it could be Trey Stockard.
Trey Stockard.
3 is Stockard, yeah.
Yep.
3 is Stockard. There you can see lightning way off in the distance.
Trey Stocker, the batter now. Or no, I'm sorry, Preston McElvaney, the batter. And that one's fired off foul to the third base side for a strike, 0-1.
I figured coming into this game that Heupel would get at least 2 innings also, maybe 3, maybe 4. He's been an effective pitcher, probably looks like the number 3 starter right now, between he and Deere.
Here's the 0-1. That comes in for ball 1 at the 1 hour mark of the ball game.
If you want to predict winners at the state tournament, Mike, you got to look at pitching depth.
Yep.
And it's very much a key, and it's very much a key for West Fargo the last 2 years, winning the state last year and coming an inning away from winning the state the previous year. And a lot of it is because of that pitching depth. A nasty little curve.
No
Definitely
kidding.
fooled a hitter.
McElvaney strikes out on a Buffalo Wild Wings strikeout.
That's the kind of curve you throw on Little League ball when you're a kid with a wiffle ball. And make that hitter, his knees buckle and absolutely fool him.
One ball, no strike now to Seth Arenz is the batter. He's 1 for 1. At some point in the past, he singled to center field. I don't remember that play since we had that delay and kind of wiped out my memory of what happened prior to that delay, but that pitch will miss for ball 2. So 2 balls and no strikes now to Seth Arenz. Anthony Johnson moves into the on-deck circle. And the 2-0. Outside, 3 balls and no strikes here to Arenz. So Arenz gets ahead on the count on Heupel. No changes around the outfield, or around the infield for West Fargo, but since it's been a while, we'll go through it again here in a moment. And there's a walk. So Renz will walk. That'll bring up Anthony Johnson, who struck out swinging last time he was at the plate. Around the bases, to refresh your memory for West Fargo, Skylar Horde at first. Caleb Deere at second, Seth Wiggestrand, the shortstop, Connor Entz at third, Peyton Jancy behind the plate, Matt Heupel on the mound, Nolan Dodds in center, Trey Stocker, the new left fielder, Cooper Borkhardt in right field. One out, Anthony Johnson, the batter, takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. And that will be a strike, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Heupel pitched for the Packers this past year and had a pretty good spring. They had a very good regular season, and he was one of the reasons why. And he's got a left-handed fastball that moves.
1-1, he'll stare down to Renz on first, deliver a little high, 2 balls and a strike.
Kind of lost his balance there. He's not happy with that pitch. When you're wild high, sometimes you're not bending your back, and you're not in that rhythm that you need to have command.
2-1 as Heupel will get the signal here from Jancy. Look over at Renz, look back at Jancy and deliver. In for a strike. Strike 2. So we're the final game on the air now due to the weather delay, and other games starting at noon today. And now all eyes, you could say, are on us, so do your best. 2-2. There it goes, and that one's hit up.
Lofted to left.
And he'll come in and make the grab. Trey Stocker without number 2.
The third baseman, number 8, Avery Wagner.
The guys were talking between games about Evan Berg's injury, and they think it hit his tricep muscle on his left arm more so than his back.
That one fair down the third base line. He snuck it in between Connor Entz and the third base bag, and that's good for a base hit. That puts 2 runners on. Nice hit there by Avery Wagner, and that brings up Isaac Huddle.
The catcher, number 10, Isaac Huddle.
Huddle 0 for 2, a pair of flyouts, 1 to left field, 1 to center field. In that order on his 2 trips to the plate so far today. McCoy Keller moves into the on-deck circle for Mandan with 2 away if Heidel can reach base. Mandan looking for a base hit to knock this game up at 3. They got a runner in scoring position on second. That's Seth Arens. And they're going to get that base hit. Yes, they will. Arens will round third, and the game will be tied at 3. And the other runners will stay put, and Isaac Huddle's on with an RBI single. And now Coach Roll will take a trip to the mound here.
He grabbed the ball.
Yeah, it was Peyton Jancy who had the ball, and looks like Heupel's day comes to an end early.
That was quick.
Or will it? Oh no, it looks like Heupel will stay on the mound. Not sure what the purpose of that visit was. Like you said, it was really quick.
Yeah, and Heupel was not happy with that 2-2 pitch there. He kind of served it up, well, Jordan is, he's an old school guy, and if he feels you're not focusing or preparing properly, he'll let you know. Shortstop got a poor jump on that ball. I don't know if he saw it right away.
That pitch will come inside and a little low to Huddle for ball 1. Avery Bogner on first, Seth Lorenz on second. The runners on for Mandan. In a 3-3 ball game, and a base hit can give Mandan the lead back. 2 runs on 4 hits.
That's the pitch he wanted on that 2-2. That was right on the corner, and the umpire's liberal on that corner call.
Correction, Bogner on second and Huddle on first is what I meant to say. I was looking at the previous part of my scorebook there. McCoy Keller, the batter. And he's now down 1-2 in the count after that fouled away pitch. Including the 57-minute weather delay, we're at 2 hours, 5 minutes time of this game. So minus 57 minutes of that. And you'll have the actual playing time.
There's an excellent pitch there. With 2 strikes, absolutely froze the hitter on a slow curve.
They leave 2 stranded on base. We go to the middle of the 4th. We're knotted up at 3 apiece here between the Chiefs and the Patriots as they play 1 on a hit and leave 2 stranded. And now we are knotted up at 3 going to the home half of the 4th. We're finally halfway through this game. 2 hours and 5 minutes into it. We'll be back in a moment here on the Magnitude Sports Network.
Magnitude Sports would like to remind you that whether you're watching from home or watching from the stands, to please respect officials. Without high school officials, games are canceled and players lose playing time. Contact your local high school to find out how you can become an official and stay connected to the game you love.
All right, welcome back. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Cooper Borkart will lead things off. Nolan Dodds, Brennan Hammond, batters 8, 9, and 1 for West Fargo here in the home half of 4. And during that last commercial break, we just received word that due to the outcome of the post 2 Williston game, that Grand Forks will forfeit their game against their makeup game against West Fargo. And West Fargo will play the Fargo Post 400 Stars here at Young Field tomorrow night in a single 9-inning game that will not count towards the state tournament standings. So that moves West Fargo to 13-4 on the season, or on the conference season. And Grand Forks would fall to 5-13 with the forfeit. Williston has the tiebreaker over Grand Forks, I believe. I'm going to double check that and be sure. That one's hit out into right field, and it's caught by McCoy Keller. So that's out number 1 here for Cooper Borkart. Brings up Nolan Dodds, batter 9 in the lineup. Yes, Williston won 8-2 and 8-2 in their doubleheader earlier this season. So Williston holds the tiebreaker over Grand Forks. So Williston 8, Grand Forks 9, Minot 10 is where that will sit. Well, let me double check Grand Forks Minot, actually, before I make that official. As we have 2 outs now, and Trey Stock will take over the number 1 spot in the batting lineup here.
Dodd's got a Texas leaguer to center field. He gets a lot of those type of hits, but he gets on base. That's what counts.
Grand Forks and Minot actually split their doubleheader, so With that, I believe it is 8, 9, 10, Williston, Grand Forks, Minot. And if that holds true, Jamestown Minot would play in a play-in, and Williston, Grand Forks would play in a play-in. 1 ball, 1 strike to Nolan Dodds. If we're wrong, I'll be the first to admit it, but pretty sure that we got that racked in, so. And we can, now that the music's not playing, we can get the field mics back on again.
Huddle, the catcher for Mandan, has impressed me tonight. He works hard back there, got a pretty good throwing arm to second base. And this is a dangerous ball club that I'm glad I'm watching now to see them next week. Type of team that could knock somebody off.
Yeah, they certainly could have that ability. Isaac Huddle, I can't remember if he played catcher last year or not, but I know that I've seen him play. I think I've seen him play another position over the last couple of years. So,
Mandan years ago had a young coach named Owen Stockdale. He was from Berthold. I knew him real well. I think he won, it was either 5 or 6 state championships as head coach at Mandan.
Nice.
A lot of tradition in Mandan.
Seth Wiggestrand will step into the number 1 spot. Runners on first and second now here. Or check that. Let's see. It is Wiggestrand, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Wiggy.
And that one's a little bit low for a ball. 1-0 or 1-1.
Funny how you start to get to know
me.
a team real well, and you pick up nicknames. You start making up nicknames sometimes.
Yeah.
It's the way you bond with the player.
I think we had nicknames for the team last year, but I can't remember what any of those nicknames were here a year later.
Jake is at St. Cloud. He's playing amateur ball for the Moorhead Brewers this summer. My son-in-law plays with them, and he's doing well. Look at that
throw
arm.
to third. Wow, and he got him.
Yeah.
That is out number 2.
You know, that's something I'm critical of. That's one of the things that gets us hurt in innings is running yourself out at third base there. I don't know, that was a gamble type of thing, and you're in scoring position.
It's 2 balls and 2 strikes, and now it's 2 balls and 3 strikes. It's a Buffalo Wild Wings strikeout for Bunnell. And that ends the inning. So we have 4 complete here at Young Field, and it's a 3-3 ball game after 4. 3 frames to go in a 3-3 game, and we'll be back in a moment with Brennan Hammond. Check that. I'll tell you the lineup when we come back here in a moment on Megaton Sports.
Buffalo Wild Wings win-win value lineup gives you and your friends more for less. With buy one, get one half off traditional wings every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free boneless wings every Thursday. And $3 tolls every day. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Signorama of Fargo is the trusted, preferred signage vendor of NDSU athletics. The global leader in the sign and graphic industry, Signorama is the way to grow your business. Competitive prices, free consultations and estimates, signage solutions that fit your budget. Signorama is locally owned and committed to community support. Trusted by the Bison, be a championship business with Signorama. Call or go online at sarvalley.com.
While the scoreboard reveals the winner of an athletic contest, the real winners are the players, coaches, and fans who show good sportsmanship. Those who treat the game as a competition, show concern for an injured player, and accept all decisions from game officials. Please remember to be a good sport when attending a high school game. This message courtesy of Magnitude Sports.
All right, we return to action here in the top of the 5th. Braden Bunnell, along with Lucas Pregame and Hudson Sheldon, are the scheduled batters at 4, 5, and 6. Matt Heupel will start the inning with pitch 20. Bunnell 1 for 2 with a single to right and a strikeout swing. And he fouls this one off. Ricochets off the Mandan dugout protective front fence.
That was an easier one than one in the first game.
Yeah.
That was a screamer that went over there that you got to duck for those.
8 balls, 12 strikes on 20 pitches. Make that 9-12 on 21 as the count goes to 1-1. Once again, Mike Mason alongside Dale Olson here on the broadcast this evening, and hope you're enjoying the game, and we hope that the only thing you don't enjoy is if your team's on the wrong side of the scoreboard at the end of the game. Outside of that, we hope you enjoyed the broadcast. That one, ooh.
Mike, I got my afternoon nap today too, so
Yeah.
I can stay up a little later tonight. I'm okay.
That's good. That's good to hear.
I could tell you some stories of games I played in growing. I was in a 17-inning game in Aberdeen, South Dakota. We didn't get done till 2 in the morning. We all had jobs the next day to get back to Minot. 17 innings.
Well, you got Eric Tiansen had a 14-inning game that featured West Fargo down at the Creighton Prep tournament in Omaha.
Yeah.
There's a strikeout. So that's that game was 4 hours on the dot, and according to the time clock that Eric was keeping, and that to date, that's the longest game in magnitude history. And, by the way, welcome to broadcast 2001.
Yeah.
We just need 21 more broadcasts to match the year we're in. Let's see if we can get that. Yeah, we'll easily get that. I wasn't sure if we'd get that far before the year ended, but we're only halfway through the year, so there's no problem there. Lucas Pregame, the batter, he was hit by a pitch, and then he would fly out to center field last time he was at the plate. There's strike 2.
Numbers in sports is interesting, like your 2000th game, and Lou Gehrig, what was 2,130 until Cal Ripken broke it, and Babe Ruth 714 home runs. It's funny how numbers play a part in the game.
I should do a little research over the 2000 games, which all of them weren't baseball, but and see how many home runs were hit on our station.
Yeah.
I should do that. I'm sure it's a number we could come up with. Of course, if you are interested in numbers, you can go to magnitudesn.com, and then on the home page, about maybe halfway down, click on the banner that says record holders, and you'll see every single sport that we've covered. We have the record holder, most strikeouts, most three-pointers, most rebounds.
That is phenomenal.
Yeah. On a magnitude broadcast. They may have had more rebounds in the game we didn't cover, but on a magnitude broadcast, we have the record holders. So if that interests you, you can click on the link on our homepage at magnitudesn.com. 3 balls and 2 strikes now to Pregame. And a payoff pitch coming up here for Heupel will be pitch 29.
I was a kid, my mother had the Minneapolis Tribune, and they used to have what's called the sports peach. And I would study the baseball statistics on the sports peach-colored paper. I was fascinated with it.
Payoff pitch is in for strike 3. For a split second there, Pregame thought he walked, but that was not the case. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base, and we go now to the...
One more, Coach, one more.
Oh, wait, we have 2 outs, my apologies. Okay, we'll keep it here in the top of the 5th then. I got ahead of myself there. I got a little bit excited.
Ball is
and
floating.
that one is going all the way to the Green Monster. And that will be a double for Sheldon. Maybe I need to pretend to go to the inning more often for Mandan here, as they get some big bases there on that mistake. So,
well, he had a double, and then the relay throw was not good. Got by the shortstop, and guess what? He got another base. So that's an error.
Yep, a hit and an error on that play there. Deep left center, and then he advances the third on the error. That's the first error of the game for either team. Mandan actually has 6 hits. I have him down for 4. Let's put 2 more on the board for him there. Two away in the top of the 5th. That's not the first time I've done that in my career, where I've gone to break with 2 outs, but Preston McElvaney, the batter, and he fouls it off for a strike, 1-1. He's 0 for 2. He would fly out to left field, and then he would strike out swinging on his 2 trips to the plate today. (1-1), 10:17 p.m. local time here. That's the same time in Mandan. Doesn't switch the hours for about another 100 miles or so, I think. 2-1 now to Preston McElvaney. Hypo will get the signal, wind and deliver. And McElvaney smashes that one to right center field, diving for it, and he couldn't make the catch. As he hit the ground, it bounced out of his glove. And now they throw it to second and they get him out. How about that?
Very good effort by Cooper Borkar. Almost, I thought for a second he had caught that one on the line drive to right center. And our center fielder picked it up, fired to second, and nailed him.
So McElvaney will get an RBI single as Sheldon scores on the play to give Mandan the lead at 4-3, and then he gets thrown out at second. And wow, what a sequence of events there. Now we can go to the middle of the 5th, right? Just get confirmation. Okay, good. Chiefs score a run right at the nick of time before the inning comes to an end, as McElvaney gets credit for the RBI single, gets thrown out at second. And that is a nice throw from Arends in center field. And now
number 4, Stetson Kuntz.
Stenson Kuntz will be the batter, or be the new pitcher for Mandan when we return from the break here on Magnitude Sports.
Buffalo Wild Wings win-win value lineup gives you and your friends more for less. With buy one, get one half off traditional wings every Tuesday. Buy one, get one free boneless wings every Thursday. And $3 tolls every day. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Life is busy, and we all get distracted from time to time. But at Starion, they work hard to keep what's important to me in focus. They are continually upgrading their technology, so I can spend more time playing and less time banking. And although I can do almost all of my banking away from the branch, visiting my banker in person puts a smile on my face and reminds me they're always there for me, ready to help.
All right, welcome back. Easton Heisler will step into the lineup here for the Patriots, and he will bat in the number 3 spot. Once again, new pitcher on the mound is Stenson Kuntz. That moves Braden Bunnell over to first base, and then all the other defensive lineups for Mandan remain the same as they were before. Sheldon second, Pregame short, Bogner third, Huddle catcher, Kuntz now pitching. Bunnell now at first, Keller in right, Johnson in left, Arends in center. Pitch comes in for a strike. Nice pitch there by Kuntz. 1 ball, 1 pitch, 1 strike, and 0-1 here to Heisler. Scheduled batters Connor Entz, Matt Heupel. We'll see if they stay with that lineup or not, or if they make changes. As I peer over to my left, I can't quite see who's on deck.
I think it's Connor.
That would be who I would suspect it to be, so we'll go with it until we're proven otherwise. No balls and 2 strikes now here to Easton Heisler. And strikeout.
Right down the chute. He popped that. That was at least 85 mile an hour fastball. Sometimes you can almost tell how fast it is by the pop in the catcher's mitt.
Yeah, no kidding. You could hear that one loud and clear through our field mics.
I've talked a lot tonight about Mandan swinging the bat. We've been getting better as a team at that, the Patriots, and yet it's a mental thing when you let fastballs go right down the middle with 2 strikes. You want to put the ball. Pete Rose, the great Pete Rose, used to say, "Put it in play." That was a wicked curve there on the outside corner. This guy's.
Did Pete Rose say anything about not swinging on pitches to the outside?
Charlie Hustle. There was only one of him. I saw him play live a couple times.
Okay, so apparently, I don't know if the scoreboard is not correct or it's 2-1 according to the scoreboard in the outfield. I had 1 and 2.
Yeah, I got 2 strikes on him too, I think.
Yeah.
But, we'll see.
Well, it won't matter what the count is now, or did it drop foul? No, it stayed fair. And it'll roll all the way to the fence, and he's going to try for, no, he's not going to try for 3. I thought for a moment Connor Entz was going to try and blaze into 3rd. But
Very
he will
good hitting by Connor. Boy, he's come on strong the last couple of weeks. Hustled hard to second, and you know, I would say he's one of our 2 or 3 fastest runners on the team. And you don't know, when you watch him kind of lope out into the field and stuff, he looks like maybe he doesn't have that kind of speed, but he might be able to play some running back for this Cheyenne ball club this fall. Of course, we know his parents, they're really good backers of the baseball program, and Matt Entz, being the great coach he is at NDSU, there's a guy that's fun to talk to, Mike.
Yeah, I've heard good things about him. I've never met him in person yet, though.
If he was up here right now, I'd introduce you to him. He's really a neat guy. Good friends we're friends with Randy Hedberg, the quarterback's coach. He's from the Minot area, of course, and so being around the scene still and personalities like that, man, it's great.
Matt Heupel, the batter, 2 balls, no strikes. And now Heupel blazes one foul, and that will go out of play. Or maybe he'll stay in the far corner of the infield or inside the park. But either way, it's a fouled away pitch for a strike.
Matt, earlier in the summer, was one of the hottest hitters on the ball club, and I don't know, of late he's kind of in that protective mode a lot. It's almost like every pitch you have 2 strikes, and he just doesn't quite let her go like he was earlier and he's definitely, he can be a good hitter for us.
2-1 is outside for 3 balls and a strike.
Let's see if he unloads here on a 3-1 pitch, because he's going to probably see a fastball in the strike zone. Pitcher does not want to walk him now. So you got to hunt the pitch. You got to hunt the pitch.
Going to attack it down the middle or throw it to the inside?
Well, definitely wide.
And it doesn't matter. He'll walk. I always like to try and predict those pitches, whether they go inside, outside, or down the middle, low or high.
Hitting is a chess game. There's
yeah,
no
it
question
sure
about
is. I'd say that my accuracy on prediction of pitches is about maybe 64%.
64%. I like that.
I didn't want to give up too high numbers and then start predicting pitches and have like a 0% success rate. But usually, like I'll get like the first 8 pitches right, and then I'll get the next 4 pitches wrong, and then I'll give up. So
I never was a guess hitter, and I didn't want my kids being guess hitters, but I want you to be able to kind of anticipate or hunt that pitch that I'm looking for. Hitting can be anticipation.
And that one, ooh, that was, I fouled off at a severe angle over the Mandan dugout.
It was a laser.
Yeah, if there was any cars driving down that road, that would have been a smash window for sure. 2-1 the count.
Caleb has somewhat of a short swing. Really improved this year as a hitter. We go back again as a sophomore this past year. He played a lot of basketball minutes for the varsity at Cheyenne. He's a 6'4" kid. He's athletic. And just a lot of potential. Look at that.
That one hit to right, and I don't think it's going to stay fair. No, it will not.
It's been amazing how much he's gone to the right this last couple of weeks, and nothing wrong with that. In a sense, it means you're seeing that pitch come deeper into the zone. That means you're looking at the ball longer. And with a quick, short stroke, nothing wrong with that base hit to right. But why is it a left-hander? It looks neater when he hits that ball to left field.
Yeah, right?
I don't know why that is.
Never thought about that until you brought it up. Oh man, that one hit him, I think, right in the neck or shoulder blade area.
Boy.
That was not a slow pitch, that's for sure.
I'd check him out here. I'd check him out.
Yeah, I think the coach is gonna meet up with him here and make sure that he's okay. He's walking slowly to gets a fist bump. I think he's okay. So, man, I know if that would have been me out there, I would have been on the ground.
He threw that ball hard.
Yeah.
Well, the bases are loaded.
Great opportunity here for West Fargo with 1 out, and the pitch is outside for a ball. 1-1. The batter's Peyton Jancy. 0 for 1. Thrown out on a sacrifice bunt, and then he grounded out to second base.
That was a good curve.
And strike 2. Connor Entz, Matt Heupel, Caleb Deere. Third, second, first. The face is on the bases for West Fargo. And I may have stole that phrase from Eric Tianson. He's the one I heard him say it first. I liked it, and I applied it to my vocabulary.
One of the great lines that Harry Carey had when he was with the Cubs. He says, "The bases are loaded, and so am I." And he was.
If only we had another game at Starion Bank Field this year, I could use that line probably. I could probably get somebody to bring me up some restricted beverages from the concession stand. I'm sure they got some hiding back there that they don't sell to the general public. So
Harry Carey was a classic, though. He was something else.
That one hit hard but foul.
And the Cub fans, they loved him. They absolutely loved him. Take me out to the ball game. He'd go through that rendition and then loved it. Connor Entz now as a base runner, you're leading off third base. You got to be that ball. That was a pass ball there. You possibly could have scored on that.
Bases loaded one.
Bases loaded one.
And that will score Connor Entz, and now it'll be up to Matt Heupel to see what he does at third base. So now we are knotted up at 4 here in the bottom of the 5th. Cooper Borkhardt becomes the batter. Just under 2 hours of playing time, 2 hours and 33, including the 57-minute weather delay. Here's the windup, and the delivery to Borkhardt's in for a strike, 0-1. Borkhardt 0 for 2 in this game, grounded out to, I believe, the shortstop, and then he would fly out to the second baseman.
He got an RBI on that ground out.
Yep, he sure did. I remember that now.
See if he can get some weight transfer into this next pitch coming in. You got a step stance where that weight goes from back. There you go.
It's hit into left field. Scoring from third is Matt Heupel. Rounding third from second is Caleb Deere. And it's a 2-run RBI single for Cooper Borkart to left field that puts West Fargo on top by the score of 6-4.
Brings up center fielder number 2, Nolan Dodds.
Boy, he pulled the ball, and that definitely was a weight transfer type of hit. And, it's got to give Cooper a little confidence.
Love Kiss, YouTube hates Kiss. As Mandan gets a visit to the mound here.
I love that song and the Wild Thing. You know, I grew up, that song was popular in the 60s, Wild Thing.
Yeah.
I never dreamed that they'd use that song in a baseball game.
Right?
Wild
I've
Thing.
noticed that about a lot of songs. Peyton Jancy, the runner on second. Cooper Borkart, the runner on first, as the visit to the mound comes to an end. Nolan Dodds is a scheduled batter, and I think right before the visit to the mound, I heard the PA announcer say it was Nolan Dodds, but we'll find out for sure in a moment here. Number 2, it is Nolan Dodds. So, runners on first and second now. As West Fargo takes the lead, they have scored 3 runs here in the bottom of the 5th. Ooh, and high and in, making Dodds duck out and away. Dodds 0 for 1. He fly out to Johnson in left field, and then he drew a walk last time he was at the plate.
Boy, just look at how dark it is in the background now.
Yeah. Approaching 10:33 local time here. For those not watching in the Central Time Zone. I'm guessing Jim from Denver, North Carolina is thankful for my local time shout-outs, but...
My son Mark gave us a pretty good review after the first game.
That one just foul. Be 1 ball and 2 strikes now with the fouled away pitch for Dodds. On deck is Seth Wiggestrand, or as Dale would say, Wiggy.
Wiggy.
Yeah. Stetson Kuntz, 30 pitches, 14 balls, 16 strikes. Pitch 31 coming up here as he takes a look at Jancy on second and delivers the pitch outside for a ball. 2-2 the count now here to Dodds. Well, whenever this game finishes, that'll be the latest I've ever ridden my scooter since I've owned it.
I hope you got lights on it.
It does have a headlight on it, yep. It comes on automatically, so. I learned a hard lesson about 3 days ago to not jump off a scooter that's going 20 miles an hour the same way that you would jump off a bike to slow it down. Yeah, I had very sore ankles the next 36 hours when that happened. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And a payoff pitch coming up here for Kuntz. And that one's going to left field, going high, going deep, and not deep enough. And Peyton Seth Arends will make the catch. Runners will stay put at first and second. That's out number 2.
That was a good swing and flied out to 8. Center field. That's one of the crazy things about the game of baseball is you can do everything at the plate and just absolutely hit it, and you can square up that ball and hit it just exactly the way it's supposed to and right at somebody. And next time you hit it on the end of the bat, it squibbles for a base hit somewhere. You know, it's just it's not fair sometimes.
Strike toss there to Wiggestrand. He's 0 for 2, drew a walk. Since then, a pair of strikeouts, went down swinging on both occasions. Peyton Jancy on second, Cooper Borkart on first. The runners on for West Fargo, leading 6-4. And that one's fouled back for strike 2. Now it's a little bit out for a ball. 1-2 the count here to Wiggestrand. On deck is Brennan Hammond. Wiggestrand and Hammond representing batters 1 and 2 in the lineup. And the pitch is low for a ball.
As Coons came in and throws fairly, he's got fairly fast fastball and a pretty good curve, but his command is so inconsistent. And to be good at this game, you gotta hit those corners, and you can't do that.
And Wiggestrand will get hit by a pitch. That'll load the bases. Umpire will walk up a new ball and maybe give him some words saying, hey, try not to do that again, something along those lines. But
you know, I think I said the other day, the great Sandy Koufax, took him about 4 years. Finally, a bullpen catcher told him, why don't you try throwing about 85–90% of what you can really throw? And all of a sudden, he discovered his command and was the greatest. It's not all speed.
I think this is Seth Wiggestrand batting,
so.
actually. Yeah, I saw to double check who's on first base. Might have got a
Stalker.
Yeah. Okay.
Good pitch there. Strike 3.
And that'll do it for the 5th inning of play. They will stand 3 on base. Jancy on third, Borkhardt second, Stalker first. They'll strand all 3 of them as Wiggestrand strikes out. And scheduled are 8, 9, and 1. Arends, Johnson, and Bogner when we return for Mandan here after the break on Magnitude. Be right back.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo, Moorhead, and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit DoolittlesRestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200. Magnitude Sports would like to remind you that whether you're watching from home or watching from the stands, to please respect officials. Without high school officials, games are canceled and players lose playing time. Contact your local high school to find out how you can become an official and stay connected to the game you love.
All right, welcome back. Including a 57-minute weather delay, we're at 2 hours 42 minutes time of this game now. And the Patriots have plated 3 in the bottom of the 5th to take a 6-3 lead after trailing 4-3 going into the bottom of the 5th. Now Mandan will look to strike back here, and I'll start with Seth Arends. Batters 8, 9, and 1 are due up here for Mandan. Here's the pitch. Just missed the edge, ball 1. Arends 1 for 1. Singled to center, and then he drew a walk. That was a long time ago when he singled to center. It was about 2 hours and 41 minutes ago, probably.
And he pitched quite a few innings in that first game.
Yes, he did, yeah.
Wasn't bad.
Oh, that one's hit high, and had that stayed fair. No, it dropped inside. But then again, it is a little bit deeper to that right field corner than it is the straightaway right field.
Yes,
so
it is.
Had it stayed fair, you'd never know where that one may have ended up at.
How do you like the Shields bullpen out there where they, it's not really the bullpen, it's
The
batting
batting
practice,
cages, yeah.
And it's really a nice facility. Nice park.
Yeah, no, the whole field, batting cages, bullpens, everything, the stands, everything around it. If you've never been to West Fargo's Young Field, I recommend you catch a game out here sometime. It's pretty nice. Two balls
Jeff
and a strike.
Young, he was quite a player in his day and played at Jamestown College, and to have a field named after you, that's quite an honor. And then of course his son Andy, has had a great career. There's a fly ball
going to center.
Catchable, drifted a little bit on Mr. Gods.
So fly out to center for Rennes will bring up the next batter, and that is Anthony Johnson. 0 for 2, struck out swinging, and then he'd fly out to left. So 1 out here in the top of the 6th. That pitch comes in low for a ball, 1-0 to Johnson. On deck is Avery Bogner. With 1 away, we'll see Bogner for sure. And then after Bogner, we might get to Huddle depending on how the next 2 batters go. 1-0. In for a strike, 1-1.
Heupel gets into a rhythm that just a comfortable rhythm, and inside, outside, a little bit of a changeup at times, and he's had an effective summer of pitching for the Patriots. How did I say Patriots there?
Well, I think you were going to say Packers,
The
and then you
Pats,
flipped it to Patriots, and then it was like Patriots or whatever. So even though I've said Packers on 2 occasions this season, I've never said Patriots or Packers or however you. I don't even know how to pronounce that now.
See, I got to learn to laugh at myself now, but it makes me mad too. You can make a stupid gaffe like that. It's like base running. How could you do something like that? You listen to that. You ever listen to that Who's on First though with Laurel and Hardy?
No, I don't think I have actually.
Oh man, listen to that sometime.
There's a Buffalo Wild Wings strikeout. It's the 8th of the game for West Fargo pitchers. Avery Bogner now with 2 outs. Will step up to the plate. Struck out swinging, grounded out to the second baseman, and then he singled down the line at third base. That was the hit that he snuck it right between Connor Entz and the third base bag. And that one looked like it tried to curve in, but it never really broke into the strike zone. And
you ever play bridge?
I've played it a few times, yeah.
I think you'd be a good bridge player. Your memory, you've got a kind of memory that you got to have to play cards.
And there's a strike, 1-1 the count now here to Bogner. I haven't played it recently, but I have played it before. I might need a refresher on the rules on how that's played.
My mother was a master bridge player, and it's a tremendous game.
I want to hit up
Just
high.
got under it. He just got under it. He just missed it.
And the catch is made, and that's out number 3, right? I can go to the break.
You're right on this time.
Okay.
And you can laugh about it.
Due up in the bottom of the 6th, the scheduled batters are Easton Heisler, Connor Entz, and Matt Heupel. It's 3, 4, and 5 for the Patriots. They are up 2 here as we go to the final 9 outs of this game, or at least we presume, when we return after this here on the Magnitude Sports Network.
Do you have a teen ready for driving lessons? Don't know what they need to do or when things need to be done? If busyness keeps you from driving with them, then Gotta Go Driving School is the place to call. Jeff Weber at Gotta Go Driving School has been teaching driving lessons to all age groups since 1991. Call Jeff at Gotta Go Driving, 238-0236. Jeff will tell you to start planning ahead now. Don't wait. Got a new driver? Then it's Gotta Go Driving School. Talk to Jeff or go online at gottagodrivingschool.com.
Signorama of Fargo is the trusted, preferred signage vendor of NDSU athletics. The global leader in the sign and graphic industry, Signorama is the way to grow your business. Competitive prices, free consultations and estimates, signage solutions that fit your budget. Signorama is locally owned and committed to community support. Trusted by the Bison, be a championship business with Signorama. Call or go online at sarvalley.com.
All right, welcome back. 6-4 in favor of the West Fargo Patriots over the Mandan Chiefs here in the home half of the 6. Jim says hopefully the game ends by midnight my time. Right now it's 11:46 Jim's time. Greg, is this tournament play? No, it's not. It's regular season play, Greg. And Mr. Jefferson agrees with me on that. And then another person asked if does anyone know if West Fargo and Grand Forks will play the second game that was rained out on Tuesday tomorrow? I about maybe 30 minutes ago, I was told that Grand Forks is not going to be playing that game. So instead of West Fargo, Grand Forks, it'll be West Fargo and Post 400 tomorrow here on Magnitude. So that's what I know. That's what I was the information that was relayed to me from a guy to my left here in the press box, who I'm guessing would know that information since he deals with the schedule for West Fargo. So
I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Yeah. And that one popped up, and that one out of play for space side. You know, the guy who made that comment did have a point. He to finish his comment, he said that if Grand Forks could play and win, that they'd collect the ace seed, and he would be, I think, without looking at it from memory, I think he would be right. But it's going to be Williston, Grand Forks, Minot in the 8, 9, 10 because Grand Forks is electing not to play that game. 2 balls, 2 strikes here. Easton Heisler, is that who's batting?
Yep.
Okay.
Took a fastball the time before with 2 strikes. This time he got the hook on the corner. And
third baseman, number 32, Connor Ince.
Connor, of course, had that double last time down the right field line. And
yep.
I just really like his hitting approach of late. He hasn't fished for the slow stuff, and he's just showing some patience. And see ball, hit ball. Sometimes that's the best philosophy of all. It helps when you get a nice swing.
Pitch is in for a strike, 0-1. So Jim's going to go to bed in 11 minutes because it'll be midnight his time there. No, I'm just kidding. I'm pretty sure he'll finish this game out even if it does go past midnight. Yeah. Now we love Jim at Magnitude Sports. Swing and a miss for a strike.
There, Connor was probably sitting on a fastball there and got that hook that was a little outside. Now put all that stuff out of your mind and choke up a little bit. Try to shorten up and just make contact. See if he can do it now with 2 strikes. He's gonna probably try to make you fish.
Well, he's got a nice gap there right up the middle if he can get over the pitcher's head. And he's going to go left. He's going to get it past the diving Lucas Pregame into left field for a base hit and a single.
Very good hitting there with 2 strikes. And like I said, I've been really impressed with this game the last couple of weeks. And he can continue this. He's going to be a huge help going into that state tournament on Tuesday.
So Matt Heupel, he's been to the plate 3 times, and guess what? He's been walked all 3 of those times. Some more lightning off to right field.
Yes, I see that.
That was a nice little glow of light there. Strike. Once again, all those storms heading off to the southwest of the Fargo-Moorhead area.
See if Matt can let one go here. We need to see if he can drive the ball. Huh?
He's been walked 3 times, and now he's down on the count 0-2 with 1 away, and his teammate Connor Entz on first with Caleb Deere on deck. 0-2. Kuntz might go to the outside here, and well, no, he looked like he attacked the strike zone and got it fouled away. So we'll see if he goes to the outside on 0-2, number 2.
Kuntz has a lively arm. He's gone through some stretches of wildness, but type of pitcher that if he can find the spots, could be okay.
And he will go to the outside, and Heupel did not chase, so it's 1-2. And that one's inside, and it's 2-2. So now the count's evened up again here with Heupel. Once again, Caleb Deere on deck. If Mandan can sneak out a win, that'd be the 4 seed. If West Fargo's lead hangs on, Mandan will be the 5 seed. Dickinson will bump up to the 4 seed. That's the only thing that we have unanswered about the state tournament right now.
You've covered all the options, I know that.
And no matter who ends up being 4 or 5, it'll be Mandan versus Dickinson in that first round matchup of the state tournament. There's a bouncer that reaches over Bogner's glove. He had stretched out with, I believe, his left hand, and the ball bounced just a centimeter higher than his stretched out arm and goes into the books as a base hit. Now there's 2 runners on for West Fargo, and we've seen Caleb Deere do some damage with 2 runners on, especially in that Gopher Classic tournament. I'll always remember they were down 3-0 to Woodbury, and with one swing of the bat, Caleb Deere made it 3-3.
Yeah, and he hit that thing. And the wind helped him a little bit too, but it was a shot. Remember the trees out in left field out there?
Oh, yes.
Almost had that feeling. And then there was a big tower beyond that. It
yeah, a big water tower,
Bloomington, and that was a special moment.
And the game right before that,
Kid hit a grand slam.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, exactly. That was probably my most favorite call on all the grand slams I'd ever called in my career.
What a crazy game that was too. It was like 14-12 or something like that.
17-2 was the final score.
Oh, that one. Yeah,
that
okay.
one. Yeah.
Yes, I follow you.
Yeah. Ooh, had to duck down for that wild pitch into the backstop. Runners will take off, and that's ball 3 to Caleb Deere. So Connor Entz to third, Matt Heupel up to second. First base is now open. 3 balls and no strikes to Caleb Deere. Peyton Jancy on deck.
Infield in, they got to cut the run off.
And that's ball 4, and the bases are loaded. 4-pitch walk to Caleb Deere.
Brings up first baseman number 12, Peyton Jancy.
Peyton Jancy 0 for 1. Sack bunt to advance runners to second and third his first time up. A ground out to second. And then last time, he would draw a walk. And now the Mandan coach is making a trip to the mound, and that looks like that's it for Stenson Kuntz. 62 pitches, 29 balls, and 33 strikes unofficially, according to my numbers. And now we'll have a new pitcher here for Mandan. We'll see
we have a little
who's coming
action.
in.
Just a little update. There will be a game here tomorrow at 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
And it will feature the Patriots against Post 400.
So that game, I believe, was originally scheduled for 7.
Will be going to Williston for a play-in game on Saturday, as will Minot will be playing Jamestown in a play-on game, and the winners will advance to the state tournament here at Youngfield next Tuesday.
So there you have it. So with that announcement, that confirms our suspicions that 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are locked up at Post 400, Jamestown, Williston, Grand Forks, Minot.
And based on this game will be the 4 or the 5. The 6th seed is Post 400, and the playing games will decide the 7th and 8th seeds.
So I could have just not said anything there, and he would have done my job for me. So that's kind of what we were projecting. Since the start of game 1 here, as who snuck onto the mound?
I can't catch his number.
Number 10? Yes, number 10. So
right.
that is Isaac Huddle. So that means we'll have a new catcher here, and we'll see who that new catcher might be.
So now coming to the mound is number 10, Isaac Huddle.
Let's see if there's anybody putting on some catcher's gear. I don't think it's going to be number 20. It might be, but I guess we'll find out sooner than later here. So we'll have a new pitcher and a new catcher. We already know who the new pitcher is, and here comes the new catcher. It's always hard to tell who the new catcher is unless you catch him before he puts on that little backpack there.
Yeah.
And I want to say it's a single-digit number, like 8 or 9, but I can't quite tell.
I'm having a heck of a time. I told you I liked Michael Kay, the Yankee announcer, and one night he was doing a game. I watch a lot of games, and it was really boring. It was just nothing going on. He said he met Rodney Dangerfield a while back, and Rodney told a story about how he went to the doctor, and the doctor gave him 10 days to live, and he said, "Don't I get another opinion?" He said, "Sure, and you're ugly too." And I started laughing, and a guy, I could hear somebody laughing in the background. And if you know anything about Rodney Dangerfield,
yeah, I know him.
But the announcing game, when things get going bad, you got to throw some stuff in there. Not that this game isn't going bad.
No, this is both games of this doubleheader have been good ones. We've hit the 3-hour mark now, 2 hours and 3 minutes of playing time.
Minutes was sit time.
Yep, 2 hours, 3 minutes of playing time, 57 minutes of delay. It makes it a 3-hour mark of the ball game. And with the pregame show, we've been on for 5 hours and 29 minutes, including the first game of the doubleheader. One all and a half
kind of a
swing there.
Check swing, maybe.
Yeah.
No,
get him. Run will score as Connor Entz comes in from third. They'll get the runner at first. Jancy on a ground out that advances Heupel to third and Deere up to second. So all the runners advance 90 feet on the ground out.
About a grand slam opportunity. I was golfing last year in Phoenix, and I just remembered Andy Young could get to play today. And I went back to where I'm staying at, and I turned the TV on. He came up and hit a grand slam home run that day. And my father-in-law was in the other room. I yelled, I just screamed, you know, and it was nice.
Yeah, I can't recall a highlight involving him that didn't involve a home run of some sort. I think that I almost feel like that's the only hit he makes in the major leagues is a home run.
And he wasn't getting that many at bats, and he had 5 pinch hit home runs, which was one of the top 3 in the league.
Cooper Borkhart's the batter, by the way. Ground out, fly out, and a single. And now he will get another hopper over to Burgum. Fires it over. Nice throw by Burgum. That'll prevent
tools.
Yeah, that'll prevent the runner from scoring. They will strand 2 on base. And we go to the end of the 6th as we go to the final frame. And Mandan is up to bat. They need to score at least 3. Otherwise, they'll be the 5 seed in the state tournament. We'll see what happens when we return after the break here on Magnitude Sports. Be right back.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo, Moorhead, and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Sleep with one eye open. That's the song playing right now, and I like it. So I had to give it some justice there, but Metallica would fine me $3 million if I played 2 seconds of their song on my broadcast. So
that's a heck of a fine.
New pitcher on the mound here is Carter O'Lean for the West Fargo Patriots.
You ever see the show Planes, Trains, and Automobiles when Steve Martin's in the bus and they're all singing and everything, and it came his turn to call the song, and he says, how about 3 coins in a fountain? And he started singing 3 coins in a fountain. They looked at him like, what country are you from? Oh, I remember that.
7 runs on 7 hits here for West Fargo. They've left a total of, let me double check, they've actually left 10 on base and not 9. As your screen shows, but we'll fix that. We'll add 1 right now, and it should move up to 10. Numbers for Mandan are correct there. 4 runs, 7 hits, 6 left on base on 1 West Fargo error. And now we can unmute it. And the first pitch is into the backstop.
Just a little bit outside. Just a little bit.
Folks, you did not miss anything there, I promise you.
Bob Euchre's another one of my all-time favorites. That guy can make me laugh.
Isaac Huddle, McCoy Keller, Braden Bennell are the scheduled batters at 2, 3, and 4, pending possible changes here for Mandan. Once again, they need 3 minimum to knot this thing up at 7 in the top of the 7th. And we'll see if they can do it. They certainly have the talent and skill and batting power to make it happen. We'll just see how Carter O'Lean's pitching battles against that.
He pitched the championship game down in the cities.
Now one a little inside, and now it's 3 balls and a strike to Isaac Huddle.
You don't want a lead-off walk. You just that's a sin.
And well, I will leave the follow-up comment to you there, Dale.
No, I tell you, Carter O'Lean, I'm going to give him credit for the season, though. He has really worked hard to get playing time, and he's been an effective relief pitcher at times and starter. Wildness can occur. It's like that. Whoa. You can tell he's full of energy right now. Now the umpire's walking out there, and there's no way he did that intentionally. I know that. I don't know what else he.
Well, it looked like Keller kind of looked at the umpire and was like, come on, help me out here a little bit. Kind of had that body language.
The last thing he wants to do is hit a batter.
And
they're questioning whether it's a foul ball.
Okay, yeah. So
which was close.
Yep. It may have hit the bat, and so they send Huddle back to first. So it goes into the books as a fouled away pitch, and I thought he got hit, to be honest, but maybe he, and it's kind of a iffy. It's kind of a gray line there. If you get hit by the pitch, and then as your body turns, now he's really frustrated. I've never seen a practice swing with one arm before, so 1 ball, 1 strike. And that was a strike 2.
Full of energy right now. He's letting it go. Boy.
And had to duck down again there, and if O'Lean's not careful here, he might get some words of wisdom from the umpire. But like I said, I don't think it's intentional, but swing and a miss, and something tells me that Keller wishes he had a new at-bat there. There's a swing and a miss for strikeout, and out number 1. And 9 Buffalo Wild Wings strikeouts now combined between all the West Fargo pitchers in this game.
Oh, he's popping it right now. Boy, in my day, I hated to strike out. I just hated that feeling. And today's game, it's almost like some hitters, it's okay. It's okay as long as I can hit a home run.
And that one's going to center. And a nice grab there by Nolan Dodds on the run for out number 2.
Down to the last out.
One out for West Fargo, 3 runs for Mandan, and Dickinson 1 out away from being the 4th seed in the state tournament.
You know, Dickinson has kind of been maybe an overrated team. They were picked to win the high school state championship, and they were picked to be right up there at the top in Legion Bowl. They're dangerous too.
They absolutely are dangerous. You don't let that 4-5 ranking fool you there. They could easily be a 2-3 team this season. There's no doubt about it. 1 strike away from Dickinson being the 4 seed here. Lucas Burgum, the batter. Hit by a pitch, fly out, and a strikeout. We'll see if he can avoid a back-to-back strikeouts on back-to-back plate appearances here. Cardoline with the 0-2. Check swing, and no! The other umpire said he checked his swing, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. I don't know. I mean, that could have gone either way, but...
Toughest call in baseball.
Yeah, definitely. No doubt about it. Well, Olin will get one more chance, and now Mandan has a runner in scoring position. But is it too little too late is the question. You go from 0-2 to a check swing that could have been a strike, but it was a ball, and then a pretty bad pitch to even the count at 2-2. Olin delivers. Yeah. Oh! That looked a little high and in, and they're going to call it a strikeout. Lucas Burgum strikes out. That's the end of the game, and the 3-hour and 10-minute game comes to an end, and the West Fargo Patriots win by the final score of 7-4 in Game 2, and by the final score of 6-5 in Game number 1. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll come back with some post-game thoughts. We will update the state tournament pairings, and we'll give you all the latest scoop and wrap this up when we come back in a couple minutes here on Magnitude Sports. Be right back.
Sweet Shots is Fargo's premier golf entertainment destination. Sweet Shots will host your birthday, bachelorette party, corporate events, date nights, or night out with friends and family. Need help with your golf game? Visit with one of Sweet Shots' PGA teaching pros. Hungry? They have a full food and beverage menu too. Try your shot in one of 60 climate control hitting suites or one of 5 indoor full swing simulators that include golf, hockey, hunting, football, soccer, and zombie dodgeball. Make the trip to 3400 James Way South in Fargo or visit sweetshots.com for much more.
Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill is an experience that ignites your senses, featuring wood-fired rotisserie cooking. Grilling meat over an open flame creates that savory wood-roasted flavor, while the rotisserie rotation results in juicy and succulent meats. Doolittle's even has an outdoor fire pit that creates a relaxing setting to wine and dine for any occasion. Visit doolittlesrestaurants.com for a full menu or to make a reservation. Doolittle's Wood-Fire Grill, 2112 25th Street South in Fargo, or call ahead at 701-478-2200.
All right, welcome back. Final score back. Final score once again here in game number 2 of this doubleheader is the West Fargo Patriots 7 and the Mandan Chiefs 4. So that officially locks up everything in the state tournament. The 1 seed will be Fargo Post 2. The 2 seed will be the Bismarck Governors. The 3 seed will be the West Fargo Patriots. The 4 seed will be the Dickinson Rough Riders. The 5 seed will be the Mandan Chiefs. The 6 seed will be the Post 400 Stars. The 7th seed will be the winner of Jamestown versus Minot, played in Jamestown. And the 8th seed will be the winner of Williston and Grand Forks. It played, I believe, in Williston. If I'm going to get, there's nobody here to give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. I believe Williston will host Grand Forks in that other playoff game. So that's where we sit. Before we dig into the state tournament standings, what are your thoughts on this doubleheader, the second game, the first game, or both games? All your thoughts. Share them with me.
Yeah, when we talked about the Watertown series, it was a good night. It was on my bucket list. And tonight, I got to say, with my son listening from Phoenix, and this couple from Jancy's couple, or grandfather and grandmother from Denver, to hear comments about people from all over the country listening to this broadcast. Another one of my bucket list events with my grandson getting to pitch. A lot of positives I saw for the Patriots going into the state tournament. Look at Heupel, Matt Heupel's game that he pitched. He's definitely in the swing of things, I think, to be one of the top 3 starters going into the state. Again, Hammonds, I thought tonight, Brennan is showing signs of improvement, and I think he's gonna be up to form for next week. I mentioned Casey, my grandson, had a good 4 innings effort. Connor Entz has really come on this last 2 weeks, and he's doing a little bit of everything, and he's playing with some patience, and he just seems focused, and he's got that kind of attitude of I want to play, and I'm going to be in that lineup, and I'm going to give you an effort type of a leadership thing right now. And those are some pluses that I've seen. The Mandan team we played tonight is going to be dangerous next week.
They sure will.
You talk
There's
about
no doubt
Dickinson,
about
Mandan playing in that 4 and 5 slots, and that's going to be an interesting game. And
that's either going to be a slugfest or it's going to be a pitcher's duel.
Yeah,
it's going to be. It'll be like a 17-13 game, or it'll be like a 3-2 ball game.
These games tonight were 6-5 and 7-4, and nobody was. They were both games that could have gone either way at times, and the type of games you want going into next Tuesday. And I know the Patriots playing tomorrow night at 6 o'clock versus Post 400. It doesn't count, but yet it's a type of a background game, and also it's going to be kind of a starter for what we're going to see next Tuesday in the first round of the state tournament with the last game of the evening. And we know that the competition is there, and there's nothing that's free. It's going to be a tough state tournament. I think there's multiple teams that can put it together. We saw that with 400 last year doing it. So I'm just really looking forward to that. I think that's what I'm bringing out of today more than anything, is that I'm anticipating really a good state tournament this year.
Let's go ahead and pull up that schedule. And speaking of the state tournament here, so these are, including the final of this game, these are the updated pairings, matchups, and times. So West Fargo, since they're the home team, they'll play the last game of the night, so they'll play game 4 instead of game 2. So Fargo Post 2 will play the winner of Grand Forks or Williston. Yes, and that game will be played in Williston. And the winner of that game will be the 8th seed, and they'll play against Fargo Post 2 at 10:30 a.m. on Tuesday, July 26th. Dickinson will be the 4 seed. They'll take on Mandan, the 5 seed, in the 1:30 game. And then in the 4:30 game, Bismarck will play the winner of either Jamestown or Minot. Jamestown, the 7, Minot, the 10 seed. The winner of that 7-10 game will be the 7 seed in the state tournament. Even if Minot wins, even though they're ranked lower than Grand Forks and Williston, they would still be the 7th seed in that tournament. And then West Fargo and the Post 400 Stars will have the nightcap here between the 8 and it says 8-1 there, but it should be 4 and. I think I forgot to change some of the rankings when I updated it here. But let's see here, that would be. Okay, so this is going to be 1 versus 7. I'm going to change this. Your thoughts on the upcoming state tournament, why I changed this here? Buy me a little time and put you on the spot.
Let's see, a couple more thoughts. We've had a lot of thoughts tonight.
Yeah.
And it's fun. I just love talking baseball, and this Legion baseball, of course, one winner from the state this year advances to Rapid City. Last year, 2 teams went to Sioux Falls for the regional. They've added 2 states, I believe.
Yeah, Nebraska and Iowa, I believe
Iowa
it is.
too.
And I want to say thanks to Brent who left that information. I think Brent and one other person both said something similar to that. So I want to say thanks to both of those people for leaving that information, because I honestly did not know that until maybe the 3rd inning, right during that lightning delay is when I found that out. So appreciate the information there from our viewers. Let's see, did I get this right? This is, let's see, this is going to be 3 versus 6 here. All right, I think.
What would you do without that computer?
I would write it down on paper, and then nobody would know how badly I screwed up.
That is so much information.
If I just go here, and then if I come back, it should update. And did it update? Yes, it did. So, all right. So now that's official, what you see on your screen there. 1 versus 7, Fargo Post 2 versus the 7 seed of either Grand Forks or Williston. 4 versus 5, Dickinson, Mandan. And then 2 versus 8, Bismarck versus either Jamestown or Minot. And then the nightcap is 3 versus 6, West Fargo versus Post 400. You going to join me on that West Fargo Post 400 game? Or?
I'd love to.
All right.
What I'm finding out about you is that all these statistics that you have of all the games that Magnitude has done.
Yep.
Boy, oh boy, you're a good luck job.
Well, and the 2 teams we've done the most on Magnitude are West Fargo and Post 400, so there'll be a lot of stats in that game. That's for sure, no kidding.
I'm not as nervous when I'm watching my grandsons play, when I'm doing something else. I don't have time to just dwell on them. So to be honest with you, and I'd love to join you.
So the higher seed in each of those matchups will be the home team in those particular games. So Fargo Post 2, Dickinson, Bismarck, and West Fargo will be the quote home teams in those matchups. So that's a couple days away, and then you see the play-in games there. Jamestown will host Minot. Williston will host Grand Forks. The games are still pending. We are short-staffed, so we will not have the Williston Grand Forks game. But I think we are working on getting approval to do the Jamestown Minot game on Magnitude. Nothing official yet, but keep checking our website, and if it becomes official, it'll change from TBA to something other than like a time and a date like all the rest of the games are. So if you see that TBA change to a time, that means we will carry the game. But right now it is still pending, but we're going to try and get the Jamestown Minot game on Magnitude. Williston Grand Forks, we're short-staffed, so we won't be able to make it out there for that particular game because Eric Tianson's last game is on July 22nd, and after that game's over, he's leaving for Athens, Georgia to attend his sophomore year in college. So
Athens, Georgia, that's tremendous.
He